What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got another compilation of story times for y'all. I think you guys are going to really enjoy it, and yeah, without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Alright, so like I said, this is a subscriber story that was sent in to me, and I want to open it off by saying I would not recommend doing any of this, alright? I would call all of this a very bad idea. That being said, anytime someone freaks out because of their bad idea, it can be a little bit entertaining, especially when it's something that ends up reversing a ginormous W right after it occurs, alright? So, yeah, the person who sent this in to me still has homeroom. I actually didn't have it, but basically from what they explained, it's like this hour at the start of the school day where you can kind of work on homework projects, like an hour to just work on stuff. That's the best way I can say it from what you explained. So obviously it tends to be that it's the class that people goof off in the most, you know, because there really isn't assignments to do. It's just whatever you feel like doing, and if you're in a class with anyone that you're friends with, usually what you feel like doing is just not paying attention and goofing off. And for whatever reason, the person who sent this in to me sits next to was someone that was always trying some weird way to get rich, get the bag very quickly, and you know, very often these get rich quick schemes didn't work because they were always centered around him being insanely lucky, not about him like starting a business or hard work. You know, it was always just kind of hoping for an absolute miracle to turn like $2 into $1 million. He was aiming way more for luck over effort, but regardless, the person who sent this to me was entertained by like the weird get rich quick schemes they would hear. Regardless, you know, one day the subscriber came into homeroom and sat down, and immediately this dude obsessed with getting the bag starts throwing this speech at him about how he came up with an idea to grow his money really fast, and how, you know, he had just cracked the code for being able to turn small amounts of money into large amounts of money, which, listen, if you've cracked the code for it, good for you. You're gonna have yourself a very fun existence. Chances are you're gonna be sipping on caviar quite often. I don't even know if you sip on it, but regardless, if you really figured out a way to like make a bunch of money, good for you. He said he had found this online gaming place where you could take money and bet money on a game, and then if the like money that you put down on the game was right, it paid you more money. And he's explaining this like there's not a name for this, right? And the person who sent this to me is listening to it, and they're like, wait, so basically you're betting money on what happens? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, so it's a casino? And you know, he has a laptop in front of him, and he's like, I don't know, take a look. A lot of kids in the school had laptops on them to like keep track of assignments and work on stuff because they're in hybrid school. So when they're working at home, they need their laptop, and obviously if you're like halfway done with the project on your laptop, you're just gonna bring it to school. But sure enough, he flips around his laptop, and he's literally showing an online casino to the person who sent this to me. And listen, that's not a way to get rich, dude. I'm not gonna say I hate gambling, because to each their own. I personally think it's dumb. I don't really like to gamble. Obviously, I've just been around it a lot. I'm from Las Vegas. If you want to gamble, that's on you. If you feel like it, hey, I'm not gonna tell you anything. You guys can make your own choices. All I'm gonna say about it is, you know, like I said, I live in Las Vegas. If gambling was good for customers and a great way to make money, I don't know why all these companies keep building billion-dollar buildings and having record profits. You know, you think they'd start losing money at some point. Plus, not to mention, I'm really sure that it's illegal to gamble if you're not an adult. Like, even if you're 18, you're still not allowed to gamble. You gotta be 21. So I don't know how this dude has like managed to find some sketchy online casino to sign up for, but I can certainly tell you that gambling is not the magic way to quadruple your money. I mean, sure, if you own a casino, maybe it's a magic way to quadruple your money, but I don't think gambling is a consistent way to make money. I think it's literally called gambling for a reason. Anyways, the person who sent this to me has a question about like, hey man, I'm not really sure that this is legal. Like, he kind of says that off rip, and the kid turns red, and he's like, well, I signed up with my dad's name and then told him I needed a picture of his ID for school and sent it in, which is a horrible idea, because now, like, not only are you gambling, which is a bad idea, but you made an account with your parents' name that they don't know about. That's a very horrible idea. You should never do that. It doesn't make it magically okay now that you just like fraudulently made an account with your dad's name, you know? But he goes on about how like he has this plan to get rich and he's gonna do it through this casino. And the person who sent this to me starts trying to tell him that, like, okay, this is probably a really bad idea. You do realize that with gambling, you can lose all your money. You know, you're not taking out debt to gamble or anything, right? And he's like, no. And he's like, all right, well, what are you going to do if you lose the money? And he's like, I haven't thought about that because I don't plan on losing the money, which to me is a very stupid thing if you're going to be like gambling at all, right? I don't think anyone goes into the casino planning on losing their money. Everybody goes in planning on winning. It'd be really weird if people flew into Las Vegas like, hey, I'm going to blow my mortgage this weekend. I don't think anyone does that. Everyone thinks they're going to win, but regardless, you got to think about what would happen if you did lose because it's gambling and there's a pretty good chance that you're going to lose. But, you know, his response to that is like, well, I think I'm going to win, so I'm not going to think about losing, as if that just magically makes the risk of losing disappear. Like, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can't lose anymore. True. Anyways, he tries to warn him, you know, and he's just not listening to it. And he shows that he had taken this like $500 that he had saved between birthday and Christmas and had put it all into this online casino, and he was going to get rich with it. And so he tries one more time just to be like, hey, this is a really bad idea. You shouldn't do this. Trust me, you're going to regret it. Your money's going to disappear. And like everything he's saying is just not computing, you know. It was like he had tuned his ears to just not listening to any good advice mode. He literally cuts him off during his advice and says, listen, bro, do you want to watch me gamble or do you want to be my mom? Just shut up, all right? Like, nobody cares. I'm going to do it. And at that point, he's like, all right, well, I tried to warn you. This is a horrible idea. I guess I'll watch because, you know, it is definitely going to be entertaining. I don't know if it's going to be for the reasons that you want it to be, but it definitely will be entertaining. That's for sure. So, all right, go for it. And I feel like at this point, it's not really on him. Like, if he's literally tried to warn him multiple times, you tell him to shut up. Okay, all right. Anyways, the kid starts to look through all these different online games. There was like a couple ones in the casino, and he decides that, you know, roulette is just the way that he's going to get insanely rich. Listen, I'm not a gambling expert. You know, all gambling is luck-based. That's why it's called gambling. But roulette is like the extra luck mode, you know? It's just probably one of the worst ways to like get a chance at growing your money that's not just insanely based on luck. But regardless, this guy being just not a gambling expert like any of us, none of us are, decided that he was just going to go to roulette and bet all $500 on green, which, you know, in theory, if it lands on green, would make a lot of money. It's like 32 times the amount. So he would get what? If he bet $500 on green, if it lands on green, $16,000. Obviously, that's not a shabby chunk of change, pretty good payout, but he just decides to risk it all on that. If it doesn't land on green, he loses all of his money. So whatever, he goes all in, places $500 on green, and everyone around him is like, why did you go all in? Why did you go on green? Like, that's a horrible idea. And he starts to tell everybody to like, shut up. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Like, you guys are all gonna look stupid in a second, you know, just being super confident about the fact that like, you guys are dumb and I'm gonna just look like a genius. Give it a second. So sure enough, it starts to spin and it lands on green, right? He literally stands up screaming, and I'm not gonna lie, I probably would too. He had just turned $500 into 16 grand, said he had a plan, knew it was gonna happen. Like, he just felt like an absolute G. And obviously everyone around him is flabbergasted because that's insanely unlikely. Like, do not gamble, you know. Once again, I don't recommend this. That being said, the odds of that happening are what, like 1 in 35, 1 in 32, something like that. Very low odds that that is going to happen, you know, and anytime it does happen, it's a big deal. And obviously at that point, if you just turn $500 into 16,000, you should just walk away. Just walk away. Take the money and leave. You're already insanely lucky that it landed on green when you bet it there. That's like lottery level luck. But, you know, the teacher kind of goes back and forth with him for a bit because he had been really loud, and he sits back down, and they can tell that he's thinking, and they're like, dude, no, come on, don't keep gambling. Like, just take the money, right? Just take the money. Everyone is saying, don't do it, take the money. And so when he sits down from the teacher yelling at him and everyone starts to give him advice, he's like, shh, everyone be quiet. I'm going to do it again. And literally everyone, even the people that don't know how to gamble very well, are just like, what are you talking about, bro? That's a horrible idea. You definitely shouldn't gamble again. You just turned $500 into 16 grand. You shouldn't gamble anymore. Just take it. What are you doing? Obviously, when you're up big at the casino, the key is to walk away. And this is how they get you, right? You know, the house always wins is a saying for a reason, but he says he's going to do it. He opens his calculator app on the laptop and he's like, well, if $500 turned into 16,000, then if I bet 16,000, it would turn into 512,000, which sure, I mean, theoretically is correct. That is the math that if it happened, but you're talking about back-to-back green in roulette. You know, it's rare enough to happen once. It's rare enough for the same number to be hit at all, period. So, like, the twice in a row, that's just not gonna happen. The odds of any number hitting twice in a row, green or not, is like 1 in 1,369. 1 out of 35 is luck already. You just 32 extra money, that's huge. Then obviously, it's a horrible idea to just make the exact same gamble again, because the odds of something very rare happening twice in a row is even more rare. You know, it doesn't take an expert to realize that that's probably a good way to lose all $16,000, especially when you're up big. There's just no reason to double down. I feel like anyone that's ever made money from gambling always says that the key is to walk away when you're up, you know? Once again, I'm not an expert, but like, I feel like it's always a saying, if you're up huge, you should leave because it's gambling, and if you don't, you're gonna just slowly lose money. If you just keep playing and playing and playing games that require luck after you got lucky, you're probably not going to be as lucky as you just were. You know, and literally everyone is lecturing him, telling him, please don't do that, that's a horrible idea, like, you're gonna regret it, you know. And I agree, that is a horrible idea. Just take the $16,000. That's an absolute crap ton of money, especially when it was 530 seconds ago. But nope, apparently he just looked around at everyone and just decided that they were being stupid. And he said, listen, 16,000's a lot of money, but I'm not here for $16,000. I'm here to get rich, baby. And sure enough, just ignored everybody and went ahead and did it. So yeah, he goes ahead and places the bet, all $16,000 down on green again. Keep in mind the way roulette works, if it doesn't land on green again, like, he loses literally all the money. You know, you think he'd at least be like, oh, $500 on green again, a 32 grand. No, you didn't, you just bet all of it. Sure enough, it starts to spin and it doesn't land on green, and literally everybody just goes like, because they realize that he had just lost 16 grand, but the kid gambling himself just hasn't reacted yet. He's just kind of staring at his laptop for a second, and then he very calmly goes up and like refreshes the page to look at the balance, and sure enough, you know, the balance is at 0. Like, it's gone. Trust me, I don't think the casino's gonna miscalculate and accidentally give you back all that money, pal. I feel like people lose enough money at the MGM. I would not trust some like online casino. You know, I know nothing about what it is. I'm just saying in general, like, people lose money at very reputable businesses. Some shady online casino letting you gamble with just, you know, a random name probably is not doing the most like ethical things behind. Anyways, once he realizes that his balance is actually at 0 and he's lost all of his money, he starts to like breathe really heavily and turn red, and somebody just decides to ask if he's okay, and that's when he snaps. Because no, you know, he was not okay. It was obviously not a very fun situation to be in, and he starts screaming, do you think I'm okay? I just lost $16,000, you moron. And then he picks up his laptop and like lifts it above his head, you know, just all the way up there like a basketball player going for the block, and then just slams it down onto the ground like an absolute slam dunk. And obviously it makes a huge crash. You can hear stuff breaking on it because believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, here's your fact of the day. Electronics don't like to be thrown. You know, laptops don't enjoy being lifted up 6 feet into the air and then slammed onto the ground. Obviously it ends up breaking the laptop, and at that point the ruckus is so large the teacher just can't ignore it. Like, there's just so much noise going on, so she looks up and yells, what's going on? And you know, because she had already had to yell at him earlier when he freaked out about winning it, she wasn't exactly having a bunch of patience. So she gets up and like, he's just ignoring her, not saying anything, just kind of looking at the broken laptop. And so she repeats herself. She's like, what's going on? Like, what is wrong? And the kid is just angry at that point and probably embarrassed. I mean, I would be, dude. You just rage freak out and destroyed your laptop in front of everybody. Chances are people are going to be making fun of you for that one. But for some reason, he's so angry, he decides to start screaming at the teacher, which, you know, I don't really agree with, because the teacher had nothing to do with you deciding to lose all the money that you just won. She's just asking why you're smashing your laptop in the middle of class, which is a pretty reasonable question, you know. You shouldn't scream at her. It's not your fault that you gambled like an idiot. But regardless, he starts screaming at her that he had lost $16,000 and that's why he's upset, and she should probably mind her business, which it's probably hard to do with you yelling, dude. I mean, when you start smashing your laptop in class, you are kind of making it everybody's business. What, did you just expect everybody around you to pretend like nothing was going on? You're just over here like a bull in a china shop, Best Buy edition, just smashing monitors, laptops, whatever you can get your hands on. Why are people looking at me? Anyways, the teacher snaps back at him and she's like, well, you shouldn't be gambling in the first place, and I would mind my business, but you're breaking your laptop and screaming like a child, which makes it impossible to ignore. Like, you're acting insane. You do realize realize that you shouldn't be gambling in the first place, and even if you are, like, you are literally freaking out, destroying stuff in the middle of class. Everyone's gonna hear it. Everyone's gonna be paying attention. You're making it everybody's problem. You know, I can't mind my business. And at that point, the shame of losing money and getting roasted by the teacher just hits him at once, and it makes him very upset. So he starts picking up the laptop and smashing it onto the ground harder, which, you know, I don't really know what that was supposed to do. Like, hey, man, I'm not the one making the decision. I don't know why he decided to just keep smashing his laptop. The teacher roasts you and says that you're acting insane, and you're like, I'll show him. You just go back to smashing the laptop. Like, I don't think you understood the point, man. She was kind of saying that's the behavior that makes him think that there's something wrong. The money is still gone. If anything, your birthday money is gone too, so you should be more careful about breaking your laptop. Like, you just lost all the money that you had and you're gonna break the expensive object? I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that's a great move. Laptops aren't cheap, especially when you're now $16,000 poorer than you were 30 seconds ago and way broker than you were for saving all that money. Anyways, he's just kind of smashing his laptop, and at that point, the teacher has had enough, and she tells him to get out of the class and go to the principal's office. And, you know, I'll admit that this is more cringe than anything now. Like, it's just like, yeah, you gotta go, bro. Like, she really didn't have a choice. Smashing the laptop, screaming, it's pretty cringe. You just gotta go to the principal's office. But he screams back fine and, like, starts to gather his things. He obviously knows that he's not coming back to the class, so he's like, I'll just take my stuff with me, you know? And the teacher's like, all right, fine, get your stuff, whatever. Just stop screaming and go to the principal's office at some point. And he picks up his laptop and he goes to fold it, and it just, like, won't fold. The way that he had thrown it on the ground had smashed the corner in on itself, so it, like, was prevented from folding, you know? But literally everybody's staring at him, and the teacher's like, what are you doing? And so he just kind of takes both hands and just pushes it closed. And when he pushes it, it literally just kind of, like, cracks and just as he closes it even more, you know? Which, obviously, it was already broken. Like, if you start throwing something on the ground over and over again, chances are it's not going to be doing very well. But either way, just seeing somebody just force a laptop closed and, like, hearing the electronics cracking and crunching would just make about anyone cringe, you know? But he folds it up and, like, calmly puts it in his backpack, and he's acting like he didn't hear it, which makes it even funnier, you know? Like, if he would have been like, great, that sucks, people probably would have laughed a bit, but he really just slammed it closed, forced it closed, heard all that cracking, and then put it in the backpack and just stormed out. And this is where I got really confused, all right? He actually went to the principal's office and told them everything because he thought they were going to be able to get his money back. Like, dude, at that point, you could have gone there, said something pissed you off, you smashed the laptop, you shouldn't have done it, right? No, you just admitted to the fact that you were, like, gambling in class. Of course you're going to get in a crap ton of trouble for that. That's not allowed. And on top of it, he admits that, like, he took his dad's ID, made the account, like, the entire thing. So obviously they call his parents. He ends up getting suspended because, duh, like, of course. And he ends up getting in so much trouble that, like, his parents take away all of his electronics, which, you know, is not a bad punishment. If anything, I feel like he got off light. I mean, let's be honest. This is basically like a fraud, identity theft, and gambling all in one. He really hit a trifecta with this baby. I feel like taking away his iPhone is the most, like, slap on the wrist punishment possible. They're like, we know you stole your father's identity to make an account at a casino, but okay, you can't text your friends for a week, all right? Like, it's okay. Anyways, pretty quickly word got around the school though, and everybody would just kind of give this guy crap for managing to blow $16,000 for trying to gamble it right after he won it. And, you know, they would be like, oh, how's your day? And if he was like, meh, it's not that great, would they be like, oh, do you have 16,000 reasons to be upset? Which, listen, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that bad. For, like, what you did, people are obviously gonna give you a little bit of crap. You know, someone making a joke about 16,000 reasons to be upset. Yeah, it's annoying, sure. But like I said, obviously people are gonna give you crap when you do something stupid in front of them. You really can't be surprised when they're like, they're stupid. I feel like in this situation, the best reaction is no reaction. But this dude, every time somebody would bring it up, would, like, literally freak out, man. Like, give everybody the reaction that they were obviously going for. Didn't do himself any favors by any time somebody mentions the fact that he had gambled all this money in homeroom, like, basically trying to fight them, you know? Literally, every time somebody would mention it at all, he would take off his backpack and start screaming at them, being like, do you want to go? Do you want to go? Which, you know, I'm not saying people should have been saying it. Like, they should have just let it go. Okay, the mature thing would have been like, wow, he's learned his lesson, we'll drop it. But obviously, people are going to make fun of you for it. Like, you can't be surprised when people do mention it, you know? And when you're gonna fight everybody that mentions it, if anything, that just makes it worse, dude. Like, people are just going to do it more just to mess with you at that point. You can't freak out and try to fight everyone for mentioning mentioning the gambling you did in front of everyone at school to try to flex, and then expect them not to give you more crap for it. If anything, the fact that you're always like, I will use Eye of the Tiger Karate on you every time somebody says anything is gonna make people say things quite more often. Like, people are gonna give you crap for that all the time just to see you freak out. Either way, though, I guess if you didn't get in trouble, your mom and dad took away the iPhone for a week, people making fun of you is kind of punishment. I don't know, I guess. Like, people should leave them alone, I'm not gonna lie. I just think trying to fight people isn't doing yourself any favors. You shouldn't mess with them, though. Either way, I can confirm that overall gambling is a bad idea. The house always wins. I know a lot of people swear they're experts at beating the casino and they got the secret sauce and all that, but I can confirm if you actually are able to beat the casinos and make them lose a bunch of money, they'll just ban you. Casinos are out to make money for themselves. They're not out here to make everybody rich. I'm not saying people haven't gotten insanely lucky. Like, obviously some people have won the lottery too. I'm just saying, like, if this guy turned $500 into $16K, clearly people can make some money. But the idea that someone can just always win at gambling, I don't think so, dude. The house always eventually wins, and there's no shame in, like, walking away and keeping your money. If you ever manage to turn $500 into $16,000, that's nuts. You just walk out of the casino, okay? They're gonna be like, do you want it? Nope. Okay, do you want a free room? Nope. You say no. You just walk out. Because if you stay, you're gonna, oh, I'll just spend a little money. No. Just leave. If you're up that big, you just walk out. I love that he broke his laptop, too. His parents weren't down to buy him a new one. He probably thought by the time he got home, like, one would already be on the way, but his parents were probably too upset to be on a replacement laptop duty. Like, what did you want him to do? Oh, so on top of stealing your dad's identity and using it to make a gambling account and losing a bunch of money, you then destroyed your laptop in front of everyone at school and expect a new one? Go to your room, young man. You have the rest of your suspension to think about how stupid of a question that was. A friend I used to skate with a lot, one time I wasn't there, but he ended up getting his skateboard stolen by this angry Karen lady that hated that he had one. But yeah, he told me I could tell it on the channel, so without further ado, let's get right into it. Okay, so when I was like 16, 17 years old, me and my friends would skate pretty regularly, and every now and then one of us would be busy and the group would still skate. It's not like if one person wasn't there, we all sat there and went, no one touch a skateboard, it's illegal now. But whatever, one day my friends were at the skate park doing their thing, which is where you're supposed to be on your skateboard, right? Usually they would just go skate stair sets and stuff, but they were just there to warm up before they like got on the bus and went to this place downtown to skate. And so finally everybody gets there and they start walking over to the bus stop. And, for the most part, it was pretty chill. You would just pick up your skateboard, get on the bus, and then get off the bus with your skateboard. You didn't do tricks on the bus, obviously. There wasn't a verse about that in the wheels of the bus. The wheels on the bus say, do a kickflip now or I crash the vehicle. Like, I don't think that's how it goes, but whatever. They're sitting there waiting for the bus to pull up, and there's this, like, middle-aged woman kind of sitting with her back to them with her arms crossed. And they didn't even notice her at first. They were just kind of talking amongst themselves, and they were talking about where they were going to go once they got off the bus. And the friend, who was actually the main guy who got his skateboard stolen in this story, was filming a, like, little skate part at the time. He was the best in our friend group. He wanted to film a little part so that way he could, like, send it out and maybe get sponsored. So he was talking about how he wanted to go to this specific stair set and how he wanted to film it. And it's really no one on the bus's business what other people are talking about. Like, if you're just sitting there eavesdropping on random conversations, kind of cringe. But for some reason, this middle-aged lady decides that she has to say something, and she turns to him and says, do you really feel that it's appropriate to skate on public property? And he kind of looks at her and he giggles a little bit because he thought she was kind of being sarcastic. Like, when you say something to somebody that just is ridiculous because you want them to laugh at how ridiculous it is. That's how he kind of thought about it. And he went, oh yeah, well, I mean, if they kick us out, they kick us out. Which is honestly his opinion on it. And he thought that she would be like, oh, okay, like everything was gonna be fine. But she instead just gets like her eyebrows all furrowed together all angrily. You think it's funny when security guards have to kick skaters off of property? Do you think that's what they want to do with their day? And my friend's kind of confused, and listen, if a security guard were to come up to us when we were skating and tell us to leave, we would just leave. We didn't want any problems. We didn't want to cause any issues. But my friend, trying to be a smart aleck in this situation, says, well, I mean, they're kind of there to do their job, so yeah, I think that's what they want to do with their day. And we would never try to cause issues, but I mean, in a way, he's right. Like, lady, if the security guard comes and says don't skate here, we'll leave.
But yeah, it's kind of his job to keep the building secure, so if he comes and does it, I don't think it's like some super big annoyance. Maybe if we were a different group of kids that were just gonna fight Paul Blart if he told us to get out of there, it would be a different story, but none of us were going to do that. None of us were like that. And then she starts going off about how obviously my friend has no respect for anyone in the security industry, and it's one of the most dangerous jobs around. Which, I don't know how she jumped to that conclusion. I mean, first of all, yes, are security guards further in danger than like a normal job? Sure. Let's not pretend that the average security guard walking around the mall, though, is like tackling suspects on a daily basis. And on top of it, I don't know what my friend's saying, yeah, I mean, it's just their job to beat a smart aleck, makes you think that he just doesn't respect anyone who does it or doesn't think the job has any danger to it. He didn't say that. It's not like he walked up to this lady and said, oh, is your husband a security guard? Yeah, bet you he's a big poo-poo stinky head. Security guards suck. I don't respect them at all. If I see a security guard, I'm gonna try to punch them. No one said that. But she's just talking about how kids on skateboards have no respect for anyone. Yeah, you know how it is. When I got my first skateboard, it came with a little instruction booklet in the box. I opened it up. I was like, my first complete skateboard. This is awesome. And it said, okay, now that you have a skateboard, there's a few ground rules that you have to know. First of all, if anyone says that skateboarding sucks, hit them with the skateboard. Do it as fast as possible. And if anyone says that they deserve respect, then you need to spit in their eye. That's what I was told when I got my skateboard. I'm pretty sure that's what everyone does, right? I mean, let me know in the comments section. I'm pretty sure every skateboard comes with instructions that you are not allowed to respect anyone. Obviously, that's a joke, but like, I don't understand what people having a skateboard has to do with disrespecting people. You're just gonna make a big sweeping generalization. Everybody named Tony is a tiger who loves Frosted Flakes. Like, okay, what about Tony who's not a tiger and doesn't love Frosted Flakes? Somewhere out there is probably some like posh British skateboarder. He does a kickflip down a stair set and then goes, oh yes, a pip pip cheerio. I sure do love my mummy for getting me into skateboarding. I don't think every skateboarder is disrespectful. Like, sure, have I seen videos on YouTube where skaters are kind of in the wrong and they're just being a jerk? Yeah, but I think any group of people can have that, bro. You can probably find a video of any person from any group being stupid at some point. If it's a big enough group. Like, if over 1 million people are into a hobby, then there's going to be someone that's made it look stupid before. It's just a numbers game at that point. But whatever, my friend starts trying to defuse the situation and just says, look, we'll skate back up to the skate park, we'll let you be, and we'll just catch the next bus, which is the mature thing to do. Did he have to do that? No. They could have just gotten over it and gotten on the bus. That's probably what I would have done, but just not wanting it to be an issue, not wanting the bus driver to have to deal with it, not wanting maybe bus security to have to deal with it. See, he does respect them. He's just like, we're gonna skate out of here. So they all start picking up their stuff to go back to the skate park, and the buses would come every like 30 minutes. So it sucked, but it really wasn't that big of a deal. But as they go skating away, the Karen stands up and is like, where do you think you're going? And my friend turns around confused and kind of says, well, you said that you didn't want us there. You don't like us. You're yelling at us. You're saying we don't respect anyone. So we will just wait until the next bus because we do not want to cause any problems. And she's just going off now about how they're being so dramatic and they're the ones that started the problem and they're not going anywhere. And she's going to make them get on this bus. I don't know why she decided to go that route, man. If you're arguing with someone and you hate them and you're like, oh, you suck, you've ruined anything, and they say, we're gonna leave, and then you start being like, you're not gonna leave, I think that's kind of on you at that point. Like, oh, these kids are so annoying, we're gonna leave. No, you're not. Like, oh, well, then what do you want them to do, man? And now my friend's getting increasingly annoyed. I would have snapped already. He's got a little bit more patience than me, but he's kind of like, listen, we're not getting on this bus. We don't want to ride on the bus with you. We'll just leave you alone. Like, stop. And they go to turn, and he has his skateboard in his hand, and when he turns and steps away, he feels something on the trucks, and he looks back, and this Karen has her hands like mall grabbing the trucks on the skateboard and is pulling back. And so he just has his hand around the skateboard, and he says, let go of my stuff. And she's like, no, I'm gonna take this with me. If you're not gonna get on the bus, then you're losing the skateboard. And he's like, you're not gonna take my skateboard. You're just not gonna do that, like, give it to me. And they're just kind of having this standoff where they're both pulling on it, but not really hard. Like, they're just kind of going back and forth gently. And she says, let go of the board. And he just says, I'm not going to let go of my skateboard because it was his. I don't think you have the right to just take stuff. And she tries to be all like tough lady, I'm stronger than you kids, and pulls really hard on the skateboard. Well, the only issue with that is my friend kind of saw it coming, because she did the thing where you kind of dig your heels in a little bit and you like squat down to get ready to get a rip on it, like you're in a rowing machine or something. I don't know, your parents might have made that up for you to get into college, but maybe you're actually on the rowing team. But since it's so telegraphed, my friend realizes that she's about to pull on the skateboard very hard, so he does something that, listen, was it the nicest thing in the world? No. Was it hilarious and deserved because she's trying to steal his things? Yes. And he just lets go of his end. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen what happens when someone pulls something really hard and the other person lets go, but she yanks hard and there's just no resistance, so she just goes flying backwards, and the skateboard kind of goes up above her head and kind of around to her back, and it like hits her in the back because she's just yanked it so hard, and it kind of flipped through the air, and she falls backwards, and she's like, oh, you threw the skateboard at me. And my friend says, I didn't throw the skateboard at you, I let it go when you were gonna pull on it. Because like, he didn't throw it at her. I mean, he just saw she was about to yank it, and so he just kind of was like, all right, you do that. But because of the way it had like flung up, it had smacked her back and then bounced a little bit and like gone down the road, and it was rolling down the road. And she's still trying to say that he threw the skateboard at her, and he's like, I did not throw the skateboard at you. And then she gets up and starts trying to run after the skateboard. But listen, it's rolling downhill, it's going pretty quick, and it's not like this lady is in marathon sprinting shape. Anyways, my friend starts to run after the board too, and now they're kind of racing, but he's a lot faster than her, so he passes her and is closer to the board. And as he gets close to the board, where like he can grab the tail end of it, he sees something fly past his face, and he's confused, so he looks back and he sees her kind of hobbling down the road, so he looks back to what she had thrown, and she had taken off her shoe and thrown it at him to try to like stop him from getting the skateboard. I don't know. It didn't really do anything. I feel like if anything, that would make me more sure that I gotta get my skateboard and get out of here, is when you start throwing shoes at me. Like, clearly this is not gonna end well. I gotta go. But he dodges the shoe. I guess he didn't dodge it, she just missed. Grabs his board and turns around to sprint past her. And maybe at this point, she's got one shoe off. She's in the middle of the intersection chasing a kid with a skateboard. She would probably give up. But no, when he turns around and starts trying to sprint back to all of our friends who are still at the bus stop, she drops into like the kick returner stance. If you've ever watched football, you know when they do the kickoff? And the guy's running back and they're just all trying to tackle him. Like, that's what she gets ready to do. Probably try to tackle him. And so he's running towards her because he has to go past her. He has no option. And she's just looking like she's going to tackle him. And as he's sprinting there, she's yelling, like, I'm going to get that skateboard. Like, if it's the last thing I do, Scooby-Doo villain type stuff. And so he's getting close and he's ready for her to, like, throw something at him, attack him or whatever. But he just sprints right past her. I almost think she didn't realize how fast he was going because he gets past her and just keeps running. And all of this is going on in the middle of the road. And now one of the lights have changed. So while all this is happening, there's like cars coming in and they're honking the horn because there's these idiots in the middle of the road chasing after a skateboard, throwing shoes at each other. And so my friend keeps running back to the group with the skateboard, but the Karen turns her anger on traffic and starts yelling at them for not helping her get the skateboard. Yeah, because all these people that are just like trying to drive to the grocery store really want to help you, random lady, steal something from some kid who's very clearly trying to run away from you. Anyways, my friend gets back to the group. They decide that they're gonna run back to the skate park and hang out till the next bus, so they do it. They go back to the bus stop. The lady's not there. They get on the bus. They go about their day. And, yeah, basically some lady just tried to attack him and steal his skateboard and threw a shoe at him, which I know is very disrespectful in some culture.
Alright, so this story actually takes place at a friend of mine's house. I'm gonna call him Trevor for the purpose of the video. And Trevor and I were like in that weird stage of friendship where you hang out at school, but you don't really hang out outside of school. Like, I had never been over to his house, but I considered him one of my friends, you know. And one day he's like, yo, bro, you should come over and hang out with a couple of other dudes who were going over to hang out and like skate after school. So I was like, all right, bet, I'll be there. And I didn't think anything of it, obviously, because it's not like I had any ill intentions. I'm not trying to become friends with this dude to fight his dad. Believe it or not, that was not on my to-do list when I decided to go hang out. But whatever, I go over, and sure enough, everybody's just kind of in the front yard. He had a rail set up, and people were just kind of skating and hanging out. And so I'm hanging out there, and I said, hey man, is it cool if I grab like a water from the fridge? And Trevor looks at me and he goes, yeah, of course. In fact, if you want a soda or anything, just go for it, just grab it. So obviously at that point, I'm like, okay, sweet, I'm gonna grab a water. And since Trevor said it's okay, I'm gonna grab a soda, right? I know it's like rude to grab something without asking, so I would have never just like grabbed a soda out of the fridge unless Trevor had said it's okay. But I go into his garage and I'm the only kid in the garage, and his dad is kind of sitting there like watching something on TV in the garage, and they had a pretty deep garage, so I actually hadn't seen him until I came into the garage. Just the way the sun was kind of coming over the house, it was just kind of shadowy. So I walk in and I say, oh, hi. And he goes, hi, I don't know you. And I said, oh, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Ryan, right? And so I walk over to the fridge and I open it and I grab a water, and there's a bunch of soda there, and there's like one can of Coke left, right? And then there was like 50 cans of Pepsi. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a Pepsi because it would be rude to take the last Coke. That was honestly what I was thinking, that like if I had one Coke left and someone took it, I wouldn't want that to happen, so I'll take a Pepsi. And I grab a Pepsi, and as soon as I put my hands on it, I hear like a growl noise, and I'm a little confused, and I look over and I see that his dad's staring at me, and his like friendly demeanor has now shifted into a face that's like a scowl. He's not seeming too thrilled anymore, and so I kind of stand back up, and when I stand up, I take the Pepsi out and I go, I literally say, and he goes, did someone tell you that you could take that Pepsi? And obviously I'm a little bit confused, and I literally go, me? Because I'm the only person in the garage, but I'm like, yeah, I just introduced myself, bro. You just saw me take it, you know? And he's like, who do you think I'm talking to? There's nobody else in this garage. Who told you that you were allowed to take a soda out of my fridge? And I'm like, oh, Trevor did. And he's like, well, that's funny, because last time I checked, Trevor isn't the person paying for the groceries around here. So how about you put that soda back? Because I didn't say that you were allowed to take one. Do you know how rude it is to come into someone's garage and start taking stuff that they've paid for? And I'm literally just like gobsmacked confused in this moment, because I'm just like, I don't even know what to say. This dude's giving me this lecture about how it's rude to take stuff out of the fridge, but like his kid had literally told me it was okay to take a soda. And so I start kind of trying to defend myself, and I'm getting a little irritated because, you know, I just think it's a misunderstanding. And I go, no, you don't understand. Your kid told me I could. I didn't realize that you weren't cool with it. And he's like, oh, so now you're going to try to throw my son under the bus for you not having any manners? And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying this is anyone's fault. But you're acting like I'm coming in here trying to take your stuff out of nowhere when it's not my fault that I was told it was okay to grab a soda. And at this point, the dad walks over and is like, with me next to the fridge, and we're kind of arguing back and forth, and he opens it up and he goes, why would you grab a Pepsi? Why would you grab a Pepsi? Keep in mind, in this fridge, there's one Coke and a bunch of Pepsi. Like, you know, Pepsi's my soda. I buy that for me to drink. So the fact that you would take a Pepsi makes me think that you're trying to come in here and disrespect me. And I'm like, dude, believe it or not, I don't know what your favorite soda is. I don't know you. There was one Coke left, and I thought it would be more rude to take the last one than to take something that there's a bunch left of, right? Like, I don't know, bro. That was really my thought process. I didn't realize that the Pepsi was not supposed to be taken. I didn't realize Pepsi's a dad soda. If you're under the age of 25, Pepsi is illegal. Like, I didn't know that, dude. No one's ever ID'd me to get a Pepsi, which I'm not gonna lie is probably a pretty smart alecky thing to say, you know. But regardless, at that point, I'm irritated. This dude is acting like I'm really out here trying to steal a soda. I can get a soda, thank you though. But I'm being a smart aleck, and he's like, you know what? I don't like your attitude. Put the water and the Pepsi back and get out of my garage. And at that point, I'm like, okay. So I just drop it on the floor, which not the best thing to do, okay? It's not like my maturity level is where it is now. I wouldn't have done this now. But when I drop it, the Pepsi pops. And he's like, you're making a mess. And I go, I'm leaving. And I just start to walk out of the garage. And I want to say, you know, obviously popping the Pepsi. If you're watching this, angry dad, I apologize. I didn't think it was gonna do that, bro. I really did not. In the moment, I thought it was gonna like hit the floor and roll, you know, which which still doesn't make much sense. I just shouldn't have dropped it. But like, it's not like I set out with the goal to throw the Pepsi on the ground and cause a mess. And I apologize if you're watching this, bro. But either way, I start leaving and he is yelling now that like, get out, get out. And I'm like, I'm leaving, bro. And that's when I kind of feel him like right behind me. And he's not pushing me out of the garage, but he's walking like faster and I have to keep walking faster to stay away from him. So I get out of the garage. And at that point, everyone in the streets just kind of turned and watching this. No one's skating anymore. And Trevor's sitting there slack-jawed because his dad is like beat red with anger, like escorting me off the property. And I walk past my skateboard in my backpack and I go, bro, if I'm gonna leave, I gotta get my stuff. And he's like, no, you're not gonna get your stuff. It's on my property. And I'm like, I'm not leaving without my stuff. And at that point, I turn around and it's not like I can do anything, bro. I'm a kid. Like this dad is like gonna toss me through a plate window if I try to do anything. But I'm like, look, dude, I have to get my stuff. I can't leave without it. And at that point, he's literally like an inch from my face and he's yelling. And you know when someone's yelling and you can feel the spit hitting your face, like the heat from their voice? That's how close he is to me. And he's like, if you're not off the property in the next 10 seconds, then I'm fighting you. And at that point, everyone around me kind of gets up and starts trying to break us up. And Trevor's like, what happened? What happened? And his dad's like, your moron of a friend took one of my Pepsis. And Trevor's like, I told him he could take a soda. And his dad's like, well, I didn't say that you could tell your friends that. So you know what? This is your problem. You get him out of here in the next 10 seconds or I'm beating him up. And at that point, Trevor looks at me and he's like, I'm sorry. And it's like, it's cool. I just need my stuff. So he goes over, he grabs my skateboard and my backpack and he runs back over. And the entire time his dad's like dramatically counting down, bro. 10, 9, 8, 7. And I'm like, I'm going. And I get on my skateboard and I get down the driveway when he gets to 1. And like now I'm on the street. And you know, I'm not saying I'm like the fastest skateboarder on the planet. I'm not setting speed records, but like I can definitely skate faster than someone not in their physical prime can run. And I look back and I'm really confused because the dad is like running down the driveway. And I'm almost like, is he trying to scare me? Because there's no way he's going to be able to catch me. And he's running and he's like, I said, get off my property. And I'm skating away and I'm not trying to egg him on, but I'm just laughing because it's just so absurd, bro. Like, obviously this entire situation is just one big misunderstanding. You know, none of this was intentional. The entire thing's just a disaster. I think it's hilarious, but I guess he thinks I'm laughing at him because he starts to like run even faster. Well, as I said, this dude's not in like the prime of his physical shape. Probably hadn't run in a while because as he's running down the driveway, he like trips and eats crap, bro. And he doesn't fall soft, you know. I think there's something to be said if you like play a sport or something where you fall a lot, you kind of learn how to fall. Not that it like looks graceful to ever eat crap, but you know, if you're a sprinter, you kind of know how to fall if you're sprinting. If you're a skater, you kind of learn how to fall. You're in football, you learn how to get tackled. Well, this guy apparently hadn't fallen in a bit because he falls hard. And when he falls, I just like stop laughing and turn and just start skating. And it wasn't because, you know, I didn't want to make sure he's okay. I just assumed that if he got up and saw me still standing there laughing, that he was going to be even angrier. And at that point, I kind of felt like, you know, not that it's about winning the situation, but if you're running after me and you fall, like, all right, that's probably the place to leave that, you know? So whatever, I go home, bro, and I'm sitting there and I start getting texts and I look and it's from Trevor and he's like, bro, I am so sorry. I should have told you not to touch the Pepsi. Another one of the kids that had been like at his house skating, I guess, had been like taking a lot of sodas home. And so later that day, his dad had talked to Trevor and been like, is that the kid that keeps stealing all my Pepsi? And Trevor was like, what are you talking about? Come to find out, another kid that was a part of that group, not me, had been like, yeah, going into the garage and taking 5 or 6 cans at a time. And his dad had just noticed that like, damn, I used to have to buy Pepsi once a week and now I've got to go and like buy it all the time because it's always gone. Who's doing it? So he had just assumed, he should have asked, that like I was the person who had been taking all of his Pepsi. Not that it would have made it okay, you know, but I guess in my mind it made a little bit more sense why he was just so heated about me touching the Pepsi. But from my perspective, bro, I'm like, what is going on? I was told to come get a soda and now I'm getting yelled at and like screamed at for getting a soda. All in all, though, I probably would have not won the fight. It's pretty good that I got to just skate away, you know. It's not like I'm a physical specimen out here. If YouTube boxing was my sport, I probably would have a losing record, you know. So all in all, I guess getting out of there was all right. I did not really go back to Trevor's house house after that. You know, we stayed friends, but no offense, I wasn't really trying to go over and get screamed at for taking a Coke this time. So we just kind of stopped hanging out at his house.
Alright, so obviously somebody sent this in to me, and the person who did lives in an area where, you know, you can see your neighbor's house, but you can't exactly make out a bunch of details of what's going on. They have a little bit of space between the houses. Regardless, the house that was next door to them ended up going for sale, and, you know, it ended up selling pretty quickly, and a single dude in his 40s ended up moving in, and he seemed nice enough. He came over and introduced himself and was like, hey, I'm new to the neighborhood, you know, I just moved in next door. And honestly, the person who sent this to me just thought it was going to be like any other neighbor you have, which is essentially you basically forget they exist unless you're looking at them or like talking to them, and you don't need to remember that they're there. In my opinion, that's the ultimate good type of neighbor. You guys get along, but it's not like you feel some weird obligation to be checking in all the time. You know, if somebody were to break into your house, they'd call the cops, but you're also not going to pretend that you want to go hang out with them on Friday night. Let's be realistic here. If you're really aware that your neighbors exist, either they're your friends or they're horrible neighbors. I feel like the best type of neighbor is like a good waiter. They always keep your water glass full, but they're not standing over your shoulder the entire meal making sure that you eat it all. You know, you basically, for the most part, should have a great time interacting with them when you interact, but other than that, whatever, you should just live your life and do your thing, you know? Regardless, the subscriber instantly knew something was going to be weird, not from the second he introduced himself, but from like a couple nights after he moved in. He had just so happened to be in his backyard shooting this airsoft gun that he had just got in, and it was late at night, probably like midnight or so, and all of a sudden he hears from his neighbor's property where the guy had just moved in a bunch of howling. But, you know, he can't really, like, distinguish what type of howling it is, which, if you've lived somewhere your entire life, is pretty easy to do. Like, you know, if you've lived in one area your entire life, you just kind of become familiar with what sounds are normal and which ones aren't. He knew what a coyote howling sounded like. He knew what a wolf sounding howled like, or a wolf howling sounded like. I flipped that around, sorry. Regardless, though, he's really confused by this howling, because it sounds like it's, you know, just some different type of animal trying to howl, like almost as if a bear had been listening to some coyotes talking and was like, hey, I'm gonna go try to pick up on that language, you know, the Chicago Bears are becoming bilingual. Regardless, you know, he's hearing this weird howl, he thinks it's a bear howling, and decides that it's his best interest to go figure out what it is. Now, at this point, you know, I'm not agreeing with this action, you know, call me crazy, but if I was there and I started hearing a howl that sounded like a bear trying to imitate a coyote, I would simply go the other direction, back inside to the very, very safe indoors. But the person who sent this to me is obviously different because they went to investigate. You know, and investigating weird noises in the woods always seems like a recipe for disaster. But I especially want to point out that it's stupid because he thought it was a bear and he only had an airsoft gun. Like, what, dude? If you go out there and it is a bear, what are you gonna do? Shoot it with the airsoft gun? All that's gonna do is piss it off. Then it's gonna enjoy eating you more than it already would have, and it's angry, you know? I'm just saying, if you're gonna go exploring for the bear, you might want to have something a little bit better than an airsoft gun to protect yourself. Regardless, he starts moving towards the howling, and he gets near the property line between him and his neighbor, and there was a couple trees, so he's looking through the trees, and he sees this small fire in his neighbor's backyard. Which, you know, isn't really that weird. People have fires in their backyard all the time in this area. It's not like it's a super bizarre sight. But what is really weird to the person who sent this to me is what the neighbor is doing around the fire. You know, instead of just sitting there in a chair, sitting back, relaxing, he's like running around the fire, doing a dance, howling. Obviously, he couldn't make out every detail because he was a little bit away. It's literally by the firelight, you know, and he's looking through some trees. But that being said, he's like 95% sure that his neighbor is in a loincloth with like a wolf's head on, like a hat type of thing, literally running around, howling around the fire and like doing a dance. And he's just kind of looking at it, processing it for quite a long time, because obviously you're just kind of like, what? His first thought is WTF, because, you know, it's not every day that your new neighbor ends up like trying to do some secret wolf ritual to become the ultimate alpha male of the pack. You know, you never expect to see a dude outside
outside in a loincloth with a wolf's head on, chanting, going like, I am the werewolf. Regardless, he just kind of takes it in for a bit, as you would, you know, definitely not what he was expecting. And he's like, wow, this neighbor seemed like normal. You know, I had gotten kind of a weird vibe, but I never expected this. And so he's watching his neighbor dance and howl around the fire for a bit, but then something happens that took it from just like something weird to something that almost made him crap himself. Out of nowhere, his neighbor like stops his dance and his chanting routine, drops onto all fours, almost like he's gonna bear crawl, right? Which, you know, is very similar to a dog pose, and overall he's like, what's happening, dude? Why is this guy dropping into a bear crawl stance? Why is he chanting around the fire? So many questions. But the real terrifying part is this guy drops into this like bear crawl pose and then starts to go the opposite direction of the person, like towards the other end of his property away from the subscriber, right? But when he starts to bear crawl away, you know, there's a certain speed you expect a person to be able to bear crawl. He says this dude is flying while he's bear crawling. Like, he's bear crawling faster than the subscriber would be able to sprint, you know, and he's just sitting there like, what is happening? Is this like some weird half-human, half-wolf hybrid? And at that point, he decides he's had enough. He just witnessed this dude going 30 miles per hour mid-bear crawl and is like trying to realize that he's living next to Superman, so he decides to go back to his house and get some sleep. The entire time he's walking back into his house, he's like, dude, I have to be hallucinating. Like, there's no way that was real. I just witnessed my neighbor doing some weird ritual around a fire with a wolf head on, and then he dropped onto all floors and took off with the speed and fuel efficiency of a Volkswagen Jetta. Like, that's just not something that should happen, you know? So obviously he goes inside, he goes to bed. He's trying to tell himself it's a hallucination, but like the entire time he's telling himself that, he's getting this weird feeling in his body that's like, that was not a hallucination, you know? We may be stupid sometimes, but you can't convince me that that dude bear crawling 30 miles an hour was normal, is what his brain's replying, right? But what really freaked him out is the next day, there's a knock on the door, and he answers it, and his neighbor's standing there in normal clothes and is like, hey, can you talk for a second? And he's like, sure. And the neighbor starts to ask him if he heard any weird howling last night. And obviously, not wanting to give away that he had seen this dude's wolf ritual, he decides to play dumb. And he's like, oh, yeah, I heard some howling, but I just figured it was a pack of coyotes or something. You know, I didn't really know what it was. I'm not too familiar with animal noises. Obviously, you know, he's not going to come out and be like, yeah, why were you by the fire doing wolf rituals and then crawling with the speed of a small car? And when he says that he didn't know what it was and he thought it was the coyote, he gets even more concerned because the neighbor's face, like, relaxes right away, you know? Almost as if he's happy to have heard that, and he's like, oh yeah, that's what I thought too, you know, I just figured I'd come ask because it scared me. I'm not from the city, or I'm not from here, so like, I'm not used to noises like that, so I figured I would come ask you and just see what it was, but you think it was a coyote, so yeah, I figured that's what it is too. And at that point, the subscriber's getting really creeped out, because he's like, what is this dude doing? You know, I'm playing dumb, but so is he. Obviously, it wasn't coyotes, I saw this dude doing it, but like, he was doing the weird howling last night, and now he's knocking on the neighbor's door and double checking that they didn't hear anything weird, and he's saying that he knew it was coyotes too. Did he like think he had seen me in the woods or something? He's just starting to get really creeped out, because imagine this, bro. You see your neighbor doing some weird stuff late at night. The next day they're knocking on the door like, did you see anything weird? Huh? I'm just asking. Anyways, they talk back and forth for a bit, and then finally the neighbor, like, just, I guess his suspicions are destroyed, or like, you know, he doesn't think that there's anything weird going on, so he decides to leave. But from the second the guy leaves, the subscriber's like, all right, I've got a weird feeling that we're not necessarily done with this yet, you know? You know when you're like walking away from something and you've just got a feeling that it's gonna come back at some point? That's the feeling he got when he closed the door and the neighbor went away, which, to be fair, probably should have been obvious. I mean, let's be honest here. Your neighbor thinks he's a werewolf, he's doing rituals in his backyard, then he's knocking on the door and acting like nothing weird happened. I mean, you know, I'm not saying you deserved anything weird to happen or that he's not weird, but it's pretty obvious that the situation had to have gotten more bizarre. You know, I think a guy thinking he's a werewolf is already weird enough. It's not like anything from this point can really be a surprise. You know, like once somebody has punched grandma in the face, everything's off limits. You never know when someone's throwing a plastic chair at the barbecue. Someone already punched grandma, there's no such thing as something being off limits. Anyways, for about a month after that weird conversation, there's no issues. And then sure enough, one night, about a month later, he starts starts hearing that howling again. He knows it's not a coyote, and, he knows that he probably shouldn't go make sure that it's his neighbor being a crazy person, but he can't help himself. So he works up the courage to go out and see what the howling's from, and he's really hoping that he gets over there and it's not his neighbor, that he just gets over there and his brain will finally be like, see, you idiot, look, it was a wolf the entire time. You were just hallucinating. Anyways, he's going to investigate, and he sneaks through the wood, and he sees the same thing, bro. The guy's doing his ritual around the fire, wolf hat on, the whole shebang, howling, the whole nine. And the only thing that freaks him out right away is the guy's looking his direction this time, and he looks directly at him and then looks away. And for some reason, he's like, he saw me, The guy goes back to his dancing and stuff, but he just gets this really weird feeling that the dude has seen him. So he kind of grows back into the tree line a little bit to try to conceal him. And regardless, the neighbor's doing his thing, jumping around the fire. And then all of a sudden he stops and he does that thing where he drops onto all fours. Except this time, instead of going the opposite direction, he starts bear crawling as fast as he can, which is surprisingly fast towards the subscriber who's thought he was hidden in the tree line. And at that point, he's looking at it for a second and he realizes, oh, he's coming at me. He's not just coming this direction, he is coming to me. So at that point, he drops everything, turns around, and starts running, literally about to crap himself, which, who can blame him, dude? Imagine being in this situation. You hear howling, you're outside hiding behind some trees. There's a grown man in a loincloth bear crawling at you with the speed of a car. And then, you just don't know what's about to happen. Of course you'd be scared about to crap yourself. Anybody would in that situation. I don't care who you are. You could be the toughest person on the planet. If somebody just starts bear crawling at you unhumanly fast, you're freaking out. Anyways, he starts running back to his house, but his surprise is that instead of hearing nothing behind him, he hears something gaining on him. And so he's kind of like, there's no way that this guy is literally bear crawling fast enough to catch up with me as I'm running. The number one rule if you're running away from something, though, you don't turn back and look. The only thing it's gonna do is slow you down or freak you out if they're really close to you. Anyways, they break the rule and they look back to see what's gaining on them. And all they see is the top of the wolf head crawling right behind them and gaining on them. So they turn around and start trying to run even faster. But the only problem is, at that point, by turning around, you can't run as fast, They're freaking out. They're even more scared because they realize that this person's bear crawling and going to catch up to them. And so, even with all their might, with that boost of fear, it's just not enough to keep him from catching up to him. And he feels the wolfman grab him on his shoulder. And instead of tackling him and taking a chunk out of his arm with the first bite, he just spins him around. And now they're probably 6 inches from each other's face. They're practically kissing. And they just start screaming because they're both scared, right? It was almost as if the wolfman didn't think that he was actually going to be able to catch him. And so he grabbed him and turned him around, not really thinking about it. And obviously, you just got turned around by the wolfman. So they're just screaming, both freaking out, I don't know why the wolfman was surprised you did chase him down. That entire time you're bear crawling after him and grabbing him. What did you think he was gonna do? Did you think he was gonna turn around and be like, oh, this is a perfectly normal situation. I've been kidnapped by werewolves multiple times in my life. Obviously, he's gonna be screaming. And why are you screaming? It's just, I just don't understand. Regardless, they're just kind of screaming in each other's faces. And finally, the werewolf guy kind of realizes that he's not trying to fight back. He just has his hand on his shoulder and he's like, wait, you're not trying to hunt me? And obviously, the subscriber's like, what? Hunt you? What are you talking about? Why would I be trying to hunt you? I'm not crazy. I understand that you're a man dressed up like a wolf, I don't think I'm gonna hunt you. And obviously the guy kind of looks at him weird and he goes, I'm not dressed like a wolf. I'll have you know that I am a werewolf. This is part of my transformation. And the reason that I thought you were hunting me is because that everyone wants to hunt a werewolf. And immediately he's like, oh, my neighbor thinks that he's a werewolf. He's wearing this wolf hat once a month and he thinks that he's a werewolf and people want to hunt him. Anyways, he tries to be like, dude, I don't really believe in werewolves, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to be hunting you because, I just don't believe in werewolves. And he thinks that's probably the best way out of this is to just, he's not saying you suck for thinking you're a werewolf. He's just saying, I personally don't do the whole werewolf thing. But somehow the neighbor thinks that him doubling down on werewolves not existing is the weird part of this, even though he's literally dressed like a wolf howling at the full moon. And so he kind of like does a spin in a circle and he goes, if you really think werewolves aren't real, then what would you call me? You know, as if that was supposed to make the guy be like, oh yeah, you're right. Now that I'm seeing you do a 360, werewolves do exist. My goodness, you're not just my weird neighbor in a loincloth screaming at the moon in the backyard. Nope, no way, that's not what's happening. Like honestly, if you weren't right in front of me and just shown that you had the ability to bear crawl faster than a car, I would call you crazy, somebody that thinks they're a werewolf and is like actually chanting at the full moon and thinking they're transforming into an animal. I would call you nuts. You know, that being said, it's probably not a good idea to look at somebody that thinks they're a werewolf and transform into a creature on the full moon and go, I think that you are nuts. And even, you know, let's pretend werewolves do exist for a second, right? You know, like let's pretend that they are real. Even if you do exist and you are a werewolf, right? Why would he be hunting you? Like, I just don't understand why your neighbor, who hasn't been hunting you so far, would magically just want to be hunting you if he didn't even know what your howl was the last time. Anyways, the subscriber's just kind of standing there hearing him listen to this, and he's realizing that this guy's nuts, so he probably shouldn't go around telling him that, like, he's not a werewolf, you're crazy, so he just decides to roll with it, and he goes, oh, okay, I guess that's fair enough, you know, that's fair. If werewolves aren't real, then how would I explain you? Because obviously, when somebody's just, like, this crazy thinking they're a werewolf, bro, it's probably easier to just roll with it. I mean, I'm not saying that it's normal to think you're a werewolf, but if somebody's like, I'm a vampire, you know, and it's not your family member and you're just kind of dealing with them at the grocery store, it's probably easier to smile and nod and go, yeah, you are. You know, you don't want to be the person to tell him he's crazy. We all are in agreement here, but that's not your responsibility, because in this situation, you're screwed either way. You either do live next door to a werewolf, which who would want to live next door to a werewolf, or you live next to a dude who thinks he's a werewolf. And both of those are not exactly super fun, and neither of those sound like the type of person who you want to be on the bad side of, you know? If he is an actual werewolf, it's not like you want him thinking of you next full moon, and if he's just a crazy dude, you just want him to kind of forget you exist. Let's just, you know, drop off the radar, call Lester, remove our wanted level from the werewolf real quick, you know, it's just that simple. And so, obviously, he's trying to twist it now and convince him that he's not a werewolf hunter, and he goes, oh, yo, remember last time we talked, I told you that I didn't recognize the howling, so when I heard it this time, I just came to investigate. I don't want to hurt you, you know, I'm not a hunter at all. And the neighbor looks very relieved as he's saying this because he's letting his guard down. He's like, oh, okay, bet he's not a werewolf hunter, which, you know, I didn't realize was actually still a job. Call me crazy, you know, I'm not browsing Indeed.com quite often, but I didn't realize that werewolf hunting was still a booming career profession. Maybe it's on the way out, you know? None of my friends went to a school that had a werewolf hunting program that you could get a degree in, or would it be more of like just a very specific type of exterminator? You know, there's the type of guy that deals with rats like Ratatouille, you know, maybe a guy deals with some other vermin, some raccoons, some possums, something like that. But every now and then, if you've got a really bad problem, Wallace and Gromit, in the case of the were-rabbit, you just call in the vampire werewolf hunter and he takes care of that. It's a experimental extermination trade you guys can go into. Regardless, at that point, it's almost like the neighbor trusts him and he can reveal his, werewolf secret. So he starts talking about how he's a werewolf and people in his last town were starting to hunt him, so he had to move here, and that's why he moved in such a hurry. And the entire time, the sub's just smiling and nodding, pretending that all of this makes sense, because, once again, you just don't want to be the dude to tell Crazy Werewolf Guy that he is a crazy werewolf dude, you know? Especially now if he's talking about how people are out to hunt him, it's definitely not worth it. And after a while, he finally gets the venting out about how hard it is to be a werewolf, and he looks at his neighbor and he shakes his hand and he goes, man, thank you for being cool about this, you know, usually people aren't very understanding about it. And he's like, oh, what do you mean people aren't understanding about you being a werewolf usually? And he's like, well, usually when I tell people that I'm a werewolf and I have the ability to shapeshift and every full moon I become a wolf, they get intimidated by my power and pull away. But I can tell that you have a true warrior spirit and understand the werewolf heart. I can, understand that you are not intimidated by my power. And listen, dude, I don't think they're pulling away because they're afraid of your werewolf power. They're afraid of sentences where people say that, like, if you do not have a warrior heart, you cannot understand the power of a werewolf. You know, it just kind of makes people maybe feel a little unsafe. Like, if I thought you were just friendly neighbor Hank, you know, you were over here fixing my fridge, and then you start telling me about how people are hunting you and you're a werewolf, I might just avoid avoid going outside if you're outside in the future. Nothing personal, I'm just afraid of werewolves. It's a phobia of mine, a really bad phobia of dogs. So werewolves, basically the same thing. I just can't be around it. No offense, Hank. Thanks for fixing the fridge. But I'm not going to take the chances of getting turned into a werewolf myself. Even better, dude, if you don't want to be around your neighbor and he's saying he's a werewolf, this is your perfect chance to just tell him you're allergic to dogs, because then he can't come around you. You're not calling him crazy. You're not saying you don't believe that he's a werewolf because, you don't want to be the person to do that. That's someone else's problem. That being said, you are giving him a reason that he can't come hang out with you that, he'll understand. Oh, fair enough. You're allergic to dogs? Yeah, you can't be around werewolf hair. That makes sense. Okay, does it really? No, but he thinks he's a werewolf, all right? We gotta work with what we got. Regardless, anyways, the neighbor finishes talking, and instead of just walking back to his property, no, that's not what a werewolf would do. He drops on all fours and goes back to his fire and just kind of leaves this dude standing there more confused than he's been in his entire life. Very few things I think are more confusing than the first time you meet an IRL werewolf, okay? Very intimidating, but he does have a warrior's heart, don't forget that. Regardless, he's just kind of standing there, goes inside and is thinking about it, and he's like, alright, obviously the dude might be a little bit out there, but I'm just gonna avoid crossing that neighbor and just avoid interacting with him in general, and he didn't go around telling people because he figured nobody would believe him. I mean, honestly, imagine going and being like, hey, the dude that just moved in? He thinks he's a werewolf, especially because what was really confusing, the dude acted normal every other time. It wasn't like he told anyone else he's a werewolf. It wasn't like he was being weird other than when it was a full moon, and then he's a werewolf. Seriously, dude was at H&R Block filing taxes at 4 p.m. and then howling at the moon at midnight type of vibe. A real werewolf professional. Each month without failure, though, on the full moon, he would, be out there howling, which, is something that you never really think in the modern times you're going to be hyper aware of. Maybe some people are super into the moon. I just feel like I would never really know if it's a full moon or not. But because of this dude's neighbor just out there doing his little wolf ritual thing, this subscriber has to keep track of the moon just to make sure he's not accidentally out in the backyard on a full moon. You got to know when the phases are coming. Just so that way you get your waning gibbous on, or whatever, waxing. I can't think of the other one. Regardless, there's moon phases and stuffs, but you don't want to be out there if your neighbor's a werewolf on a full moon. No, thank you. That's how you end up going missing and being a dog toy. Imagine somehow in all of this that he's actually a werewolf and we look crazy for just making fun of it and assuming he's just a little bit off the rocker, next time he actually transforms into a werewolf and throws a car at his neighbor's house with his newfound strength. I don't really know what werewolves get when they transform other than being a werewolf. I don't know if that comes with super strength or not, but it should. If you're gonna be cursed to turning into a monster once a month, you might as well be able to throw a car while you're the monster. Alright, so obviously whenever there's a good Minecraft kid story sent into me, I take interest. They tend to do pretty well. So when this one was sent into me, I definitely was paying attention. Basically, everybody has, at least I did, hopefully you guys can relate to this, when you were growing up, a kid in your neighborhood who was just a little bit weird, a little bit out there. There's a lot of kids that live in your neighborhood, but everybody knows that there's the one that collects lizard belts, just a little off. Regardless, I guess the person who sent this into me had one of those in the neighborhood that was a little bit of a Minecraft kid. And this past weekend, he had been outside hanging out with some of the other kids in the neighborhood, and they had just been playing some two-hand touch football out in the street. Overall, a relatively normal activity, not much going on, not video game related at all, and you would think it would be hard to assume that a bunch of kids playing two-hand touch football in the street were challenging you. Regardless, the house that they were playing in front of just happened to be a few houses down from one of the kids, the Minecraft kid, who didn't come outside a lot. And he was just kind of the definition of an iPad kid, just kind of glued to it, literally talked in Let's Play quotes. He didn't actually know any English that wasn't related to that. And on top of that, everything he touched, he just left that iPad goop residue on, which is just the absolute worst, dude. Listen, obviously I'm a fan of YouTube, but we all know the iPad kids that have literally just been raised by the internet, and dude, there's just something so gross about somebody that leaves trails of the stuff that they've touched around. Like, you know what I'm talking about, iPad goop. Like when somebody touches something and then there's just a sticky handprint of whatever they just grabbed, and you're like, how are you just carrying this much grossness with you at all times? Regardless, that was the vibe. And they were playing football, and they realized that he had come outside and was just kind of sitting on the front porch, like watching them play football kind of creepily. And obviously, everybody knew that this dude was a little bit of an iPad kid, and they were sort of weirded out, but they didn't want to be mean. They didn't want to make him feel left out. Like, nobody wants to go out of their way to make somebody feel bad. So they decided to ask him, like, hey, do you want to play, you know? Obviously, they figured that he might not because he's just an iPad kid. But they figured if they offer that way they could say they tried, and, you know, they didn't want him to feel left out and just feel like he had to sit there and watch them if he wanted to be involved. So they nicely ask if he wants to play, and the kid's reaction is to kind of like sneer at them a little bit, like give him a dirty look, and he's like, you guys think that I want to play football? Are you kidding me? Play football with you guys? And they're like, well, you don't have to, you know? That was kind of rude. We were just asking if you wanted to play, but you can say no thanks. And he's like, well, in that case, no thanks. I prefer tests of brain power, you know, games that actually challenge your cerebral cortex, like Minecraft, you know? And they're like, okay, man, cool. Honestly, you could have just said no. Like, you didn't have to add a reason, you know? You could have just said, no, I don't feel like playing football. And on top of that, I feel like adding, I like games that take brains is just unnecessarily calling them stupid, bro. Like, they're just trying to be nice. And I think the cringiest part is pretending that, like, Minecraft is some game that tests your strategy and, like, really keeps your brain sharp. Listen, I play Minecraft, but I'm not out here pretending that playing it's raising my IQ. I'm not saying you could play Minecraft without a brain. I don't think there's much you could do without a brain, to be honest. I'm just saying it's not like the #1 big cerebral 500 IQ game that comes to brain, whatever. I apparently am too stupid. Comes to my mind when I'm thinking about brain games, you know? Like, that's just not what I'm thinking about. Like, in my mind, if somebody's like, oh, no, I've mastered the game of chess, I've become a grandmaster, that's when I would assume that they're like, I don't prefer silly little games, I'll play chess. I would say Minecraft takes about as much brain power as, like, any other casual video game where you don't have to do a whole lot of thinking. No offense, Minecraft players, you know, I'm not saying you're dumb, I'm just saying, like, Call of Duty doesn't take a whole lot of brain power either. Skate 3 isn't like I'm stressing my brain out. I don't feel like it would be a very relaxing experience if every time I played Skate 3, whatever, I, like, felt my bones breaking every time I fell. No, thank you. Sometimes video games are supposed to be brainless. I know someone's in the comments, like, writing a 50-page essay about how much strategy goes into a Minecraft game. Listen, I'm sure that there's plenty of ways you can take it seriously and apply strategy, but, you know, it's not a brain game. The same way Call of Duty isn't, like, training your brain. Could you imagine? Yeah, I don't really need school. I play a lot of Battlefield, so my education's kind of covered. Calling any, like, casual game a brain game to me is just insanely cringe. Even brain games themselves, bro. Like, what was that one from the Nintendo DS? Anyways, whatever, I'm getting off topic. They're like, all right, man, whatever floats your boat. You go ahead and play Minecraft then and have yourself an amazing time, you know. If you don't want to play, that's cool. And he's like, you know I could destroy you in football, right? Like, if I wanted to. Like, if I really felt like just destroying you, I could. But, you know, I just don't want to. And they're all like, all right, man, cool, you know, rolling their eyes a little bit. And he's like, no, I really could. Like, trust me, I've played enough Minecraft to know that I could destroy you at football. And at that point, everybody's kind of curious to hear how these are connected at all. Like, obviously, they're a little annoyed, but they're just gonna play along because it's so weird. Nobody knows why he's acting like this, why he's being so aggro, so they're just like, what? So they ask how he knows he can destroy him at football, and he's like, well, obviously, football's a stupid little game that doesn't take much brain power. And he pushes up his anime, like, glasses all anime style, you know? And he says, Minecraft, as you know, takes a lot of brain power, and the amount of Minecraft that I've played has shown me how to strategize not only in Minecraft, but in basically every game ever. So even though football's stupid and doesn't take a lot of brain power, I feel like my Minecraft experience is going to allow me to run circles around you guys if I feel like it. And everyone is standing around kind of like, alright bro, not really sure how football and Minecraft are related in strategy. Like, these two things seem very far apart, but whatever. whatever. And so they kind of challenge him and they're like, all right, well then you pick a team, and if your team beats us, then we'll shut up, and obviously you're just the smartest person ever. And he's like, fine, I agree to your challenge, which is obviously the wrong move, dude. I'm sorry. Even if you're cracked at Minecraft, #1 Bed Wars player in the universe, it just has nothing in common with American football in the slightest. Like, these two games could not be more unrelated in terms of strategy and what you're supposed to do. And I'm not even trying to say that everyone that plays Minecraft isn't athletic, dude. Like, if you played a lot of Madden, you could probably understand, like, the strategy side of football a little bit. Even that's a big stretch, but, like, at least those two things are closely related. Minecraft has nothing to do with sports, dude. Like, imagine somebody saying, hey, man, trust me, I'm pretty good at tennis. I've played a lot of Minecraft. You'd be like, what does that have to do with anything? Even then, Minecraft's not a very strategic game. Like, call me nuts. I just don't throw it in the strategy games category. I just feel like I've never had to, like, insanely strategize while playing Minecraft, you know? I've never had to just really be like, if I go down this left tunnel, will I die or make it? Like, it's kind of okay. It's Minecraft. Regardless, he accepts their challenge and says it's gonna be their funeral, you know, and he ends up picking his team. And when you're playing, like, in the street football, you tend to do a throw-off, so they do the throw-off, and they're doing two-hand touch, like, for the throw-off. And the Minecraft kid is like, wait a second, what's going on here? And if you've never played football in the street, you know, the general rule of thumb is that two-hand touch is preferred. I mean, you could play tackle if you want, but, you know, no one's wearing pads. You're getting tackled onto the hard asphalt. It just takes one person laying you out and you cracking your head open for that to not be very fun. So for the most part, they would just play two-hand touch because most of them played tackle football, like, in a league and just didn't really need it. And they weren't trying to get seriously injured. But of course, Minecraft kid didn't like that. No, none of that. If we're gonna play, then we're gonna play tackle. And obviously, you know, everyone's like, are you sure? The subscriber who sent this to me is literally like, dude, I'm not sure that you want to do that, you know? And the Minecraft kid is like, what are you, afraid? Are you afraid of me, you coward? And he's like, no, I'm not afraid of you. And he kind of lists the same things I just did about how, like, we're not on grass, so if you get tackled, it's really gonna hurt, you know? All of us play tackle football. You do not. I don't know if that's what you want to do. And he's like, I'm not afraid of anything. And listen, man, it's not that you're, like, a coward for realizing that everyone around you actually plays football and knew how to tackle each other and lay each other out, and you don't, so you don't want to be involved in that. Like, they're not going to be knocking each other out. They don't want to get hurt. That being said, you have no experience, so you're probably going to be on the losing end of a lot of it. But whatever, he kept insisting that they play tackle, calling them cowards, saying they were wimps. So finally, they're like, okay, I guess we'll play tackle, you know? So they go back to playing football, and the subscriber snaps the ball, and they were playing with, like, a 3 Mississippi rush rule, which, for those of you that don't know, basically means that, like, the Minecraft kid had to go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, and then he could run and try to tackle the quarterback, which is the subscriber with the ball, right? So whatever, the first play, he gets it, and before the kid can count down, he throws the ball out there before the Minecraft kid gets a chance to tackle him, and he starts trash talking him. You're so lucky you got rid of the ball, dude. I would have destroyed you if you gave me the chance to it. You're seriously so lucky, man. You would have been leaving here like in a stretcher. And the subscriber just can't believe how much crap this dude's talking because he's never played football, and here he is being like, you should be afraid of me because I'm going to break your kneecaps. What is this, a mafia movie, dude? It's just, like, kind of a little bit much. But whatever, he's just kind of, like, biting his tongue because he's not trying to be mean, you know? And so they go back, and the next play, the same thing happens. And the Minecraft kid is trash talking more now about how, like, he must be afraid of him because he keeps trying to throw the ball out early. And the subscriber is getting annoyed. He's like, dude, this guy thinks he's so tough, and we're trying to avoid hurting him. And the Minecraft kid says something about how, like, oh, you're afraid of me? And so he tells him, dude, you do realize nobody here is hitting you because, like, we don't want to hurt you, right? Like, the only reason you haven't been laid out is because we feel bad. And the Minecraft kid does not like that. And he's like, don't take it easy on me. I can handle it. I'm not as much of a little baby as the rest of you, you know? And the subscriber cuts him off and is like, it's for your own good. We don't want to hurt you. And the Minecraft kid is like, shut up or I'm gonna, you know, and do some not nice things to the subscriber's mom. And at that point, the subscriber's like, all right, I've tried. You're gonna start insulting my mom, like just going really out of pocket. All right, dude, fine. You want to play tackle and you want us to try? Then by all means, you've been begging for it. Like, they've given him chance after chance to not do this. So whatever, they go back to playing football, and he hikes the ball, and he purposely waits the amount of time he needs to for the Minecraft kid to be able to run over and try to tackle him, right? So the Minecraft kid starts to rush him, and like I said, the subscriber has played football before, so he's not necessarily super afraid of this kid with no experience coming at him. And so he decides to just like run over the Minecraft kid. For those of you that haven't played football, it's just called trucking somebody. You just kind of drop your shoulder and just run through them. So he starts to run towards the Minecraft kid who's like dropping into position to tackle him. And he does what you do in this situation when you're playing tackle football, and he just kind of drops his shoulder and runs over him and literally runs through him, goes down the field and scores. And so everybody on the Minecraft kid's team had been chasing him downfield to try to prevent him from scoring. You know, his team is like down here cheering with him because he just scored. And that's when they realize the Minecraft kid is still where he had gotten trucked earlier, and he's just kind of sitting there. And everybody's like, ah, crap, and starts to go over there knowing something's about to go out of control. You're not really sure what it is, but you just know that like Minecraft kid just got ran over, hasn't moved, and is now kind of like, they can't tell, but it sounds like he's crying. So they go back, and the Minecraft kid is now sitting up, like legs still outstretched, crying his eyes out, and he just starts yelling at them like, what was that, man? That's against the rules of football. You can't do that. And everyone's kind of like, you can't do what? What did he do? Like, did he grab your hair? Did he punch you? Like, what did he do? And the Minecraft kid is like, you guys didn't see that? And everyone's like, no, what? What did he do? And they're like, he dropped his shoulder and ran into me when I was trying to tackle him. Like, what was that, dude? That's against the rules. And everyone's just kind of standing there like, yeah, because it's not against the rules, and you were the person that demanded we play tackle. That's something people do in tackle football. You were trying to tackle him, you said that. What did you expect him to do? Just like sit there and let you attack him and tackle him? And the Minecraft kid's like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. The defense is supposed to do the tackling, and you're supposed to like let me hit you. And the subscriber is like, yeah, no, that's not how this works. Which surprises me, the Minecraft kid thought it worked this way. You know, you would think the absolute master of strategy and football plays had, figured out this game by now and would have realized that's what was going to happen if that's what he did. Who would have thought in any situation that like there was rules of the game that said you're allowed to go tackle them and they can't do anything about it? I just don't think that's how competition works. I feel like most of the time, if you're allowed to go like attack someone in a game, they're allowed to defend themselves in the game. You know, I'm not a master strategist or anything, but I could probably tell you there's a good chance when you start playing tackle football that somebody's probably going to like run into you or tackle you at some point. You know, it's not only the defense that's making contact. You ever seen an NFL game before? Like, there's plenty of contact to go around. There's a reason they call it, the game that gives you brain damage, because there's a lot of hitting. Like, you do a lot of colliding. Obviously, there's a good chance you're going to collide with people when you're playing it. Anyways, the Minecraft kid gets up and he's all like, well, if you guys aren't going to agree that that's against the rules, then I'll just go tell my mom. And everyone's like, all right, dude, go ahead. Like, go tell your mom. We don't really care. She's not in charge of our football game. And he's like, I'm serious. I will go tell my mom. Like, here's your chance. You can make me not do it if you just agree it was against the rules. And they're like, it's not against the rules in tackle football, dude. I guess you got to go tell your mom. You do what you got to do. And so he storms off all angrily. They see him slam the door while he's screaming, Mom. And they're all standing here kind of talking about what went down. And they're just more confused than anything, because they're like, he was the person that demanded that we play full contact tackle football. If you know that you're not in a situation where you're going to be able to take any impact whatsoever, why would you choose to play tackle football if everybody else was cool with not tackling each other? Like everybody else was literally trying to play two-hand touch. He demands they make contact and then cries and goes and tells his mom. Regardless, they kind of start playing the game again, and then his mom comes outside without him though, and kind of walks up to them very, very calmly. And they're not running away or anything, because they didn't do anything wrong. They just kind of expected his mom to come out guns blazing, because like that's just what they expected. If he had gone in there saying that they hit me and blah 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 blah, they expected her to come out there and be like, what were you guys doing playing tackle football? Are you guys insane? But anyways, she walks up to him very calmly and she just asks him straight up, all right guys, can you just tell me what happened? Because my son's telling me that like there was some craziness and you guys hit him or whatever. And they're like, he had come outside and was watching us play football, and we had noticed him that playing football, so we asked if he wanted to play, and he said it was stupid, but he could destroy us. So we were like, all right, dude, whatever, you can play with us still. So we started playing, and then he demanded we play tackle football. So as we were playing tackle football. Obviously, somebody kind of shouldered him. It wasn't, malicious. We're just playing tackle football, so he got hurt. And the mom's like, well, he had told me that you guys had just decided to tackle him for watching you, but I figured something about that story didn't make sense because she had walked outside and nobody had ran away. So she's like, obviously, if you guys were just out here tackling people for watching, you probably would have been a little afraid when an adult came out. So, I get it. I understand that probably nothing happened. And they're like, yeah, that's just, we didn't attack him for no reason. He just asked us to play tackle football and then got mad we tackled him. They're like, we don't even really like to play tackle football. And the mom says, yeah, I know, because when she would drive home, she would see them outside sometimes and notice that they never played tackle. And they're like, yeah, we don't want to get hurt. Two-hand touch is usually what we do. And she's like, ugh, I'm so sorry about that. I finally told him to get off his iPad and go outside. And he came in an hour later saying that everyone in the neighborhood was tackling him for trying to watch them play football. And so I assumed something would happen, but I'm sorry. And they start to apologize. They're like, our goal was not to make him feel like no one likes him. We don't even know him very well. We don't really know the dude that well. We were just trying to play with him and he demanded we play tackle football. We knew as soon as it became tackle, somebody was probably going to get hurt at the end, but we just didn't assume it was going to happen so quickly or be the new guy. And at that point, the mom's like, all right, I get it. Thank you for being cool about it. But she does something a little bit unexpected. She starts kind of low-key roasting him to everybody playing football, which is not cool. This was not a swagtastic move. Well, like I said, his mom low-key roasts him and she's like, I would never say this to him, but it's probably good for him that he got shouldered in the face. He thinks Minecraft somehow makes him an expert in everything, so I feel like a little bit of adversity in life might not be the worst thing for him. And they're just kind of like, oh, okay, they don't really know what to say to that because this lady's just kind of roasting her kid now. And then she just starts this rant about how her and her husband are both engineers, which, way smarter than I'll ever be, both of them, dude. I don't understand math and all that stuff. Engineers be out there engineering. That's how stupid I am, man. Regardless, she starts to say that her kid will lecture her and her husband about building materials and the way that stuff works in engineering because of stuff that he's built in Minecraft, and it drives them insane, which I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why she was telling this to them at all. It just seems like it should have nothing to do with them, but regardless, that is absolutely hilarious. Imagining using Minecraft to argue with engineers. Minecraft has no physics, dude. Water can just be falling from the sky forever while sitting on top of one block. There's no gravity. I think your mom, who's an engineer, knows a little bit more about building than you do. She engineers things. Like I said, I don't really know what they do, but I'm gonna assume that they have way more knowledge on how stuff works than just Minecraft would teach you. At least I hope so, because that's what the whole college thing's supposed to be for. Could you imagine if it's the other way around and just playing Minecraft for a month, you're better than an engineer? Could you imagine that, dude? Hey, you thought student loans were a scam already. Just wait till you find out you can't compete with little Timmy the Minecraft pro who just spent a bunch of time learning how to build mansions or whatever. Seriously, dude, I bet you that would drive me insane. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, I think everybody gets driven a little bit crazy by their family, but having a doctorate degree and just having a cousin who just constantly tells you that you know nothing, oh, bro, that would have to drive you absolutely insane. Regardless, she just kind of goes on this rant and she finishes up, and all the guys who were playing football are just kind of sitting there listening to this all right, well, this is more than I ever really wanted or needed to know about any of this situation, but thanks for giving me the fill-in on the family drama, I guess. Now we know that Minecraft kid is just straight up in there lecturing his parents about the absurdity of their engineering dreams. But she finally wraps it up and she's like, all right, well, thank you for trying to play with him. I do appreciate it. I apologize for his behavior. Thank you for trying to be nice to him. And she walks away. And they're like, all right, well, that was bizarre. But at least now we know that, if Minecraft kid's ever outside watching us play anything, that, chances are he's just gotten kicked off his iPad for a bit. And we know not to invite him to come play with us because, he'll go nuts, run inside, tell his mom, and then his mom will come out and, tell us the family drama for the next 15 minutes. I guess maybe that would be fun if you're looking for a soap opera vibe, come for the two-hand touch football, stay for the story time. His mom's out there just and then on this day, he did this. Regardless, they're kind of all right, well, let's get back to playing football because that's what we were originally playing, and now we actually can without it being turned into a gladiator sport with some Minecraft kid in a creeper shirt chanting us on knock him out, knock him out. So whatever, they go back to playing the game, expecting it to be pretty chill, except 10 minutes into their game, they start hearing music where it seems like it's coming from the Minecraft kid's house. So they turn and look up, and they see that he's playing music towards them out of their window, with a speaker, and just like overall trying to be intimidating, I guess. I don't really know. Like maybe he read somewhere that sometimes we do psychological warfare and play like I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world outside of buildings under siege 24 hours a day. I'm blue, dabu debu doo da on a 48-hour loop while you're inside a building under siege would make you go nuts. But regardless, they all look up at him. And when they look up at him, he goes, "This next song is what I think about you guys." And he starts to play a song. But the only problem is he starts to play a Minecraft parody, which, this is already cringe enough because you're trying to like intimidate somebody while playing a song on a speaker. But on top of it, man, you just can't be rolling around trying to intimidate anyone by like playing Minecraft parodies really loud, unless you are just trying to get them to go inside, Like, listen, you already took an L for running to your room after trying to taunt everybody into playing tackle football and crying. But now you're gonna take a double L because you're sitting in your window like, this is gonna show them not to mess with me, creeper. Aw, man. Like, it's just, I can't imagine how that would be very intimidating to literally everybody. Or anyone at all. If you get intimidated by Minecraft parodies, I've got a pretty good feeling that, like, a cardboard cutout could convince you to give over your wallet to it, dude. You could get mugged by a cutout of, like, an athlete. Anyways, it went about as well as you would expect. Everybody that was playing the game and still down there watching it literally turned and just started laughing at him. And they weren't trying to be mean to make him feel bad, but, like, that's just your natural reaction to somebody being like, "Hey, guys, this is what I think about you," and then like playing a Minecraft parody, But as he is realizing everyone's laughing at him, he slams the window. As he's slamming it, he's like, "You guys suck," one last time, which sure, I mean, they might suck, but it doesn't change the fact that trying to intimidate someone with Minecraft parodies is cringe. And listen, they didn't proceed to give him crap for it. It's not like every time they saw him after that, they would be like, "You're the Minecraft kid," because they didn't even want to have a problem with him. Like, they invited him to play with them. It wasn't like they were trying to be mean, but it was just overall a very bizarre experience because he had just decided to talk so much crap to them about how he was going to destroy them and everything, and then like cried and tried to play Captain Sparkles songs to make him angry. No disrespect to Captain Sparkles, the parodies do go hard. They're just not battle music, It's just not war music, baby. Regardless, I'm going to give them kudos for not making fun of him for doing that every time they saw him, dude. I'm sorry. I feel like that would have been hard to hold back on when I was younger and more immature. Like, if somebody tried to intimidate me with a Minecraft song every time I saw them, I just have to start singing it. That's not good, and they're way more mature than me, and that's the right way to handle things is this way. But I don't know, dude, it's just so funny thinking about somebody being like, "Next time you see me, bro, this is what you're gonna get. Creeper." Aw, man. Like, so we back in the mine. Oh, are we, dude? Oh, man, I didn't realize that you're about to take me to a mine shaft. I deeply apologize for trying to play tackle football. Alright, so like I said, this was a story about a Minecraft kid that was sent into me, and usually in these, it's a Minecraft kid trying to 1v1 his classmates, prove something to somebody for no reason. However, in this one, they decided to upgrade to just straight up fighting a teacher instead. They were tired of messing around and fighting the standard mobs, just went for the boss fight. The only difference is there's a way to beat the Ender Dragon, there's no way to fight your teacher and really like not end up losing that one. So just don't do it. Fighting your teacher is not worth it. Regardless, one day in class, everybody's sitting there chilling, subscribers sitting there, ready to learn, and the teacher walks into class and says that she has a very exciting project for them to be working on, and what they're going to do is be talking about their passion, or one of their passions, and how it helps them be better prepared for their future. And obviously, that's a pretty fun assignment in the grand scheme of things. It still is a school assignment, so it's not great, but at least you get to talk about something you like. It seems relatively fun compared to like writing an essay about a book some dude wrote 400 years ago. At least this way you get to talk about something you're passionate about. But there was one kid in the class that was particularly obsessed with Minecraft, that decided that he was going to take this chance to just ruin it as much as humanly possible. Like, from now on, I bet you this teacher's never going to give this assignment again, just because every time she thinks about it, she's going to be thinking back to this Minecraft kid like, oh no. Anyways, the teacher announces the assignment, and she says that for the next week, they're going to be working on it in class, so that way they have time to perfect it, and then after the week of working on it, they're going to be presenting it, so that way they can learn how to like public speak about stuff that they like. And obviously everyone was pretty excited, but the subscriber was a little bit curious about what this Minecraft kid's project was going to be about, only because he was already known for being a little out there. The year before, he had like bitten a kid for no reason, he hadn't really done anything insane in a while, but he was still kind of known as the type of kid that could take like random things way too far if he just felt like it. And instantly he was a little bit worried about this dude's project because he started being like super secretive about what he was writing his little like thing about. Everybody else was pretty like, I'm gonna write mine about video games, I'm gonna write mine about YouTube, you know? He's like, I'm not telling anyone what I'm writing mine about. He was so secretive that whenever anyone would like walk past his desk, he would take his arm and cover up his papers so that nobody could see anything. He would like get mad if people stood by him too long. And listen, I guess that would make sense if like the people standing by him were actually trying to see like what he's doing, you know? If the CIA was actually sending spies to look at your writing, you could be pissed. But he would like cover his paper and get mad at people for standing close to him that weren't even trying to look at his paper. No one actually cared what his project was about, dude. He just literally had the desk next to the pencil sharpener, so like if there was somebody sharpening their pencil, you just kind of had to stand near his desk for a second. Either way though, he was convinced nobody actually had to sharpen a pencil at all in school. Nay, instead everyone sharpening their pencil was sent to come spy on him and see what he was writing about. So for the entire week, he was just like insanely paranoid that someone was going to see his topic, and obviously that made people like more curious about what he was going to write about. And the weirdest thing that he did during this week, just to like try to get people to leave him alone, was the subscriber who sent this in to me had gone to sharpen his pencil at some point and had like accidentally broken the pencil after sharpening it. You know, that feeling sucks, but like everybody's been there. So he starts sharpening it again, and when he keeps going, the like kid starts growling at him like a literal dog, dude, like because he's just taking too long to sharpen his pencil. I guess automatically he's a CIA agent trying to spy on your school project. So the subscriber kind of looks at him and can't believe that he's growling at him, and he's like, dude, are you growling at me? Like, are you a dog? What's wrong with you? Like, why are you growling at me? I'm just sharpening my pencil. And the kid growls again. So once again, the subscriber's like, bro, listen, please stop growling at me. You're starting like to make me feel like I'm being hunted by a pack of wolves. Like, can you please just calm down? I'm sharpening my pencil. There's nothing to be growling about. And at that point, Minecraft Kid is like, well then stop trying to spy on my project. This is private. You're just another one of the spies that the teacher's sending over to try to get my secrets about what I'm making my assignment about. Well, guess what? I'm not giving anything to a spy like you trying to get information. And he starts to go on this rant about how, like, his ideas are such good ideas that he knows they send people to try to take them, so that's why he's so protective of them, and blah, 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 blah. And the entire time, the subscriber's standing there like, what? So he finishes his rant, and he's like, dude, what are you talking about? You know, like, I'm not here to spy on you. I'm just sharpening my pencil. And the kid just kind of looked at him and was like, all right, then I've got my eye on you. But had just casually mentioned that, like, everyone tries to steal his ideas. And while he could have kept arguing with them, the subscriber at that point is like, look, I'm just gonna get out of here. I'm just gonna finish sharpening my pencil and walk away. Because there's nothing good that comes out of me standing here and continuing to, like, try to use logic with this Minecraft kid that is convinced the CIA wants his project. Anyways, the week finally ends where they've been, like, writing stuff and working on the project, and the day finally comes where they're supposed to present what they're doing. And so, kids start presenting their projects, and most of them are like, I like music, I like art, oh, I like oranges, you know, whatever people like these days. But of course, the time finally comes for Minecraft Kid to get up there and make his presentation. And the entire class is sitting there waiting with bated breath to finally learn the secrets of the Minecraft project. You know, it's been closely guarded like Indiana Jones treasures, but everyone finally gets to see it. So he volunteers himself to start presenting, and he gets up there. And he starts with, like, this speech about how he wants everybody to listen to him and, like, hear what he's passionate about because, you know, it's something that, like, has taught him most of his lessons about life. And if it wasn't for this, he would not be the person he is. And, like, he's become a warrior. He has the spirit of a Viking. And so everyone's, you know, a little bit more entertained because you're like, what is this dude going to talk about? The spirit of a Viking? What? So he gets up there. He makes the teacher turn off the lights. So he's standing up there at the front in, like, the dark. And, you know, he talks dramatically, but like to get everyone's attention, and then turns on a flashlight and shines it up at his face. So he's got like this whole, you know, when someone's telling a ghost story and they're shining the flashlight up at them, that's the look he's got going on. And he starts to describe what everybody thinks is like D-Day. He starts to say things about how, like, imagine you and your brothers in combat with the enemy dead ahead. You feel the like adrenaline rush as you realize that this might be the last chance you have to look at your friends and say thank you for what they've done in this game. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, what is this kid talking about, bro? Like, this is intense, man. You would think he's out here, like, talking about some, like, war history or whatever. Literally, at that point, everyone in the class is just assuming he's about to give a presentation about how, like, why he loves war history or, you know, something along those lines. But then he manages to say just the absolute silliest thing ever that you could possibly say after, like, describing something as intense as that. Minecraft Bed Wars is the most realistic war simulator, and it is my passion. That description is exactly what I feel every single time I log in and start to play a game of Bed Wars. Keep in mind, he's just talking about, like, how he gets an adrenaline rush, and, you know, it's basically the same thing as D-Day. You're only gonna get one more chance to thank your friends for their help. Like, hey, call me crazy, bro. If you lose the Bed Wars game, you stay in the Discord call. It's not like, oh man, we lost. You just have to instantly unadd each other and pretend that you're dead. So obviously, when he says, like, Minecraft Bed Wars is realistic or whatever, everyone thinks it's a joke, so they start laughing, you know, and he's not laughing at all. He's like, what are you guys talking about? I don't know why you're thinking this funny, you know? Like, this is serious, dude. Minecraft is just one of those games that is, like, my passion. And there's nothing wrong with being passionate about a game. I don't want you guys to think that, like, that's why this is cringe, right? What's cringe is thinking that Minecraft is somehow, like, a realistic war simulator, bro. If you're like, hey, man, I love Minecraft because I like to build castles, sick, dude. If you're like, hey, I'm basically a Navy SEAL because I got 600 Bed War wins, yeah, I think you have committed cringe, bro. Like, I'm not trying to be the judge over here, but I feel like comparing yourself to, like, a Green Beret because you're good at Bed Wars might be the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. Oh, yeah, I'm just, you know, could basically hang with everybody that's ever been in Special Forces. I'm a Bed Wars pro. Listen, dude, like, I've never been to war, but I can just tell you right now, it has nothing to have in common with a video game at all. Like, I don't think there's anything out there that could compare, dude. Seriously, especially Minecraft. Like, I don't even think you could say Call of Duty is comparable to war at all. I'd still think you're dumb for saying that. But if you're like, hey, Minecraft Bed War is really out here making me into a warrior, then, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. You've got a different definition of warrior than I think most people would have. He's just out here, like, have you ever had to fight someone with with an iron axe while they have a diamond sword? I don't think so. I've been through things. Anyways, he starts to go on this rant about how, like, Minecraft Bed Wars has taught him to be ruthless and not let the weakness of his enemies slide. Just like, what, bro? That's the lesson that you took from Minecraft Bed Wars? Is that, like, any time you see weakness, you must be ruthless? Like, my goodness, dude. Whenever I play Minecraft Bed Wars, I realize how much I suck at Minecraft. Like, that's what I think about. Even when I'm playing Valorant, dude, I'm not like, oh, our enemies have shown weakness. Stomp on their throats. Ha ha ha. We will destroy them. Like, that's never once happened, dude. And he also starts talking about how, like, the strategy that he uses in Bed Wars is what gave him the confidence that, like, his mental ability is in the top 0.001% of the population. And, you know, that, like, he's just so confident now that he's smarter than everybody, which is a ballsy claim if you're talking about Bed War strategy, dude. Like, okay, are you Sun Tzu, the guy who wrote The Art of War? Like, are you really out here just being an expert military strategy? Even if you're a Minecraft strategy god, dude, like, it is Minecraft Bed Wars at the end of the day. You know, I'm a big fan of CSGO. If the best, like, CSGO IGL was like, no, guys, I should be a general, I would be like, meh, I don't know, man. I don't really know if a video game's the exact same thing, but whatever. He's talking about how, like, he's basically one of the people that should have written The Art of War because he's just so good at Minecraft, dude. Could you imagine, like, if this was reality at the Pentagon? Oh my gosh, we just keep getting wrecked out here, sir. What do we do? The 5-star generals are all huddled around. It's like, I didn't want it to have to come to this, but it's time. They pull out a button on their desk. It just says, like, Bed Wars players. We never thought we were gonna have to call them in, but every other special operations has failed us. It's time we call in the big guns. Like, all the Bed Wars players show up. What did you need, Mr. President? You know? Like, okay, man, if it ever comes to the time where, like, the fate of the world is in the hands of any video game players, dude, we're screwed. Minecraft, Call of Duty, doesn't matter. If, like, a professional gamer is what the entire military is taking advice from, chances are we're dead. And I love video games. I am a gamer. I'm just saying, bro, not comparable. Regardless, at this point, the entire class is, like, literally cringing because he's talking about how, like, Bed Wars has turned him into a warrior and that now he has the spirit of a Viking because he manages to win Bed War games. And at this point, it's so ridiculous that the teacher literally goes and, like, turns off the projector and starts to just kind of talk to him and says, listen, you know, I don't know if you thought this assignment was a joke, but I really wanted you to, like, talk about something that has an impact on your life, and I don't appreciate that you're pretending you have the soul of a Viking over a video game. Like, you didn't take this assignment seriously. And the problem was, she was probably right for assuming he was trolling. The issue was he just wasn't. So the Minecraft kid looks at the teacher all confused and is like, I'm not joking. You know, I really feel like Bed Wars has turned me into a strategy genius and like it's given me confidence that I'm smarter than other people. And the teacher is just kind of standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Because imagine somebody being like, no, I actually am just smarter than everyone because I'm really good at Minecraft Bed Wars. Yeah, you know those dudes at NASA? They're stupid, okay? I'm cracked at Valorant. You ever seen someone as cracked as me? I don't think so. I should be in charge of space exploration. Just the two most unrelated things on the planet. And the teacher's not trying to roast him back. She's not trying to be rude, but like the only thing she can even say to that is just, well, that's ridiculous. Because anything else she would say was probably going to be meaner and like, that's just ridiculous, dude. What are you supposed to say to somebody being like, no, I'm basically Sun Tzu himself. In fact, you could rank my strategy up there with Lightning McQueen and the Queen of England up there. Those were, I would say, like my two closest people in terms of strategy genius. Because it's just ridiculous, dude. I don't know what you would think your teacher is going to say. Like, you really think that Alexander the Great, Caesar, Sun Tzu, all pair in comparison to Cape Crusader 8547 in Minecraft, dude. If you see him coming in Bed Wars, it's too late. You're basically going up against the god of military might. In fact, the entire might of the U.S. Navy once ran away because they realized that he was the Bed Wars player on the other end of the Navy ship. He is an absolute legend. You thought the Legend 27, that's an old ad. You thought that guy was a good player, dude. Just wait till you meet Caped Crusader 8547, dude. He's absolutely bonkers. Anyways, obviously, somebody of that military might just can't let their teacher call them ridiculous, right? That would be weak. And as you know, Minecraft Bed Wars has taught him to be ruthless if someone dares to disrespect you. So he feels like the teacher is doubting him, and like I'm using air quotes around doubting him because like there's no doubt, bro. It's just the reality of the situation. So he starts screaming about how like he's tired of people never taking him seriously and thinking that he's a strategic genius. And so he leans over to the teacher's desk, and she had this like 8-ball thing on her desk, and he takes it and he throws it, and it just like hits the teacher on the chin, and she falls off the desk. And obviously the entire class at that point is just like, oh my gosh, like what are you doing, bro? And his face just turns white as a ghost. And he's like, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to hit her. I thought it was going to hit the wall. Yeah, that's right, dude. This absolute strategic mastermind somehow managed to have the accuracy of like a North Korean missile and was trying to throw this ball at the wall and hit the teacher instead. What an absolute strategic mastermind, bro. Like knocking out your teacher. Obviously, I'm just too stupid to understand why that was just such a strategic genius move. Because to me, it's looking like that was probably the worst idea you could have ever had, bro. If you have the accuracy of like a dead cat, don't throw stuff. It's that simple. Knocking out the teacher, though, obviously not too great. And he's trying to convince everybody that he didn't mean to. And everybody starts yelling at him about like, what are you doing? You're crazy. And like, he's just freaking out. I'm sure in his mind, he's imagining having to explain to his parents the reason he got expelled and how like he knocked out a teacher because she said it's ridiculous that Bed Wars makes you a strategic mastermind. Imagine his parents are on his side. They're like, well, if she wouldn't have doubted that he's cracked at Minecraft, she wouldn't have gotten knocked out. Literally nobody is on this dude's side, though. Like, everyone in the class is just pissed at him because this teacher was everybody's, like, favorite, and here was this dude literally, like, getting so angry because she just didn't agree that he's a strategic god. I will say people like this are why the metaverse definitely scares me, dude. Like, the last thing this guy needs, if he's already this addicted to Minecraft and thinks it makes him a literal Viking, is, like, to be inside Ready Player One in his backyard. You think he's nuts now, imagine when he actually thinks he's like Napoleon launching an invasion into Europe, dude. He's just never gonna come outside again, just be plugged into the Matrix screaming about how he's basically the equivalent to a real Spartan for winning a Fortnite game. Victory Royale is mine! Tonight we will destroy Athens and feast on its burning buildings. His mom comes in, he's like, Mom, get out of my room! Oh my gosh, I told you I'm a Spartan. Ugh, I don't want dinner. Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second. For those of you that don't know, I've been posting all of my story times the day after they're posted here on Spotify. So if you want to check those out, listen offline in the car, whatever, don't have time for gameplay, I'll put a link to the Spotify show in the top of the description. Feel free to go check it out. I would appreciate it. Like I said, you're still going to catch them earlier here, you know, but if for some reason you want to listen offline, that's probably the best place to do it now. So top of the description is a link to the Spotify show. Anyways, at that point, the teacher gets up pretty quick. She had, like, fallen over more because of just the shock of the situation than, like, legitimately getting knocked out by Mr. Minecraft kid up here. Goes to show just how much the, like, soul of a Viking stuff was legit. You, like, accidentally hit someone in the head with a pool ball and they just get right back up. Oh, yeah, real warrior spirit. And see, anyways, once she's back up, she just starts screaming at him, and, like, rightfully so, dude. If somebody just threw a pool ball at your head, I feel like you're allowed to go off on them. And she's just yelling at him, like, why did you do that? Like, why did you think that was a good idea? I was just saying it's ridiculous that you think this video game makes you, like, some real strategician, and you hit me in the head? Like, what's wrong with you? Why did you do that? And the Minecraft kid is just standing there saying nothing, and she finally, like, finishes talking, and he starts trying to apologize, you know, saying that he didn't mean to. He was just so mad he wanted to throw something. And so, you know, he wasn't trying to hit her in the head, but when he threw it, he's never, like, been very good at throwing stuff, which is why it hit her in the head. Which, I mean, doesn't really, like, make me feel any better. I don't think it made her feel any better. It's not my apology to accept. I'm just saying, bro, I feel like I didn't mean to hit you in the head when I hit you in the head. Doesn't really, like, it did change the fact that you did hit her in the head. You know what I mean? Like, listen, you could be like, listen, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have thrown the ball, period. But to be like, well, I'm sorry for throwing the ball and your head getting in the way is just funny. I don't feel like it's all right to just throw stuff at people because you're mad, you know? And the teacher at that point says something pretty funny. She looks at him and she's like, well, I have good news about you being addicted to Minecraft. You're going to get to play it for a few days now because I'm going to call the office and let them know what just happened, and you're probably going to get suspended. Which, all in all, is actually a pretty funny thing to say, dude. Like, Minecraft kid just hit you in the head with a pool ball, doesn't really want to apologize. You're like, all right, well, guess what? You win a free vacation to play Minecraft. And at that point, the Minecraft kid really starts freaking out, dude. He gets down on his hands and knees and is literally begging the teacher not to tell his mom, because he's like, if you tell my mom about this, she's gonna be mad and she's gonna not let me play Minecraft. You know, that's really what he's worried about. He's not worried about his mom being mad because he, like, knocked out a teacher. He's not worried about anything else. He's like, I won't be able to play Minecraft. What are you doing to me? And this is even funnier to me because, like, 10 minutes ago, he's explaining that Minecraft gives him a Viking spirit, and now he's literally crying because his mom's not gonna let him play Minecraft, dude. It's just literally the funniest, like right 10 minutes of each other, just so ironic. Yeah, I'm actually a real Viking, dude. Not gonna lie, like, I'm basically up there with Alexander the Great. I'm gonna tell your mom, no, if I can't play Minecraft, how am I supposed to be happy? I don't think Vikings were, like, giant fans of Minecraft, bro, because they didn't have computers. Like, I don't know why you would want to necessarily be vibing in a time back then. I don't have a Viking soul either. I don't want anyone to think that, like, I'm saying I'm a tough guy, bro. I'm very lucky I was born in the 21st century. If I was born during Viking or Spartan times, I probably might have lasted 15 minutes. Like, dude, I don't have any warriors skills, but I'm not delusional out here pretending that Valorant's making me some type of special operations, dude. I'm a nerd playing video games. My skills include telling stories, and yeah, I'm, like, okay at the video game thing. If I was born at any other time, if I was born during Viking times, dude, I'm screwed. You know how useless I would be on, like, a real food hunt where, you know, okay, we gotta go chase down that elk for 14 miles because we need to eat. Yeah, what am I going to do? Make you guys laugh on the way? Like, I'm not saying I'm a Viking, okay? Don't get it twisted. I'm just saying it's hilarious to be talking about how you have a warrior spirit and then be crying for your mom. Anyways, Mr. Warrior over here is crying, literally begging to not get in trouble, but I don't know what you expect, dude. When you, like, knock out your teacher, you're probably gonna get in trouble. And I don't think saying, please don't tell, otherwise I'm not gonna play Minecraft, is gonna make the teacher that you just hit in the head with a pool ball, like, not say anything. I mean, seriously, you know, the teacher at that point literally looks at him and says, look, it doesn't really matter what you say, I'm going to tell the office because you threw something at a teacher. So she calls the office and she's like, all right, this student, you know, had a project, got mad at me and like hit me in the head with the pool ball. Can you guys come get him? And the Minecraft kid at that point decides that the best course of action isn't to sit there and wait, it's to start running. Even though she just said his name, you know, he starts running to try to escape. And I'm not sure if his plan was to just like run away, go to a different country, change his name, never be seen again. But obviously she on the phone says he's running. They have somebody catch him and they knew who the kid was. Like they had the name, dude. It's just such a bizarre thing to think that like that was like going to go the way you thought. Ah, darn. You know the kid that I said hit me in the head with a pool ball? He ran out of the classroom, so now we can never talk to him about it again. That's how rules work in school. Anyways, he obviously didn't get too far, and when he did get caught, he ended up getting suspended for a week and became an instant meme around the school. But like, I don't know, how are you guys not going to turn a kid who like thinks Minecraft turns him into a warrior into a meme if you're in the same school as him? Like, he literally threw a pool ball at the teacher. How are you not going to at least make a couple jokes about that? You know, like, oh, hey, man, sorry, did you do any Viking practice last night? You know, go to any pool halls and start playing dodgeball? Like, obviously, it's going to become a little bit of a meme. So, yeah, moral of the story, don't attack your teacher or say that, like, any video game gives you a warrior spirit because I don't know, man. Like, it just doesn't, it's not gonna make you look like an independent warrior like you think it is, dude. It's just gonna make everybody be like, wow, he really thinks Bed Wars makes him a Navy SEAL. And on top of that, your teacher does not deserve to get attacked at all for, like, basically any reason. Obviously, before someone's like, what if your teacher smacks you? Okay, yeah, exonerating circumstance. But if your teacher just gives you a nice project to try to let you talk about your passion and you do this, you suck.
So, the first person you gotta know is the spoiled dude, and I'm gonna name him Braxton for the purpose of this story, just because that's a relatively spoiled name. You know, I'm not saying that every single Braxton is spoiled, but I would say, like, a majority of Braxtons are. It's just one of those names. It's like Brad. I'm sure there's some nice Brads out there, but Braxtons, I say you got a 70-30 ratio. 70% are gonna be spoiled, 30% are gonna be cool. If you're watching this, I guess you're in the 30%. Congratulations. Anyways, this particular Braxton was a super douche Maximus level of spoiled. Basically just loved to tell everyone that the school that they were attending was named after his grandpa, and his grandpa had a jet and, you know, just had all this money and cars, and that made him better than everybody. And would literally flex the fact that his parents were getting like a new car every year, and somehow that made him better than everyone in the school. And I just don't understand this dude's flexing scale, because like, if your grandpa has a jet, why are you flexing your parents' new car, you know? I'm just saying, jet definitely beats car. And on top of that, I don't feel like the most financially responsible people are buying a new car every year. Little life wisdom I'm gonna drop on you guys: always buy a car that's like used. If you really want something super new, still go a year or two old. Cars are a depreciating asset, all right? That means they lose value quickly. If you look at the difference between like a BMW that's brand new and a BMW that's 1 year old, you will have your mind blown. So I think flexing the fact that you always buy a new car tells me that you're dumb, but at the same time, I don't have a jet, so maybe I should shut up. As Braxton would refer to me, I'm just one of the poors who has to wait in line at TSA security with the rest of the normal people, while he and the fam smuggle cocaine on the PJ, baby. Let's go. I'm not accusing Braxton of drug smuggling. That was a joke. Sorry, DEA agents. Anyways, the dude was just always flexing, thought he was better than everybody because the family had money, and he had the same 6 hour as this subscriber. And the 6 hour was the last class of the day, and it just so happened that it was a math class with a very meek teacher. A little bit of a shy guy, if you will. The type of individual who probably shouldn't be a teacher, like he just didn't have the right personality for it. He was the definition of a pushover. The students would just walk all over him. He couldn't control the class, let alone teach it very well. And honestly, the person who sent this to me said they felt bad for the guy because he just had the wrong personality type for teaching. I feel like being a teacher is a lot like being a prison guard, and I happen to be an expert on being a prison guard because I watched an episode of Dirty Jobs about it. I don't know if there was actually a Dirty Jobs episode about being a prison guard, but if there was, that's a weird episode. Either way, I just feel like, being a prison guard, being a teacher, if you show any weakness, I'm guessing the inmates or the students are just gonna eat you alive. And this dude was showing a lot of weakness and didn't really have control on the class, so he was being eaten alive. And we're gonna name him Mr. Remington for the purpose of the story. And Braxton and Mr. Remington, these guys did not get along. They clashed. If you put two trains on the same track driving towards each other, when they eventually reached each other, they would crash. That's kind of what their personalities were like. Braxton didn't really respect anyone already, and you could just kind of walk all over Mr. Remington and he wouldn't do anything about it, so that's what happened quite often. In fact, Braxton respected the dude so little that he would just get up in the middle of his class while he was teaching and just walk out without permission. And the entire time the teacher would be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Come back, you can't leave class." And he would just ignore him like he didn't exist, as if the teacher was straight up on ghost mode, and just walk out of the class. And he had started to do this like a couple months into the school year, and he had done it probably 3-4 days in a row, and the teacher didn't really do a whole lot. I mean, he had tried, but it had been a pretty pathetic attempt of like, "Hey, don't leave." Which, listen, man, all right, the first time someone gets up and starts walking out of class, you say, "Hey, you don't leave," and you don't expect them to leave. I get it. If it's like the third day in the row with the dude walking out of class, clearly he doesn't care too much if you say, "Hey, man, don't leave. It's probably time for another maneuver." But like I said, the teacher didn't really understand how to keep control of the class, so he just got like progressively more annoyed with the fact that Braxton would leave class and was disrespecting him. And so, obviously, if he had been doing it for a few days, Friday was approaching, and it was a Friday on this particular day when everybody came in and sat down to get ready for the math class. And the teacher, instead of doing his normal, just jumping into the lesson, passing out the worksheet, passing out, whatever, same thing, he decides to talk to the class for a little bit, and he starts to say that even though they might not like the way that he teaches this class, he was still the teacher, and they had to respect him. And so there would be no more walking out of class early. It didn't matter if they had a reason or not. It just wasn't going to be allowed. And the entire class is kind of like, "Okay, thank you for telling me this. I've never left class early. It's very obvious this is directed squarely at Braxton, but, teachers just really beyond that sometimes. Like, if you got problems with one student, pull them aside and say, "I don't like the way you've been doing this." Lecturing the entire class just makes them feel united against the enemy. And you don't want that, especially if you're already having trouble controlling the class, man. Anyways, Braxton, not the sharpest tool in the shed, is still somehow sharp enough to figure out that he's talking about him. And so he kind of says something along the lines of like, "Well, if you weren't so boring of a teacher, I wouldn't feel like leaving your class early all the time." And obviously that gets a little bit of a laugh out of some of the students because, you just don't expect someone to say that. And the teacher's kind of caught off guard a little bit, and Braxton's being egged on by people laughing, but Braxton isn't like a comedian. He had just kind of said something mean that happened to be funny, so he decides to up the ante even more and says something like, "You're such a pathetic person, I'm surprised you can keep control of any of your classes." And no one really laughs at that one because that one crossed the line of like funny mean to just kind of like, I don't know, man. Listen, like I said, the subscriber said that he felt bad for the dude. Calling him pathetic was just kind of out of pocket, and on top of it, he still is a teacher. Like, listen, I understand on this story time channel, we talk about crazy teachers from time to time. For the most part, 99.9% of teachers are just hardworking people doing their job who just want to like teach you the subject they're teaching you and go home to their family. You don't really need to be making their job any harder. Like, it's just completely unnecessary 99.9% of the time. But Braxton is now kind of on a roll, so he's like, "Yeah, what are you gonna do, man?" And the teacher, bless his soul, starts trying to like argue back with him and says, "You can't talk to me like that." And Braxton says something along the lines of, "What do you mean I can't talk to you like that? I'm pretty sure this school is named after my grandpa, so I'll talk to anybody however I please." And finally, the teacher says something back along the lines of like, "Just because your grandpa was a great man doesn't mean that you're one." And everyone kind of laughs back, not because it's an incredible insult, it's not the greatest ever, but because he had never like defended himself before, so people are just, "Oh oh, he said something back. And at that point, Braxton decides to be Mr. Tough Guy and try to leave the class, as he has earlier for like the last few days. But this time, Mr. Remington is not vibing with it, and he goes and he stands in between him and the door. And Braxton starts yelling at him. He's like, get out of my way, like, let me out of here. And the teacher says, no, you're not gonna leave the class, go sit down. And Braxton starts going off about how, you know, if he doesn't move, he's really gonna regret it. He hasn't even seen his mean insults yet. Which, listen, I don't think is that scary of an insult. Like, imagine someone physically blocking your way, and you just start yelling at them, I'm gonna really insult you unless you move. Like, okay, man, they're physically blocking you. You can sit there and yell at them all day. You're still in the classroom. And obviously, the teacher doesn't move at this point. And he says, listen, I've been cool with you all week. I've just been saying something. I can't keep letting you leave. At some point, you have to learn to respect me as a teacher, so you can't leave. And, you know, you think that would be relatively fair. I haven't said anything about you leaving, but, like, obviously I have to put my foot down. But Braxton is not having any of it, and he decides to start going off at the teacher, saying that he's poor, you know, he'll never be able to afford a new car like his parents, which has to be one of the dumbest insults ever. Haha, I bet you'll never be able to afford a new car like my parents. It's like, all right, man, cool. It's just not that great, especially because we all know teachers aren't rolling in the money. Like, that's not even that big of an insult. Obviously, when the guy took the teaching job, he was kind of accepting the fact that he was never gonna drive a Ferrari. I don't think he's delusional. Anyways, Mr. Remington is prepared for a response this time, and when he's going off about how he'll never be able to afford a new car like his parents, he cuts off Braxton and says, you know what, I'm perfectly okay with never being able to afford a new car if it means my kid doesn't end up anything like you. And obviously, because of the fact that he had been so shy before, the entire class just starts doing the over-the-top reaction you only get in the school classroom setting. Oh my god, you got destroyed. Oh, yo, Mr. Remington just dropped a nuke on this dude. He called in the 25 kill streak. I swear he learned to spawn noob tube, got 11 kills off rip, called in the chopper gunner. My goodness, this dude is insane. 27 KD. I'm not saying I witnessed it, but I heard from a dude who heard from a dude who heard from his uncle's cat's lizard that Mr. Remington can walk on water with how sick his insults are. And Braxton is obviously embarrassed because, you know, it's one thing to get dumpstered on by a teacher, period. It's another thing to get dumpstered on by the teacher that's known for being super chill and shy. And he's not having any of it, so he's like, starts to imply that it was a bigger insult than it was. He starts being like, are you saying that my parents shouldn't love me? And obviously that's not what he's saying, and Mr. Remington doesn't really get caught too off guard by that, and he says, no, that's obviously not what I was saying. I'm just saying you're a handful in class. I can't imagine having to parent you. It would be exhausting. I already have enough trouble trying to control kids like you for an hour a day. Being your parent would be one of the most exhausting experiences ever. And obviously everybody laughs again, and at this point Braxton is turning red because the crowd's not on his side anymore, you know? Even a lot of people in this class aren't the biggest fans of Braxton because they've been repeatedly called poor and stupid, and you know, they're so much dumber than him, they'll never own a new car, which he's bizarrely obsessed with. He's probably like the biggest Fast and Furious fan ever. You know, when there's a new Fast and Furious coming out and you're kind of like, wow, another one? How many of these are they going to make? 30 of them? It's because Braxton literally goes to the theater day in and day out, buying out theaters to make sure it becomes like one of the top grossing movies of all time. The amount of money that this dude has probably spent on Fast and Furious merch and movie tickets alone has bought Vin Diesel many cars. Regardless, the only problem with being that mean to everyone in your class is when the teacher starts to roast you, they're gonna love it even more. No one's gonna be like, oh man, you're being so mean, oh. So Braxton finally decides to go push past him, and the teacher doesn't move, and he's like, move out of the way of the door now, and he puts his hands on the teacher. And at that point, Mr. Remington, like, does this swim move type of thing, gets his arm off of him and says, you go sit down right now, you're not leaving the class. And if you don't go sit down, then I'm about to call the office and tell them that you put your hands on a teacher. And guess what? They're gonna have to punish you, because as you love to remind everyone, this school's named after your grandpa. Can't have the kid the school's named after being a moron hitting teachers now, can you? And at that point, Braxton literally stops in his tracks, bro, is frozen. I don't know if it was with fear or if he was trying the Jurassic Park tactic of like when a T-Rex gets mad, you just stay still and hope their sight's based on movement. I don't know if it was just because no one had ever heard this dude yell before that they were all flabbergasted by it, but he literally stops and then turns around and goes and sits down. And at that point, the teacher's standing by the door looking victorious. It's probably the biggest W this guy's ever taken, you know? And so Braxton sits down and the teacher walks back up to the front of the class and he's like, all right, now that we've got that settled, does everyone understand that they're not leaving the class anymore? And everyone is like, yeah, we understand, obviously not wanting to be on the receiving end of whatever had just happened. And the class goes back to normal for about 10 minutes, you know? And you would think 10 minutes is enough time for like Braxton to cool off a little bit, maybe not be as angry. But no, the entire 10 minutes that everything had chilled out, this dude is plotting his revenge. He's like an angry person that just doesn't want to leave your life. Imagine you wrong someone in like the 3rd grade, you know? Oh, you cheated during tag on the playground. And they spent the next like 15 years planning revenge to mess up your Starbucks order. And then when they mess it up, they're like, ha, do you remember me? And you're like, no, I don't, because I don't remember everyone I played tag with in 3rd grade. Like, that is how petty this dude was being for 10 minutes, just sitting there stewing about it, deciding how he was going to ruin the class, make this guy look like an idiot. And I'm not saying that there's like rules to arguing, right? No one has ever written down, here's how you argue. But I feel like the rules of engagement implied are just kind of, if you're gonna bring up something randomly long after it's been settled and everybody thinks it's done, you better have a pretty good reason. Like, if you're going to be sitting there stewing for 10 minutes all pissed off and then restart the argument, you better have a good argument, you know? Like I said, I don't think that's written down, but I'm pretty sure we all agree. If you just got your butt kicked in an argument and then 15 minutes later go, another thing, Chuck E. Cheese does have good pizza, like, you just look even dumber, you know? If anything, just let it go. If you don't have a solid argument and it's been 10 minutes, even if you've been sitting there pissed off, let it go. Because if you come out of like a long halftime intermission thing, you know, they raised the curtains, told everyone to go get some water, it's halftime or whatever, and then you come back into the argument with some weak stuff, everyone's gonna think even less of you. Anyways, after thinking for 10 minutes, he just randomly blurts out, at least my shoes match. And obviously everybody's really confused, so they all are looking at him, and even the teacher's kind of confused on what he means, so he's like, what? And he said, earlier when we were going back and forth, you know, you may have like said some insults, but at least my shoes match. And the teacher, confused at the front of the class, looks down and has no clue what this guy's talking about because his shoes do match. And he's like, huh? And then he just blurts out again, at least my shoes match. And at this point, one of the other students who's listening to this goes, bro, what are you talking about? Because, like, it just makes no sense. Imagine, man, you're just sitting in silence in the class. No one's really talking. At least my shoes match. And then, like, the teacher's shoes do match. And you're just confused as to why he would even say it then. And so the teacher points out again, like, okay, I hear you, but my shoes do match. And he says, no, they match each other, but they don't match your outfit. And he goes, you really sat there for 10 minutes to think of the fact that my shoes don't match my outfit? And instead of realizing that he's being made fun of, Braxton goes, yeah, I did. And I think at this point, Mr. Remington had gotten his confidence back. You know, sure, he had been beaten down by all the students. Never show weakness to the prisoners. But now he's feeling it. He knows he can, like, roast Braxton and people will laugh. So he says, like, Braxton, do you think you're some sort of fashion expert? And he says, yes, I think I am. And the teacher just asks him, okay, then why did it take you 10 minutes to realize that my shoes don't match my outfit? If you're an expert, wouldn't that have been a little quicker? And obviously everybody laughs a little bit. And so he says, like, listen, man, if you're going to sit there and try to think of an insult for 10 minutes, it better be better than my shoes don't match my outfit, because I can live with that. I can always change my shoes. I called you annoying. There's not much you can do about that one. Which, listen, is definitely a little bit mean, starting to cross the line of what a teacher should say. But that being said, it's also funny. I mean, listen, this dude's been talking crap to this guy all year, leaving his classroom. I feel like he's allowed to roast him a little bit. And it's a fair point, you know, I can always change my shoes. I can always learn more about fashion. You can't be less annoying if that's just who you are. Anyways, at this point, Braxton's been embarrassed twice. The entire class is still laughing at him, so he goes to leave again. But Mr. Remington, riding the confidence, gets between him and the door and says, no, you're not leaving. And Braxton just like stops, drops his backpack, and everybody thinks that he's about to fight the teacher, right? You know, that's the move. You challenge somebody, drop the backpack. All right, the fists are about to start flying. But instead, he just kind of like takes a step back. And I don't know if he had been playing too much Skyrim lately. I don't know if he thought this was like a super intimidation move, but he kind of slams his foot down and screams at the same time. So he's like leaning into the scream. Little bit of a fusro, blah, blah, blah. But instead of sending the teacher flying through the door, he just goes, "Move out of my way!" And honestly, I don't know what he expected because he had his eyes closed when he was yelling, but when he opened his eyes, you know, the teacher's still standing there because, believe it or not, he did not have the magical ability to like scream something at somebody and have them just instantly listen. That'd be a weird mutant power, like no one listens to anything you say, but if you yell it at a loud enough decibel, they have to obey your command. Put the money in the cash register! Anyways, he doubles down and says, "I said move out of my way." And Mr. Remington just replies, "And I say no." And at that point, they just kind of have a little bit of a staring contest. I don't know if it was just like whoever blinked first was going to win or what, but they're just kind of standing there staring at each other. And Braxton finally decides to like back down and go back to his seat. But he's not going to admit that he's backing down, so he says something along the lines of like, "Whatever, there's only 6 minutes of class left anyways. It's not worth dealing with you," or something like that. And he goes back and sits down. And listen, you can take that copium all you want, whatever. There's only 6 minutes left of class. You've tried to flee twice, and twice you've been turned back, man. You're not doing too hot. I just would really love to know what went through his mind when he decided to go, like, yell at him. All right, that's it. I'm leaving. I'm being embarrassed enough in this class. I don't have to sit there and take it. He's blocked the door. I know, I'm just going to yell. Obviously, he'll have to move, and then everyone who's watching this situation will think it's way less cringe. Even if he did move, bro, I still feel like the whole foot slam scream thing was pretty cringe. It reminded me more of somebody that was like trying to get a golden ticket Willy Wonka moment rather than someone that was actually making a good argument. "I want the chocolate factory." All right, whatever, go eat some like floating bubble gum. That entire factory is just a death trap, bro. So many things just floating around that can just like yeet somebody. But he goes back to his seat and sits down, and miraculously for the next 6 minutes somehow keeps his mouth shut. I'm saying miraculously because the dude obviously didn't learn his lesson the first time, so who would have thought the second time did the trick? I'm pretty sure the saying goes third time's the charm. Unfortunately, the class only had 6 minutes left. Maybe if we gave him 20 minutes this time to think of an insult, he would have come up with something such as, "Your shirt is the wrong size," and or, "I don't like the way those glasses frame your face." With enough time to think, the guy truly could have insulted him in ways unimaginable to us mere mortals who have to stand in line at the TSA. Either way, man, I'm not gonna lie, all right? I don't fly very often. I would rather fly on a normal jet and stand in security lines than be this cringe. If this is what it means, if having a jet means I'm as cringe as Braxton, I'm okay. And you know what? Maybe that's a little bit of coping from me, but let me have it. None of us are getting a jet. Who cares? The bell rang, everybody leaves, and within like the next 27 minutes, it was the last class of the day. Everybody had kind of heard about it. Everyone in the class had been like, "Dude, Braxton got roasted." Because it wasn't just this class he had been acting super entitled in. Nay. He was kind of known around the school for being a little bit obnoxious. Like, he was kind of known for rubbing it in that the school was named after his grandpa to everyone. The new car obsession, saying how much richer he was than everybody. So when everybody started hearing that like he had embarrassed himself and looked a fool messing with the teacher, people were kind of talking about it and laughing about it. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, all right? That being said, it's just going to happen. If a teacher just eviscerates somebody like that, chances are people are going to talk about it. To combat people knowing about this, you would think you've kind of got two options. You can either just lean into it and be like, "Yeah, I got destroyed, wasn't my best moment, haha." Or you can go the route I wouldn't recommend and just start trying to fight everybody that brings it up. And that's the route that Braxton ended up going down. Anytime somebody would mention it or like quote something the teacher said, he would just start getting into screaming matches with them, and he wasn't very good at insulting other people either. And for whatever reason, he would always do like his stomp scream. So the next few weeks there was a lot of yelling, and after that everyone kind of got over it and just dropped it. That's the way the ball bounces. You're only the hot topic for like a week or two. People
People would mention it every now and then, but obviously, as time goes on, people just cared less and less. And beyond that, after that school year, no one really mentioned it again. It wasn't like something that stuck with him forever. I don't think he necessarily deserved that. Everybody's got a bad moment. I'm sure I've looked stupid in an argument before. But yeah, you can't be surprised when you're running around calling everybody poor that for the next few weeks after that, you got a little bit of crap for it. As for the teacher, everybody else kind of respected him more after that. Not a crap ton, you know? They still didn't do their homework, but they weren't as obnoxious about, like, interrupting the class, which I think goes to show that teaching and being a prison guard is basically the same thing. You just can't show weakness. Once you stand up to them, they'll respect you. I bet you someone in the comments is like, actually, being a prison guard is not like being a teacher. It's called a joke, guys, all right? Obviously, being a prison guard is different than being a teacher. Concepts are kind of the same, though. I'm just saying. A bunch of people in a place they don't want to be, and you're in charge of them for like an 8-hour shift. So like I said, this story time was sent in to me, and this particular person had to go to like one of the parent-teacher after-school things that they do at the start of the year. They're not in school anymore. This was a while ago, but basically your mom, you, your dad, you, whoever's gonna go with you, you just go to all of your classes for 15 minutes. They meet the teacher, do a little explanation of this is what the class is, this is what we're gonna do, all that stuff. The parents go, wow, your teacher seems so nice. You go on your way. It's pretty boring for the most part because, you know, it's just parents asking questions about schooling and you're just sitting there awkwardly, but whatever. He was at this parent-teacher conference demonstration, get to know them thing with his mom, and most of the teachers were being pretty lame, but there was one teacher that he was excited about to have for the year. He was like a young teacher, fresh out of college, and was pretty cool compared to most teachers. I feel like teaching is one of those things, if somebody's new to teaching, they still got the love for it, you know? They're like, oh man, I'm gonna make teaching awesome. By year 30, they're like, all right, as long as you guys don't die for the next 45 minutes, I'm gonna put my head down and take a little nap. But this teacher was pretty cool. He had just gotten out of college. He played video games, so a lot of the kids liked him, and he was excited for his mom to see how the class worked. So whatever, they get into that classroom, and the teacher makes a joke at the beginning of his little presentation, and most of the parents laughed. But there was one dad sitting like 2 rows away that made an audible like, ugh, sound when the guy made a joke. Which, hey, maybe it wasn't his sense of humor. That's fair. He's like, oh, I didn't think that joke was very funny. But there's no reason to make an audible noise if you don't like somebody's joke. Imagine that, some guy's just about to do a presentation in front of like 70 strangers. All right, guys, I've never done this before. Oh, get off the stage! It's not a stage, I'm just a teacher trying to do a presentation. I don't care, get off of it. But for whatever reason, the dad just seemed incredibly upset that this teacher had dared to try to make a joke, but the teacher doesn't really notice and starts talking about his class, which is what he's supposed to do. He was a government teacher, and he's talking about how, like, he wants kids to learn about the government and how it works, because one day they're gonna run it, blah, 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 all that teacher stuff that they say. And then he gets to a point where he says, one thing that I do a little bit differently than other teachers at this school is I don't give out homework, which is a pretty cool thing to do. I feel like most teachers that I had when I was in school didn't really have that mindset. It was more like, how do I give as much homework as humanly possible? I want you to be thinking about my class 9 hours a day, so I'm gonna make sure that I give you enough work to do 12 hours of homework just to get a little bit of extra out of you. But if you have 6 classes giving you 12 hours of homework, you're pretty screwed. I don't know, my teachers were big fans of homework, but this particular teacher didn't like it, and he was telling the parents that he didn't believe in homework because he had hated it when he was in school and it had made him a lot less passionate about the subjects, and he didn't want that to happen with his class. Plus, he knew that a lot of other teachers were homework heavy, so by not giving them homework, it gave them more time to focus on other classes, and he felt like the time he had during the class was enough to teach people about the government. And that's a very cool thing to do. Like, honestly, that's a pretty cool teacher move. Be like, all right, I can teach you guys proficiently in the hour they give me. I don't have to give a ton of homework. It's better for the kids. The other teachers are still going to give a lot of homework. You're going to get respect from the students because they're going to be like, this guy's making my life easier at least. And most of the parents were cool with it. A couple of them were like, oh, that's really awesome. That's cool of you. But the dad that didn't like the joke at the beginning of the parent-teacher conference apparently really
really hated the fact that his daughter wasn't going to be getting flooded with homework. You mean I'm gonna have to spend time with the kid? It won't be doing homework every day for hours on end? What the heck? I'm not alright with this. That's not what he said, but the dad, raised his hand, which is hilarious. I don't know why it's always so funny to me when an adult raises their hand, but it's just a funny sight. That was the polite thing to do. I guess you should raise your hand, but imagine just a 50-year-old man raising his hand waiting for permission to speak. I don't know why, it's just kind of a funny image. And the teacher asks him, okay, what's up? And he starts to ask why he doesn't do homework. And so the teacher just kind of re-explains what he had already explained about, well, when I was in school, I really hated homework. It would make me not like the classes as much. I don't want them to do that with my class, so I don't give homework. And it was like that answer just did not compute in this dad's brain, because he's like, okay, but don't they need to do homework to learn the stuff? And the teacher is like, no, they don't. I learned plenty of things and I didn't always do my homework, so I just don't believe it's necessary. And even if, for whatever reason, you're a parent out there and you're super pro homework, you just love the idea of your kid getting a bunch of extra work at the end of the day, that's a pretty fair reasoning. Is like, I don't think my class needs it, they get enough, and I don't want them to hate my class. You might not agree, but it's pretty fair. But this dad starts to be like, oh, are you sure that's why you don't assign them homework? And the teacher's obviously confused because that's what he said. So what do you mean? Am I sure that that's why I'm not assigning homework? And the dad basically accuses the teacher of being a young idiot who doesn't know what he's doing, who was only not assigning homework so he would have less stuff to grade. Which, even if that is the case, bro, the kids don't care. I promise you, every single student in that classroom was very okay with the idea of not getting homework, even if it was because he didn't want to grade it. But the teacher is getting defensive because no teacher would like to be told that they're lazy and don't want to do something, and he's like, I have nothing against grading homework. Trust me, I have a lot of things to grade. They do a lot in class. I just don't think that I need to send home extra work, and I don't understand why that upsets you. And a couple of the other parents in attendance kind of come to the teacher's aid. They're not overtly attacking the dad that's all pissed off, but they start talking to the dad about, think about the kids. They're getting so much homework from these other classes. I think it's a nice idea that he gives them a class where they don't have to worry about it as long as they're learning about the government. And even a couple of the students that were there with their parents are like, honestly, this class is the one that I learn the most in because I look forward to it, so I pay attention. All the classes that flood me with homework, I just don't really want to be there, so I'm not paying total attention. So everyone's kind of defending the teacher. And the dad at that point thought that, oh man, everyone's against me, because he starts saying that, I don't know why everyone in this classroom is ganging up on me. Did you guys have a meeting or something before this that if anyone tried to attack the teacher, you would defend him? Yeah, bro, everybody at this parent-teacher conference had a meeting last night and said, specifically when this dude shows up, he's gonna get pissed off. So let's just really defend the teacher. Everybody's got that much free time on their hands. I don't know why anyone would think it's that important, dude. This parent-teacher conference itself isn't that important, let alone trying to, organize a protest to defend the teacher for not giving homework. No one did that. And obviously the other parents that are getting accused of colluding with the teacher kind of reject the idea and tell him he's being ridiculous. And at that point, the teacher is just over it and tells the dad that he should probably just leave because he's not going to like the rest of the speech and he doesn't really feel like it's comfortable for anyone else. And the dad is like, oh, you're telling me to leave right now? This is my daughter's class. You have no right to tell me that I can't stay here. And the teacher tells him, well, you say you hate the way I teach. You say hate the way that I'm doing everything. So I don't know why you would want to stay. I'm letting you know that if you stay, you're going to hate the way that I teach my class and you're not going to like any of this. So you should just leave. And at that point, the dad stands up out of the desk, which, once again, probably a very funny sight, just a grown-up sitting in a school desk standing up. And he starts walking up to the teacher. And the teacher says, don't come up to me, stay away from me. And the dad's having none of it. He's seeing red, and he's like, you're gonna disrespect me in front of all these people. I'm not gonna take it. I don't know who you think you are. And he's getting closer to the teacher. And the teacher does the thing where you put your hands up, not all the way, but kind of by your shoulders. the whole, hey, I'm not a threat thing. Please don't come at me. I don't want any trouble. I feel like that's the universal kind of symbol for that. The hands kind of up, and the dad keeps coming at him. So the guy's hands are up. It's not like he's in a position to fight him. But the dad screams out, "Are you trying to hit me?" And then swings on the teacher. And I think personally, obviously I'm not the dad that hit him, so I don't know for sure, that he said that to try to convince people that the guy was going to swing on him first, so it was self-defense. Only problem is everybody is watching, and he hits the teacher, and he does connect, it hits him. But you would think that if you're going to get up out of the desk, storm up to the teacher, and hit them, you would know what you're doing, dude. Like, you should never hit the teacher. I don't advocate for violence. I don't advocate for hitting the teacher. But if you're gonna go ahead and attack someone in front of a bunch of people, you should know how to punch. You might as well make it like what you think's gonna happen in your head. Well, this dude storms up to the teacher, hits him, does connect on his face, and the teacher just doesn't even like, ow. He just kind of is standing there, and he goes, "Sir, did you just hit me?" Which has to be one of the most ego-draining things somebody could say after you hit them in the face. Like, imagine you are so pissed off, you're angry. "That's it, I'm gonna hit you." You punch someone in the face as hard as you can, all your might. You are trying to do a Dragon Ball Z anime arc level punch, and you hit the person in the face. Wapow! Power of 1,000 suns! And they just look at you and go, "Did you just hit me?" My goodness, that would have to suck the wind out of your sails. It would suck the wind out of your soul at that point. Nothing would make you weaker than a situation like that, dude. Like, feel weaker. Yeah! Oh, wow. That kind of tickled. But the dad doesn't keep swinging. He doesn't keep hitting him. And a bunch of other parents at that point get up and separate them. And everyone's yelling at him like, "Why did you hit the teacher? What's wrong with you?" And now he's getting mad at everyone because, I don't know, he thought everyone was going to be on his side. Pretty stupid idea. Okay, here's my plan. I'm going to punch the teacher that just said he's not going to assign homework so that way the kids have more free time. And everyone's going to be like, "Yeah, that's what we wanted. Knock him out. In fact, that's not enough. Keep punching him. Go, go, go." No one was gonna be on your side, bro. I don't think anyone's gonna see you just punch some poor dude in the face and be like, "Oh, that guy's cool. I love when people just start hitting others." And either way, once the dads have them split apart and they're holding him back, he hadn't swung on the teacher again, but now that he's being held back, he starts going all tough guy drama mode. "Oh, you're lucky that they're holding me back right now. I want to keep fighting you, but they're holding me back, and you're so lucky that they're holding me back." And it seems like he's struggling against the people that are holding him back, but it's obvious to everyone watching that he's struggling just enough to look like he's struggling, but not enough to actually break free, trying to save his own ego. At that point, everyone in the room already hates you. You're just pretending like you're gonna go beat him up to try to save whatever ego you have left in your brain. The teacher, though, doesn't let it get to him. You know, he's not like, "Oh my gosh, I just got hit." If anything, he's so calm that it starts to mess with the dad a little bit, because while he's screaming out that, like, they should let him go so he can fight him again, he gets a lot quieter when he realizes that the guy's not intimidated at all. He's not afraid. He's not like, "Keep him away from me." Probably because the punch was so weak. As I said, the teacher asked him, "Did you just hit me?" I don't know if it was out of shock or because he genuinely wasn't sure. But what, even if they do let you go, you're gonna run over to him and, like, gently tap him on the face with your knuckles? I don't think he would be afraid of that. And the teacher is so calm that he just walks over to the desk, picks up the phone, calls the administration, and says, "Yeah, we have an incident. One of the parents just hit me in the face." "Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Please send someone." Which on the other end was probably really confusing. They're just chilling in the office. I love the parent-teacher conference day. Nothing really happens. All the parents are here, so everyone's on their best behavior. There's gonna be no fights because it would be absurd for a parent to get in fight while just meeting the teacher. Ring, ring. "Oh, hello? Someone punched you in the face? Really? Are you messing with me? I'll be right there." Either that or they were hyped to go. They were like, "Oh man, nothing's happened all day. Sweet, we get to go arrest somebody's dad." And as soon as the teacher calls the office and lets the guy know that people are coming down to deal with the situation, he stops struggling against the people holding him back to like go fight the teacher. And instead he starts struggling against them to just get out of the door. It was like a little kid who's acting all bad when they think no one's around and then they find out that someone's gonna tell their mom. And they just start doing anything they can to get away. Like, please don't tell my mom. That's basically what's going on. He's trying to get away and he's yelling out. A full-grown man who just punched a teacher, I don't want to see the principal. I don't want to see the principal. You should have thought about that before you punched the teacher in the face. You want to know a guaranteed way to not have to deal with the principal? Don't hit the teacher. I know, crazy. And while all this is going on, it's even more embarrassing because his daughter is just standing there yelling at him, asking why he has to embarrass her everywhere they go and why he couldn't just keep it together for one day. Which I do feel bad for her, dude. Imagine this being your parent. Everywhere you go, he tries to fight someone. You're like, okay, you can come to my parent-teacher conference. Just please do not fight my teacher. Can you at least promise me that, Dad? Like you won't fight my teacher? Yeah, sure, no problem. He punches the teacher every time. We go to Wendy's. You hit the drive-thru worker. We go to Lowe's. You start knocking out the guy mixing paint. Remember the one time we tried to ride the bus and then you caused an accident because you put the driver in a chokehold? You can't do this everywhere we go. But the dad's struggling. He finally gets out of the hold of the people though, and he runs out the door before the principal can get there, and they see him run out of the end of the hallway, which is these double doors that lead to the parking lot. So they're aware that he's going to leave, but he left behind his kid, bro. Pretty important thing. So the daughter's standing there and she's like, my dad left. And one of the other parents is like, okay, well, we can give you a ride home. And she's like, okay, thank you. And obviously everybody's like, this was absurd. He literally ran away so fast that he made such a quick getaway he forgot the kid. Pretty important thing to forget. And everybody was asking the teacher if he was okay. And the teacher finally started talking about it and was like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't know what that guy's problem was, though. I didn't realize that not giving homework was so unpopular. And all the parents kind of laughed a little bit and they were like, no, please don't. Like, it's okay. We don't agree with him. We don't know why he did that. Even if he disagreed with you, it's not okay to hit you, which is my opinion. I guess technically you're allowed to love homework. It's your right. As an American, you can believe what you want. You can be super pro homework. Get a bumper sticker that says, I love homework. Get a flag. Fly it above your house 90 feet in the air saying, homework, homework. I don't care. But there's no reason to punch someone in the face for disagreeing on something like that, dude. Like, that's such a stupid thing. Imagine. What do you like better, construction paper or notebook paper? And you answer whatever you answer and the person just starts hitting you in the face because you disagreed. That's how stupid this entire situation was. Either way, the principal finally gets to the class and asks what happened, and a bunch of parents give statements, say what happened. They make sure the teacher's okay. And then they just turn to the daughter who was left behind and they ask for her dad's name. And of course she gives it over. So they're like, all right, we're going to go to the office. We'll take care of it. Blah, 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 blah. Hope everything's okay. And around that time, it was time for them to move on to the next classroom. So the daughter, who had been left by the dad at the school, does go with her friend and her friend's mom to her class, and then they're going to take her home. So she's not like stuck at the school. She's not going to be abandoned. But still, he really left the kid. He said, look, I'm going to punch the teacher, and then I'm going to make my getaway. And as a diversion, I'll just leave my kid behind. They'll never be able to chase me while dealing with that at the same time. Either way, the day ends. People start talking about it. The tale of the dad who punched the teacher in the face. It was kind of all the talk of the school, but whatever. The person who sent this to me on the next school day goes into class where the teacher had been punched in the face, and on his desk is the biggest edible arrangement he has ever seen, bro. It was like they basically took an entire fruit farm, stuck it in a basket, and sent it over, and there was a huge card on the top that said, I'm sorry. And so everybody sits down for class, and the teacher gets up to start teaching, but before he starts teaching, he's like, hey, do you guys like my edible arrangement? And they all start laughing. They're like, yeah, I've never seen a bigger edible arrangement. That's so funny. Who is it from? Like, what is it for? Why is it an apology? And the teacher just smiles and he goes, oh, it's from my biggest fan, the guy who punched me in the face. Bro, this dad had gone to the parent-teacher conference, gotten so mad about homework that he needed to punch the teacher, goes through with it, hits the teacher, runs away before the principal gets there, leaves his kid behind, and then decides, I know just the thing that'll make this right. At that point, I feel like the only way you can make it right is like never show up to the school again or change schools. Those are really your two options. But in his mind, he says, everyone will just forgive me as long as I send a really big edible arrangement. You know, you can punch anyone in the face as long as you send an apology watermelon right after. The class had to laugh at it though, because you kind of have to just like roll your eyes at someone that's that stupid. I'm sorry for punching you in the face, but I got you an edible arrangement. Either way, I'm sure it was a pretty interesting year for the teacher, just because every time he got an email from that parent, he was like, oh yeah, remember when you punched me in the face? I don't know, I would just recommend avoiding punching people in the face, especially if it's just a teacher doing their job, and especially if it's just a teacher doing their job by not assigning homework.
Alright, so this is something that I ended up witnessing about 2 weeks ago. I took my car in for an oil change and had some other stuff that needed to get fixed on it, and, I was gonna be stuck there for a couple hours, so I would just ended up walking around the dealership looking at cars, because cars are cool, and, I had nothing better to do other than look at my phone. Had gotten kind of bored of that, so I just started walking around looking at all the cars in the showroom, and as I was doing that, I ended up hearing a little bit of a commotion, and so I look over to see what's going on, and I see a bunch of workers opening the doors. Like the way a car showroom set up, they have these doors that can open where they can drive a car into the showroom. And so I see them opening up the doors, the door opens, I hear an engine, and in rolls this, very, very brand new looking BMW M5. If you're not a car person, it's just like a very fancy car, it's a very expensive car. And this one in particular that they're rolling into the showroom right now has a big bow on it, so, I was assuming it was a gift of some sort. And as I'm watching them bring this car into the showroom and assuming that it's going to be a gift because it has a big bow on it, I hear these people walking behind me, and they're having a conversation, and it's not even like I'm trying to overhear it. When people are just talking so loud, you can't help but overhear their conversation. That's kind of what goes on. So as I'm watching them open the door and bring this car in, I hear some people behind me, and the conversation goes a little bit like this. Well, I just hope that my son wants the car, he was telling me the other day that he wants a coupe, so I hope that he doesn't hate that it's a 4-door, which was a little bit confusing to me to hear. The car that they were bringing in, like a BMW M5, is an insane car to give a kid. I just Googled it, and they start at $105,000, so it's not a Ferrari, it's not a Lambo. That being said, it's insanely expensive to give some unexperienced driver a mortgage to just drive around real quick. I would not want the pressure of a $100,000 car, dude. Not to mention, imagine buying someone a $100,000 car and then like having a conversation. Oh, I hope that they like it. They told me that they wanted something different, so I hope they don't hate it. Like if I ended up giving somebody a car that was $100,000, first of all, I've got to be like, this got to be my favorite person on the planet. That's a lot of money. But on top of that, if I gave it to them and they were like, meh, I don't like it, I want something with 2 doors, I'd be like, yo, that's crazy. I guess you're getting nothing because that's absurd. You better get back there and cry. That better be a fake reaction you just gave me. Regardless, I overhear this conversation and they end up moving this car, and the people that were talking about it end up walking with it over to where the seating area is for people that were waiting. So whatever, I go over there and I sit down. They had a bunch of chairs and like some magazines that you could read while you were waiting for your car to get worked on, or if somebody you knew was doing paperwork or whatever. And as I'm sitting there, I started reading some stuff on my phone and I overheard another conversation, and it was like, all right, my son's gonna be here any minute. I want you to make sure that you film his reaction when he walks in here and sees his car. So I look up and I see like this lady and the same dad that had been talking about the car, and this lady has like a nice camera, and she's like, wow, that's so awesome, I bet you he's gonna be so excited. Wow, this is such an incredibly nice car. No way, it's his first one. That's so cool. Just kind of hyping him up a little bit, and the dad's like, yeah, I think he's gonna love it. So like I said, just get ready to film it so you get his reaction. And then this car pulls up and out steps this kid that basically looks like a wannabe TikToker, dude. Like if you merged every famous TikToker together and just took like the average of what they would look like, that's basically what this dude looked like. And he walks in and just it has this look on his face of like, I'm just annoyed to be here, right? And he sees his dad and he walks over to him and he's like, yo, dad, what's up? Why did you tell me that, I needed to come here? And the dad is like, well, son, there's something that I want to give you. And he starts to go on this long, heartfelt speech, about how the day that his son was born was the best day of his life and he's so proud of him. And, that they've been through a lot as father and son, but one thing that they've always bonded over is the fact that they have each other. Like, it was a very sweet speech, I can't even lie. And at the end, he's like, and now that you're 17, I figured you needed a car of your own, so I figured I would get you one, so that one is yours. And he points to the car that has the bow on it, the one that I had seen earlier. Now, obviously, my parents didn't buy me a $100,000 car, so I can't tell you how I would react. But that being said, even if tomorrow my parents were like, hey, we bought you an M5, I would probably cry tears of joy and then poop myself a little bit. So, I was expecting this kid to just start freaking out. His dad just told him that he's getting this sick car. Any car should make you freak out if you're a kid and you get it, bro. If you get like a 2002 minivan, it's still a car. It's a better car than the one you had yesterday. Oh yeah, because none, any car is better than no car, which is why it was so confusing that it almost looks like the TikTok dude was like upset with the fact that he had gotten his car given to him right now. His face literally contorted in a frown, looking like a clown trying to be scary who paints on the frown type of vibe, and he's just not looking thrilled. You can see that he's like arms crossed, pouting basically, and I'm like, ooh, this is not gonna go well. I could tell that from body language alone, and that's when he opened his mouth. What is this, Dad? It's so ugly. It's a parent car. What is wrong with you? I told you I wanted a 2-door coupe. What is wrong with you? Are you listening to me? Do you need to go back to school, or do you know how many doors this has? Can you count? Obviously, it was a 4-door car, but I'm just kind of flabbergasted that he's screaming at the dad, talking about how ugly it is and like, oh, you don't listen to me. And then he looks at the dad all surprised after his rant, as if the dad is supposed to just take that and have absolutely no reaction. And before the dad can reply, I'm just sitting there stupefied in my chair trying to act like I'm not paying attention, and like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. I don't understand how you could be upset with this, bro. Like, even if you personally don't like the car, it's still sick and it's a free car that your parents are giving you. And how could you not like it? Like, call me nuts, but if I didn't have to pay for it, I would take any car that anyone gave me. Like, if tomorrow I walked outside and somebody was like, hey man, do you want this free Toyota Camry? I'd still be like, whoa, this is awesome, thank you, hell yeah. Especially if my parents were buying me like a sick sports car, I'd be pretty cool with it. I wouldn't be too upset. I'd be incredibly thankful. And that's when the dad starts trying to talk back, but instead of telling the kid to just like kick rocks, he starts trying to explain himself, which is nuts to me. I feel like I wouldn't be trying to explain myself. You just don't get the car now, I'll take it. But he starts to tell this kid that like, yeah, the insurance on a coupe would be too high because it's a 2-door. The insurance would be higher for you on that. And listen, man, like, I will say, I think buying your kid a $100,000 car is stupid. I just think that's a very dumb move. That being said, if you're gonna buy your kid a $100,000 car, the insurance is a funny thing to be upset about. If you're upset about that, you should have gone the Toyota Corolla route. And the kid responds to his dad being like, you can't have a 2-door because of the insurance, by just screaming at him, being like, you cheap old man, just pay for the insurance, which is also not something that I'm supporting, bro. I don't know why you're screaming at your dad. He shouldn't be paying for your insurance at all. I think overall this entire car is just a huge mistake. I can't believe he'd be telling his dad that he sucks for not being willing to pay for the insurance too. I'm pretty sure if your parents buy you the car, no questions asked, the thing you have to do is pay for the insurance. I just feel like that's a fair trade-off. Here, son, I paid the $105,000 for you to have this sick car. You just pay the couple hundred a month to drive it, and it is a point too that like, yeah, insurance is more expensive in a 2-door car, especially if you're a guy under 25. Insurance just is expensive. Anyways, the dad at that point finally starts to get mad, but just not at the son, he's like, hey, turn that camera off, because obviously they had been filming this and this is not what they're looking for, footage of him being insulted, I'm sure. So then he looks at his son and he's like, are you being serious right now? You really aren't happy with this? Like, I thought you were gonna like it. And at this point, I'm assuming that he's like, well, if you don't like this and you're gonna be ungrateful, then I'll take back the car. That's what I was expecting him to do, but the dad's like, are you really don't like this? And he's trying to keep it down, be quiet. The kid does not try to keep it down or be subtle at all, though. No, you absolute buffoon. Why did you think that this was something I wanted? How many times do I have to tell you exactly what I want before you just get it, you idiot? Listen, dude, like, regardless of whether or not I had a bunch of money to be buying my kid a $100,000 car, because it's still really stupid, if my kid started calling me a moron in front of a bunch of people because I bought him the wrong car, then like, I don't know, man, I'll just go get it ripped up by that dinosaur that destroys cars. I want you to tell me that you're going to get me the car. I don't want to hear anything else. Like, that's what the son says next before the dad can open his mouth. I don't want to hear any more excuses from you until I get the car I wanted instead of whatever that is. And he pointed at the car that had the bow on it, and then he like stormed out and got on the phone. And you couldn't really hear what he was saying on the phone, but he was talking to whoever was on the other end so loudly that you could hear him like through the glass. And so the dad starts to look around and sees a lot of, workers and people staring because that was very loud and there was literally no way to avoid it, and it was just very uncomfortable. And he starts screaming at everybody for some reason, not his kid. No yelling there, just at everybody looking. You guys got me the wrong car. I told you I wanted a two-door. I want you to change it now. Stop looking. It's not funny. And the manager comes out to see what's going on because the workers are kind of like, what? And the manager is like, hey man, look, you already purchased this car, talking about the one that had the bow on it. You can't just return it. And he's like, well, you got me the wrong one. And the manager's like, no, I didn't, dude. We just sat in my office and did the paperwork for an hour. This is the car you picked. We had conversation after conversation about why you were getting it, So listen, I'm more than happy to talk to you and try to work something out, but come on, let's not pretend that I gave you the wrong car. This is definitely the car you picked. Well, my son doesn't want this car. He wants a two-door car, so you need to make that happen. If there's not a brand new two-door car here, then I'm gonna be pissed. And the entire time he's screaming at the manager and the workers, I'm really confused. Why are you yelling at them, dude? They gave you the car you wanted. They put the bow on it. They moved it into the showroom. They've done everything you've asked. The only reason you have to be mad is because you were a crappy parent. And listen, bro, that's kind of on your shoulders. It's not the random people working at the car dealership that have anything to do with your bad parenting. And the manager is like, look, okay, I can make a two-door happen, but you're gonna have to pay me a fee to restock this car and put it back as new. And on top of that, I'm also gonna hold the fees from the deal. And the dad is like, I don't care what it costs, just make it happen. And obviously, after hearing that, the manager didn't need to be convinced a bunch to A, get the brand new car back and keep money for it, and then B, sell this guy another new car. The manager is probably like, ayo, this is a bag. Not only do I get to get him out of here, but on top of it, I get to sell him another car. And the fees from buying a car aren't cheap, so if they got to keep those, this man's really out here just making a bunch of money off this dude being mad. And on top of it, now this dude's willing to buy another one. So the dad's screaming there about how they need to make it happen, and he doesn't care what the number is. He just wants his son to be happy and blah, 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 blah. And the manager's like, all right, man, if you say so. I feel like that's a very expensive thing to say in a car dealership, just make it happen. But regardless, the dad's like, make it happen, and storms out to his son to, talk to him, I guess, about how everyone here is an idiot because he bought his kid the quote-unquote wrong car. At that point, my kid would just be walking everywhere, bro. I don't have a kid, but if I did and I bought him a car and he had this reaction, wow, son, congratulations. You've earned the best transportation of all time, putting one foot in front of the other. That's what you'll be taking everywhere from now on. I literally giggled when he went outside. I wasn't trying to be mean, but just thinking about what would go down if I did that was making me laugh. How rich does this guy have to be where spending $100,000 on a car means nothing? First of all, that's nuts. Second of all, if you are that rich that you're just out here dropping $100,000 on a car for your son to inevitably wreck in 2 months, and then literally just paying a couple thousand to get a different car than the one you already bought, how are you also that angry where you're just screaming at everyone? Listen, if I'm ever in a position where I'm dropping $105,000 before breakfast, that's nuts. That's literally stupid money. That is money so dumb it can't spell the word the. I definitely would not be so angry on the inside that I could still be screaming at managers. Whatever, okay, dude, take a little bit longer to fix the car. It's fine, I'm basically a billionaire. Okay, not really, you know what I'm saying though. But if you're dropping $105,000 like it's nothing, you got a lot of money. Only reason you should be that mad is if you're taking out loans to do it. Anyways, for the next little bit, the dad and his son are outside, and I didn't really hear or see anything. I didn't really feel like it. I had kind of gotten into Clash of Clans at that moment. Town Hall 13 stressful. I had stuff to do. Regardless, after a few minutes, they end up coming back into the dealership, and this time they look a little bit more united, as if they had a little bit of a peace talk out there, and they had realized that if they came together and used their powers to scream at everyone, they'd be unbeatable. But they come back inside and they're like, we need to talk to the manager. And the manager goes and takes them to this back room. And the back room was on the other side, and it was this glass door, but frosted so you couldn't see in. Anyways, they all went into the back room, and around then my car was ready. So I went to talk to the guy in charge of that department to get my keys and, pay and all that stuff. And as I'm checking out talking to this guy, we start to hear noise from the back room. And we can't really hear exactly what they're saying, but it's definitely definitely obvious that like two people are screaming very angrily, and then like there's a little bit of quiet because the other person's not screaming back. So it's pretty obvious that, you know, the son and dad are wombo comboing the manager and he's just in there trying to 1v2. Apparently they were still very upset, you know, that the dad had bought a car and the car that they bought had been delivered or whatever. Even though that's just kind of how it works, man. I don't know why you expected them to bring a 2-door car when you bought a 4-door one. Why did you guys do that? I don't know, man. You signed the paperwork and paid for it. We were just doing what you paid for. Regardless, he was literally freaking out so much that you could just make out faint yelling from the other side of the dealership. And at that point, I wasn't really trying to stick around. You know, I had made a mistake of not going home in the first place while I was sitting here. So obviously the guy's like, all right, let's get you out of here. I get my keys really quick and I'm walking out. And I made a joke about like, oof, that sucks. You know, at least you don't have to deal with that every day. And the guy's like, no, that dude comes in here pretty often and he's basically always like this. And obviously at that point, I just had to ask, like, what do you mean? Because this was just hilarious to me. And apparently about like once a month, this dude came into this dealership to buy a car and then something always went wrong and it was always that guy's fault. Like he would buy a brown car and then be mad it was brown or whatever. And he would just always end up screaming like at everybody, which once again, how rich are you, bro? Like you're literally in here buying a car every month, my goodness. And also another question, if you are in here buying a car every month and it's always really bad, then like why are you still shopping here and giving them your money if you're always having such a horrible experience? Listen, I'm not out here buying a car every month. I don't know anything about that. That being said, if I like shopped at a local grocery store and the workers were always really mean, I would just stop going there. You know, it just seems kind of dumb to me that you're gonna give this company a lot of money. Like if you're buying a car a month, you're buying a lot of product from them. They're making a lot of money off you. If you have to scream at them every time you come in, to me it just seems dumb to keep coming, because why would they treat you any better if you're just gonna keep handing over the Benjamins, baby? Regardless, I was just kind of like, well, that sucks. Good luck dealing with that, and skedaddled pretty quickly before they came back out of the back room. I wasn't trying to see what the fuss was about, and you know, ended up going home, going about my business, not trying to fight my dad because he got me the wrong car, because, you know, I paid for my car. Imagine your parents giving you a car and you throwing such a fit that they basically are forced to eat a couple $1,000s in fees just because you didn't like how many doors it had, bro. And also imagine being such a crappy parent that your kid can bully you into eating a couple $1,000s in fees because he doesn't like how many doors the car has. Like, honestly, no matter which way you swing it, everybody sucks in this situation. But I will say it's obvious that the apple don't far fall from the tree, you know. You screaming at car workers and people at the dealership every day probably isn't giving your son a bunch of good, what is it, you know, a good example on how he should be not screaming at you. Regardless, guys, I just thought that would be a pretty good story time. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought, and of course subscribe if you're new. If you really want to help me out, I'll put a link to the intro song in the description along with the link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or you could use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout to get a discount on G Fuel. I'd appreciate it. And last but not least, two more things I gotta plug. You can check out the story times. I put them on Spotify a couple days after they're posted here, so if you want to listen to those without gameplay or offline, that link's in the top of the description. Check it out. And the link in the bottom of the description is going to be a link to the merch store. It is the coolest merch to ever exist, so you should definitely get yourself some. I'd appreciate it. And yeah, on that note, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I've got quite the story time for y'all. I think weddings are supposed to be a very joyous occasion. You know, weddings are supposed to be something that makes you go, wow, what a beautiful day to be alive. But someone sent in a story time to me where the dad at a wedding apparently just decided to ruin it for everybody. I don't know why you would want to ruin your kid's wedding. It seems like taking one of the most important days of their lives and pooping all over it, but apparently that was this guy's decision. And I'm sorry if the audio sounds a little weird right now. I'm redoing my setup, so it might be a little more echoey. I'm working on it. It won't be like this forever, I promise. Okay, so thankfully the person who sent this in to me wasn't the person getting married. That would kind of suck, but he did happen to be in the wedding party. It was one of his friends he had known for a while. He had been dating his girlfriend since the beginning of college. It was the end of college. They had decided to get married. Pretty standard timing on all that. And when he was asked to be in the wedding party, he was like, sweet, they're a fun couple, this is gonna be a great wedding. But he knew something was a little bit off when his friend asked him to be in the wedding and like decided to warn him about his dad right away. Just kind of a weird situation, you know, supposed to be asking someone to be in your wedding, super joyous occasion, and you're like, oh, by the way, just so you know, my dad is a little bit nuts. He literally told his friend that like his dad has a way of trying to make everything about himself and is super dramatic. So if he was willing to put up with that, he could still be in the wedding. And since it was his friend, he was like, of course I'll be in your wedding. How bad could your dad possibly be? Especially on his kid's wedding day, you know, like there's no way he's going to be over dramatic and try to ruin that. But his friend literally reassured him about how crazy his dad is. Even when he was saying that, he was like, listen, man, trust me, every important event of my life, this guy has gone out of his way to make it about him somehow. It's like he just does not have the ability to like let other people have attention. And he starts talking about how at his high school graduation, the person reading the names had said his last name wrong because it's like a very uncommon last name. And he wasn't really offended because people said it wrong all the time. This person's reading a ton of names at this ceremony, like it is what it is. But his dad had literally like charged the stage from the crowd of parents and started trying to fight the person who said the name wrong because obviously they had done it on purpose and done it to try to embarrass his son, like ruined his graduation. And listen, man, I get it. It would suck if you've worked this hard and when you graduate, people say your name wrong. That would suck. But I don't know if it's really like charge them and try to fight them over it. What, did you just expect them to know how to pronounce everyone's name at any given time, just always? Plus, if you're talking about a normal graduation, like if someone's going to be reading hundreds of names, they're going to get one wrong. Like, let's be honest here, all right? Trust me, I talk for like 20 minutes in a video. How many words do I pronounce wrong on average? Like 700 of them? I don't know how many words I even say in a video. But still, like I feel like charging the stage and trying to fight someone for saying your name wrong is ridiculous, especially at a graduation. Everyone's there. Oh, wow, my child has worked so hard. It's finally time for their hard work to be completed. Oh, it's going to be such a joyous occasion. You're just there beating the crap out of the guy trying to read everyone's names. Just go ahead and ruin everybody's graduation. You think anybody talks about the ceremony? No, everybody talks about that one dad that went ballistic and tried to fight the vice principal. Either way, he was kind of like, all right, we'll see. And they started helping him like plan the bachelor party, that type of stuff. And one thing he noticed is that this guy's dad was not involved in planning anything. And it's not his wedding. It's not his place to say anything. So he just kind of drops it. I don't know. Some people don't have super tight relationships with their parents. It's not that big of a deal. Like, who cares? But his dad was going to be coming to everything. So he's kind of confused because everybody that was attending was involved in planning it except for his dad. And so he kind of asked his friend one day, like, hey, if your dad's coming, shouldn't we ask him like what his opinions are? And the kid was like, no, we're not going to ask my dad what his opinions are because trust me, he will find a way to make it all about him and it's my bachelor party, so we're not doing that. And he's like, all right, fair enough. Cool, I get you. So the day of the bachelor party comes and he still hasn't met this dude's dad yet. And obviously they're all excited. It's going to be a fun time. And they were going to go to this like a golf place where they serve drinks, hang out there for a little bit, and then go somewhere else. And then one of them had like booked out some time at the shooting range where they were going to rent a machine gun and test it. Like just normal or bachelor party stuff. I don't know. I feel like that's stuff that like I've seen a lot of people do for their bachelor party. So he gets there and all of his other friends are really cool. They already kind of knew each other, but his dad shows up and he immediately realized that his friend had not been exaggerating how much his dad just loves to make things about himself, because he like swings the door open all dramatically. And so everyone looks over and there's no one there. And then music starts playing, the beginning of Thunderstruck by AC/DC. And then this old man walks in an all white suit, like head to toe, raises his hands and goes, "The party's arrived."
Keep in mind, everybody else is in like t-shirt, jeans, very casual attire. None of them had a musical entrance, but this guy just went above and beyond. And it's like not his party and nobody knew the guy. Listen, maybe that would be funny if you knew everybody really well and it was like an inside joke or something, but I don't know what I would think of someone if this was my first impression of them, is them like having a big musical entrance to a party that's not for them. Even if it was for them, I would cringe a little bit if someone like kicked open the door, ran away from the door, turned on the music, and then walked in. Because think about it, he had to have been standing in front of the door to open it. So he opened it, ran away, turned up the volume on the music, played it, and then made his entrance. And when you start thinking about it that way, it just gets a lot more cringe, you know? Like when you start thinking about the fact that like a TikTok, somebody set their phone up and then lip synced to a song and then posted it. And you think about the process of making it, it gets a lot cringier. That was this guy's entrance, basically. But whatever, they all end up doing this like golf thing, and the dad is talking all this smack when they get there about how he's gonna hit the ball further than everyone and they're just gonna be embarrassed, so they might as well go home now. And listen, I get some people just like to talk crap. I'm one of those people. It's just kind of fun. But you have to have like a friendship with somebody before you start friendly talking crap with them. If you just start doing it to strangers, it comes off a little bit aggressive, man. Like imagine I'm just playing Valorant, this kid says, oh, they're on B, and I'm like, how about you stop being so annoying, all right, you little turd? Like, it's just uncalled for, man. If I do that to Dark Dom, no one cares. It's just normal. Anyways, the other caveat is, like, if you're gonna talk crap, especially about a sport or a skill or something, you better be able to back it up, you know? Like, that's the one rule. If you say that you're gonna destroy me on the basketball court and you're like a 7-footer who can dunk, I'm all right with you saying that. It doesn't bug me. Talk trash about it all day. What am I gonna do? Stop you from dunking? But if you're gonna be talking about how you're gonna smack this golf ball further than Tiger Woods, you're gonna get a PGA contract, then you better be able to step up and just smack the crap out of this golf ball. So everybody gets their hits in, and every time someone's hitting the ball, his dad is like, oh, you guys don't even know how to hit this ball. Come on, hit it like you mean it. What is this? I didn't realize I was at the bachelorette party, like just being a jerk, bro. So whatever, he gets up to hit it, and everybody's kind of egging him on a little bit, being like, all right, man, you better smack this thing. You've been talking a lot of crap. Let's see it. And he goes up, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Happy Gilmore. It's an old Adam Sandler movie. Absolute classic. If you haven't seen it, go see it. But anyways, it's about a hockey player that switches to golf, and he has this funny swing. And he tries to do like the Happy Gilmore swing. Only issue is I don't think he had ever actually tried to practice it before. I don't think he had ever actually played golf before, because he hits the ball, but it goes like 3 feet, which is extra embarrassing in any situation. But when you're doing the Happy Gilmore, like running up, getting a huge burst of speed before you hit the ball, and it only goes 3 feet, it's even funnier. And so obviously the rest of the bachelor party, upon seeing this, starts to laugh, because what else are you going to do in this situation? Someone starts talking all this crap about how, you know, they're going to be so much better than you and you guys suck, da-da-da-da-da, and then they just fail. You're gonna laugh. But the dad does not like that everybody at this bachelor party is laughing at him. He literally crosses his arms and is like, well, that's not very nice. And listen, man, sure, laughing at people isn't nice, but at the same time, talking crap isn't nice either. And even then, what are you, like 52 years old? You're gonna fold your arms like a toddler and start throwing a fit? It would bug me if a toddler did that, bro, but it's really gonna bug me if some 55-year-old man is like, my feelings got hurt. All right, man, well, guess what? You had 50 years of getting your feelings hurt to learn how to cope with that. It's not my problem. But whatever, everybody keeps laughing, and a few people think he's joking about like crossing his arms and throwing a fit, but he starts saying that like this is dumb, he's not having any fun, they should just get out of here, he doesn't know why they're here anyways. But everybody else is having themselves a good time. Everybody else is like enjoying it, being able to smack a golf club more than 3 feet. They had just gotten there, and it was one of those things where like you booked a booth for a certain amount of time, so they were gonna be there for a few hours, but the dad is having none of it and is now literally throwing a fit, saying that they have to leave right now because he's not having fun. And listen, man, even if it is your party, if you've just got there and you've only been there for 10 minutes and you have it booked for 2 hours, you just deal with it. But especially if it's not your party, you just shut shut up. No one's saying you have to love it here, but it's your kid's bachelor party, not yours. Your opinion on where you should go and what you should do doesn't really matter that much. You know, I get it, you're the parent or whatever, but imagine demanding that someone just stops their party and goes elsewhere because, I just am not having a good time here. And the son's not having any of it, and he's like, no, we're not leaving, we just got here, I'm having fun. You don't have to golf, but just relax. And the dad's like, I don't want to relax, this isn't fun to me, I can't believe that this is your idea of a good time, we need to leave now, or this is just the lamest bachelor party ever. And the son just looks at his dad and is like, well then I guess it's the lamest bachelor party ever and I'm enjoying it, so whatever, we're not leaving. And the dad threatens his son at that point and is like, well, if we don't leave, then I'm gonna leave. And he's like, all right. And the dad picks up his keys and goes to leave. And the subscriber who sent this to me is just kind of sitting there in shock, like he's not actually gonna leave, right? Like this is just some big elaborate like feint and he's gonna come back in, he's trying to pressure us to leave. But no, the dude actually ditches his son's bachelor party because they wouldn't leave the second he decided to not have any fun because he had been talking a bunch of crap he couldn't back up. Like, yeah, that's obviously an embarrassing situation, but you want to know how you could have avoided this embarrassing situation? Not talked a bunch of crap about a skill you don't have, you know? Believe it or not, if I was like on a fishing trip with a bunch of people and I didn't know how to fish, I would just say, hey guys, I'm kind of new, so if you could help me out, I'd appreciate it. I wouldn't go around telling all of them that I basically am Percy Jackson and I'm the greatest fisherman of all time, because I'm just not. Like, I feel like talking a bunch of crap before performing a sport that you've never played before just makes no sense. Oh yeah, man, I'm the best driver of all time. You've never driven a car? Like, why would you even set yourself up for failure? Especially talking crap to everyone else. It's not like he's only hyping up his own skills, but you start tearing everybody down, of course they're gonna laugh at you when you fail. But that's just the type of attitude that this guy's dad had about this wedding and all these festivities. Literally left the bachelor party because he just didn't feel like it was fun for him. And obviously that's nuts, but they end up enjoying the rest of the bachelor party. It doesn't seem to bug the son too much, probably because, like he said, he was used to it. The guy did it at everything, so it just didn't really work on him anymore. Like, the guilt trip had become so ineffective because it had been overdone. But whatever, everybody just kind of ignores it, doesn't talk about it. And the day of the wedding comes, and the person who sent this to me is obviously aware that the dad is going to do some type of antic at this wedding because he couldn't even just enjoy the bachelor party for 15 minutes. Anyways, the wedding comes, and it's pretty okay, everything's fine, there's no disruptions during the ceremony, it's going really well, and then it gets to the point at the reception when everybody is gonna give the speeches. And thus far, to be honest, the subscriber had been kind of surprised the dad hadn't been more of like a problem causer. See, I missaid a word, oh well. You would just think after the golf thing that he wouldn't be able to keep it together through the ceremony, you know? Does anyone have a reason they shall not be wed? Speak now or forever hold your peace. He's just like, I love them, think they're a great couple, they should get married, like just to get some attention. That's what he was expecting, but thankfully he didn't do anything like that. But then it gets to the point in the night where everybody has to give their speeches. And so the bride's father went first, and he gives this very nice speech about how, like, it's been an honor to watch her grow up and blah, 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 blah. And she's a beautiful young woman, and she made a great choice in her husband because he's a great guy, and he couldn't be happier to have him in the family. Like a very sweet traditional wedding speech, because obviously it's too late now. You're at the party after the wedding. At this point, you just kind of got to embrace that they're together. I guess technically you could freak out and say, no, I hate this during the speech, but then you're just gonna ruin the mood and make your relationship with that person awkward because you just hate their husband now. And they actually did get along. Like, he got along with her family. But then it's his dad's turn, and he gets up and starts being like, oh, this is such a great couple, they're so awesome. He had never even hung out with them together, so they don't really know what he's talking about. Whatever, he's just doing the generic speech thing. And then he starts going on and on about his son and how all of the good qualities that his son has are obviously from him and his side of the family. And his parents had been divorced because, you know, his mom didn't really want to have to deal with his dad all the time. So obviously it was pretty insulting because his mom is there when he starts going on about how like, oh yeah, all the bad stuff that he has is from his mom. All the good stuff is from me. It's just not a very funny joke because they didn't like each other. There was a bunch of tension. So it'd be the equivalent of like going to a party. Someone's there that you really don't like and then kind of roasting them on the microphone. So the mom and her family isn't very happy. And so one of the mom's family members goes up to take the microphone. And the dad pulls the microphone away and says that the groom's mom is a sea hag at her son's wedding and then starts roasting his old family-in-law. Because obviously if he had been married to her and her family's there, technically they used to be family, and he starts going off about how her brothers haven't been arrested and da-da-da-da-da, and how they're all just like garbage people and blah, 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 blah. And listen, I don't know the mom's family. Maybe they are garbage people. But even then, it's not the time to do this at a wedding on the microphone when you're supposed to be giving a speech. And especially not if you're the dad of the groom, like he's really out here, you know, trying to cause a disruption. This isn't a Comedy Central roast, it's your kid's wedding. I feel like there had to have been a better time to sit there and be like, when can I call out my ex-wife and her family? Plus, if you guys have been apart for a while, it's kind of weird you're still that mad, you know? I'm not saying everybody should love their ex-wife or whatever, but if you haven't been together for like 20 years and you're still harboring as much anger as day one, I don't know, man. Eventually you just gotta move on, right? Like him roasting her brothers, dude. What, your former brother-in-law's 20 years ago? Like what happened that made you so angry that you're still hanging on to that? At this point though, it's getting out of control, and obviously the groom, the friend of the subscriber, is not gonna let his dad do this at his wedding, like make it get out of control, turn it into this huge thing. No one wants that to happen at their wedding. So he goes to take the microphone from his dad, thinking that like, okay, my dad's gonna give me the microphone if I tell him to relax because it's my wedding. And so he goes over and says, give me the microphone. And the dad is like, no, I'm not gonna give it to you. And so the son says something along the lines of like, well, it's my wedding, so you're going to give me the microphone. Like, I don't care if you want to, you're going to give it to me. And he goes to grab it. And the dad yells that he wouldn't be having this wedding if it wasn't for his dad because he wouldn't have been born. Which, like, I guess technically true, but it's not your wedding, bro. You're just the dad. And then hits his son on the forehead with the microphone. And it's one of those ones with like the metal grate around the outside that, you know, principals talk into. So obviously it hurts pretty hard. And so he falls back. And at that point, the entire wedding like gasps and starts losing their mind because it was already nuts. But when the father of the groom smacks the groom with a microphone and like knocks him over, it's not what you expect. And everybody else at the wedding, dad's side, mom's side, new family side, starts just rushing him at that point, grabs the microphone out of his hand, picks him up, and starts carrying him out of the place. And the entire time he's yelling that like they can't kick him out, it's his son's wedding, they don't have the right to do it. Keep in mind, he just attacked his son and like smacked him with the microphone, bro. If you didn't want to get kicked out of your son's wedding, you probably should have avoided the whole hitting your son with the microphone. Like, I love my parents, but yeah, if for whatever reason my dad like hits me with the microphone on my wedding day, I'm just kicking him out. You're not sticking around and hanging out with me, dude. No offense. And of course, the bride's family is like, what are you doing? The bride's crying because her groom got hurt. Oh, it's just an entire train wreck. And so the dad gets kicked out. They throw him out of there. He tries to come back in, so they kick him out again, this time a little rougher. And finally, he leaves. And so there's all this commotion, everybody trying to see if the groom's okay, what's going on. He's okay. It had just kind of caught him off guard. But yeah, the bride's family's freaking out. She's been crying. It's just a train wreck. There's tears everywhere, bro. And of course, just think about how much it sucks emotionally for your dad to destroy your wedding, dude. Like, if there's one person you think's gonna have your back on your wedding day, it's probably your parents, at least hopefully. You especially don't expect them to start attacking you with the microphone when you try to make them stop insulting the other half of your family. Listen, I haven't gotten to the part about your mom's toes yet. Like, bump hits him on the head with the mic. What was surprising to the subscriber, though, is the guy took it like pretty on the chin, you know? He got up and said, yeah, my dad sucks. I'm sorry, but let's just get back to partying. And obviously, some people were kind of weirded out by it and left, but like his close friends, the bride's family, all that stuff ended up sticking around, and he kept partying, you know? He didn't have a concussion or something. He did have a little bit of a bruise, but thankfully he didn't get smacked on the head hard enough with the microphone for like the grate of it to get emblazoned in his forehead, you know? You know how like the metal grate, that wasn't like stapled into his head like a stamp. So it was pretty all right, but overall, yeah, his dad definitely went for the end the wedding special. And the bride was especially pissed. I mean, you know, like a very special, important day. Your new father-in-law tries to ruin your wedding. I would have been pissed too. And she was going off on the dance floor about how, like, you know, he was a jerk and she knew it was a bad idea to invite him. And it was just overall just a crazy situation. I understand everybody's got crazy parents. Like some people do, not everyone. But you'd think they'd be able to hold it together for your wedding day, man. Really unfortunate that your dad decided to do this on like one of the most important days of your life, if not the most important day of your life. Crappy dad move. But kudos to everybody throwing him out. I bet you that looked like out of an 80s movie. You know when someone gets kicked out of the bar in the 80s and they just throw him out into the street? I wonder if that's how it went down. Either way, I just thought this was an insane story. I thought it would be something you guys would enjoy listening to, so that's why you're listening to it. If you enjoyed the video, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below, and of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. I'm back to posting the OG videos, you know, no more compilations until 12 days of Scrubs, but that will be coming in December. But if you like videos like this, subscribe if you're new, turn on noties. And yeah, hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time. If you want to listen to the audio version, I do post these on Spotify, link down below. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys all next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And listen, flying is expensive, okay? Airlines gotta charge a pretty hefty penny to make it profitable to buy jet fuel and fly us around. So that being said, getting your airline miles is pretty important. If you could stack up enough miles to get a free plane ticket, then GG, you're doing pretty good. But I guess one guy in Australia ended up getting more free miles than he probably even ever wanted. Simply because he left his phone on the plane and it was collecting miles for like 2 days until he got it back. Dude's gonna be flying for free for quite some time, but I just thought it was a crazy story, so without further ado, let's go, baby. Passenger's iPhone racks up miles trapped in a plane seat. Could you imagine, dude? Like, sure, I guess getting a bunch of airline miles is pretty cool, but the idea of not having my phone for a few days, no thank you. I don't know if that shows I'm addicted to technology or what, but I'd be really, really annoyed if my phone was stuck on a plane for days. They've got to do a pretty crappy job at cleaning the plane if they didn't find it for quite some time. I'm just saying, bro, like, aren't they supposed to be deep cleaning the planes in between each flight? Meanwhile, this guy's iPhone has a life of its own on this airplane, probably got a new job, went to college, maybe had a family going before it was ripped away from the plane seat it was underneath and reunited with its original owner. Seriously though, like, they gotta update the cleaning practices. An iPhone took an unexpectedly long journey after it was lost on a flight, with the smartphone reportedly making multiple international trips before being returned to its owner. The iPhone, iPad, and other personal devices have become indispensable entertainment, making them ideal travel companions for long flights. However, a thread on a forum tells the tale of an iPhone going on a far longer journey than its owner. Maybe your iPhone just wanted to get out and see the world, you know? It was tired of being in your pocket all the time. It wanted to taste of freedom the way any freedom-loving iPhone would. They're not made in America, but they were invented here, ladies and gentlemen. USA. USA. Seriously though, like I said, gotta clean the planes a little bit better, whatever. You miss it on one flight, that's okay. This phone though was binging back and forth around the globe like a ping pong ball, and nobody ended up finding it, especially because the dude whose phone it was posting on a forum saying I need to get in contact with somebody because I left my phone on the plane. The one thing I'm not understanding, though, is how do you forget your phone on the plane? Listen, I understand that things happen, you can always lose your phone, but I feel like if there's one thing you should check the pockets for before you get off an airplane, it's the phone and the wallet. And if neither one of those is in your pocket, then clearly you're leaving it behind and you don't want to be doing that. Just as a favor to the dude, they should let the miles that his phone collected actually count. I know they probably won't, they're probably going to take him away, but that being said, how sick would it be if they were like, all right, dude, your phone flew 800,000 miles. You can keep all the points just because it was pretty inconvenient of us to not give that back to you for a couple days. The PR team over at this airline are like, oh, dang it, dude. Oh, really? Now I've got to stay up late, try to get us out of this pickle. Come on, guys. Imagine the PR team for the airline tries to spin it. No, you don't understand. We actually invented a new program called the Phone Exploration Program. We take iPhones and take them around the world just to give them a little bit more of a worldly experience. We found out that it helps the battery life last longer and makes your iPhone way more interesting. Plus, if you take it to enough different countries, then so many foreign intelligence agencies are spying on your iPhone that none of the stuff they gather actually matters because it's just basically public information at that point. Spin that, baby. Spin it for the PR of the airline. They just start shaming the dude who left it on the plane. Well, maybe if you weren't so irresponsible, it wouldn't have been lost for so long. You should have taken your phone with you. The thread on the Australian frequent flyer forum starts from May 6, where a user identified as Rugby asked if there's a way to contact Qantas Lounge in Sydney in a bid to track down their partner's iPhone after a journey. Reports 1 mile at a time. It was discovered via the Find My Friend network that the phone wasn't in a lounge, but still on the plane. It's not like the person that lost their phone had some big evil master plan to like rack up a bunch of airline miles, which makes it even more confusing that it took so long for them to get their phone back. They're literally posting on a forum, hey, my phone's still on the plane, how do I get in contact? And the company just said, nah, we're gonna let it fly around for a few more days. I know an iPhone is very light. That being said, everything on a plane ends up needing a little bit of jet fuel to carry more weight, so I wonder if you calculated the math. Like, if the phone was flying around for 20 days, even though it only weighs a little, how much jet fuel was needed to fly this iPhone around for that amount of time, and how much did it cost? Being without your phone for 20 days, I mean, at that point, I'm probably going out and buying another phone, to be honest. I know that's insanely stupid, probably gonna get some judgment for that, but 20 days, that's an especially long time to not get it, especially if you're trying to contact where you lost it to get it back. At that point, if they haven't responded for 20 days and there's really no acknowledgement of the fact that you left your phone on the plane, I would just assume I'm not going to get it back. I don't know if that's stupid on my part, but if I call a company and say, hey, did I leave this there, and they just don't reply for 20 days, I'm either gonna assume they don't return lost items or it wasn't there. Despite repeated attempts to contact Qantas about the device, it seemed like the passenger wouldn't be getting any official assistance, and during this time, the still aboard iPhone followed along with the plane's travels. It was in transit from Sydney to Auckland and back, and then went intercontinental to Honolulu before coming back to Sydney again, followed by another trip to Auckland and then back to Sydney, and the owner was able to see the progress in the Find My network throughout its travels. Man, I would just really like to compliment this phone's battery life. Goodness gracious, this thing was on a journey. It's flying back and forth all over the place. I don't know how long the flight is from Sydney to Auckland. I'm gonna assume it's not insanely long. That being said, doing it multiple times on one battery is impressive, plus the flight to Honolulu and back. Seriously, did this guy have a modified battery or something? Did it have a charging case? How did this battery last that long? I feel like my iPhone's battery, it's not horrible, but on like a 4-hour flight, by the end of it, it's basically dead. This guy's phone is out here with the infinite battery. It probably had an infinity stone from Thanos' gauntlet just to make sure it stays topped off at all times. Maybe this was his plan to get all the miles. If I pretend it's an accident, they're a lot more likely to let me keep all the miles I've gathered. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, he's got it hooked up to like 9 portable chargers just daisy chained together to make sure it doesn't die on the journey. I'm going to fly free forever! I've outsmarted Qantas's airplanes. It's like the lamest James Bond villain ever, more of a bad guy from Johnny Test than James Bond, but hey dude, whatever floats your boat. You and Bling Bling Boy got the same evil plans. After the plane completed its 3rd international trip, and with much assistance from the other forum members, the owner received a call from a Qantas Qantas employee who said the iPhone was being handed over to International Baggage Services. The owner was reunited with their iPhone in the following week after they returned to Sydney from Auckland. With the amount of time spent in the air, it's reckoned the iPhone may have theoretically achieved a silver level of rewards with the airline in its own right. There's the 5-minute crafts life hack right there, ladies and gentlemen. If you want free airline miles, just forget your phone on a plane, let it fly a bunch of international flights, and then make a case to the airline that they need to give you all the miles because of the inconvenience. And if they don't, you'd be willing to sue because they didn't follow correct cleaning practices. Next thing you know, you've got Silver Mile membership. You're going to be able to fly free for a bit. And on top of it, okay, you get to have stuck it to an airline, which may be up there as one of the most annoying businesses to deal with. I didn't used to hate airlines, and then I got stuck in Detroit for like 17 hours overnight during the Christmas season. You know what sucks about being stuck in an airport overnight, ladies and gentlemen? I'll tell you what. Everything's closed, so there's no food, there's nothing. I'm just stuck in this airport, and I go to the airline representatives and I'm like, hey, is there anything I can do? You know, is there anything open? Is there any flight anywhere to an airport that has stuff open? And they were like, no. You think you're the only person stuck? No, I didn't think I was the only person stuck. I know there was more people. I was just asking if there was anything I could do because I wasn't planning on being stuck in an airport where everything's closed for 17 hours. Anyways, I digress. I really do hope they let him keep the level of membership. I just feel like that's the least they could do for commandeering his phone for a week and a half. You know, the employee was like, hello, sir. We are calling to reach you to let you know that your phone has had an incredible journey amongst our airline. It has received over 50 bags of peanuts while flying in the seat, and we buckled it up at every point during turbulence. At Qantas Airlines, we hope that you know that we would treat your phone incredibly well while we kept it for 5 days. I love the idea of this forum just dedicating their existence to getting his phone back. All of them just calling the airline over and over again. One of them's an employee for the airline. He's trying to get it fixed. Whole community came together to get this person their phone back, and that's the type of beautiful friendship I love about Australian Airlines. You know what I'm saying? Those Australian Airlines, woo-wee, do they have a sense of community. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did enjoy, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. I post once, twice a day even. I've been on that double daily upload grind, so subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another upload. On that note though, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
At Luton, passenger patience is running out fast, and the news isn't getting any better.
We've just been told that the Barcelona flight's just been cancelled now as well.
Out of every job I would want to have, being the dude that has to tell a bunch of angry passengers that their flight just got canceled again is not one of them. Like, listen, this guy really has no control over the airline. I think that's obvious. He's not up in the air control tower. Yeah, go ahead and ground all the flights. I don't want anyone getting out of here. That being said, he is the person who's gonna have to face the wrath of a bunch of pissed off airline passengers in about 35 seconds.
And these guys have been waiting here since about 1 in the afternoon. It's now 9 o'clock. This has got to be the worst day that I've ever had here.
All right, so on this show, they kind of bounce from airport to airport. They're not always with the same worker. So this guy comes into work today. Oh yeah, I got the camera crew with me. It's gonna be an awesome day. I'm gonna be on TV. Only to have a bunch of people that have been waiting for 8 hours of delays and now the flight is canceled. On the bright side, you definitely are going to be in a good clip. It's just not going to be good because of your incredible customer service. You're trying your best, but people are obviously going to start freaking out, going full Karen mode after an 8-hour wait. He's going to be at home later today. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's time to talk with you again.
Crazy.
Okay, passengers travelling to Barcelona, there are no more seats until the 1st of January.
That is horrible.
And there it is, dude. This is why these jobs are so unappealing to me, because listen, this guy's been waiting for 8 hours, probably hasn't eaten a nutritious Subway sandwich. He's probably a little bit grumpy. He's gonna swear. I know he shouldn't. Like, I'm not gonna back up this dude. You should never swear at the customer service representative. But yeah, this is a long line of people. I'm gonna guess a couple of them are gonna have some not nice things to say to this guy. And it's just completely out of his control, bro. He's not in charge of the schedule. You stupid moron on, why can't you get me a flight? Yeah, hold up, bro. Let me go throw on my pilot hat. I'll fly the plane myself. Like, it's ridiculous to swear at him because it's just out of his control. I'm sure he doesn't want you guys stuck here either. Trust me, he would love to not have anyone standing in front of him upset with him. He would never choose to make this happen, or if he would, then that's just bizarre.
I have to be in Barcelona tonight. If it's not tonight, tomorrow. We don't care. We have to be in Barcelona.
Listen, I understand you're upset, but the whole no flight thing means that there's no flights. There's not really much they can do. If they could just make a flight appear, they'd probably do it. Obviously, airlines suck, but this poor guy is just taking the brunt of it. I love how they said we don't care that there's no flights. All right, I understand that you don't care that they canceled the flight, but the lack of you caring is not going to make the airplane appear. Oh, all right, let me call up corporate. Yeah, they said they don't care. Okay, you got a Boeing 747 on the way? Thank you. Man, all of this being filmed too, I almost wonder if when they're filming this show, they look ahead and they're like, all right, looks like there's gonna be a bunch of bad weather this day. Get the camera crew down there, it's gonna get dramatic. Let's get some quality television, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody wants to see a smooth day of operating at the airport. I'm sorry, I know that for the workers there, it's probably the best day when nothing goes wrong. But in terms of making a reality television show, you've gotta have some drama. People just going absolute full Karen mode on the poor guy that has no control over the weather. Now that's entertaining television.
You let me know whether you'll be refunding the transfers, the other end, and the hotel.
I can't say that.
Why can't you say that?
Because I don't have that information to give.
This is just the real life version of those two old dudes from the Muppets. I understand they're upset. They've been waiting at the airport all day. Oh, I don't really have that information at the moment. There's like a line of 60 people. Well, get it! All right, dude, trust me, he's gonna have to get a lot of information for a lot of people. You are not the only person waiting for your questions to be answered, though, so you gotta let him handle that first. I don't understand why people in these situations don't understand that other people exist. This is one dude having to help, like, 800 angry customers. He's got the whole Spartan 300 thing going on right now, him versus the world. He doesn't need you and your top hat screaming at him, bro. This man's actually wearing a top hat onto an airplane. He's kind of looking like the bad guy from Meet the Robinsons, bowler hat dude.
We don't have that information
What do you mean you don't have it? Someone's got it.
No, there's a complaint procedure in place. What we're recommending...
procedure, mate. We want to get to Barcelona tonight.
I don't think anyone's getting to Barcelona tonight. I get the anger. You have your trip planned. You're only there for one night. It's ruined. I would be pissed, dude, but this one dude working at the ticket counter does not have all the answers for you. I highly doubt there's a standard procedure for what happens when everything's canceled for the entire day. Usually they're at least able to figure stuff out. And listen, that's stupid. The airline should have that, all right? Whoever is in charge of this airline, you're a moron for not having a backup plan in place for what happens if weather gets bad. That happens pretty often at an airport. But this worker is not in charge of that, dude. You and your Muppet buddy better relax.
What we're recommending is you keep your receipts and write in. That's the complaint procedure.
Keep your receipt and write into who?
To our customer support unit.
That Pratt?
To our customer support unit.
Bro, we get it. You're mad. Don't get it twisted. I would be mad too, but if I was another customer in this line, I'd just be getting annoyed with this guy screaming stuff that makes no sense over and over again. He told you he can't do anything about it. Just screaming at him to do something about it after he said he can't isn't gonna magically fix the problem.
Children around, can you just
I'm
please
sorry.
tone the
Well, I ain't
language?
got the money to get there, mate.
Okay, you need to tone the language down.
Okay, well, where you can get me at Barcelona before tomorrow?
I can't.
Why not?
Because there's no flights. We've been over this, dude. Just because you got the hat on doesn't make you Winston Churchill. It doesn't mean you're as excellent at speaking and arguing. Why not? Because there's no flights. Well, why not? Because there's no flights. Would you like me to make a paper airplane big enough to carry you, bro? Just throw it as hard as I can?
Because there are no more services.
Why not?
There's no seats.
Why not?
There's no seats.
Why not?
There's no more seats.
Why not?
Good luck.
It's not an answer.
There are.
It's not
Sorry.
good enough, mate. It's not good enough.
Dude, he's so mad. I would be mad, but it's literally turning into arguing with a 5-year-old. Why? Because I said so. Why? Because of this. Why? Because there's no flights. Why is there no flights? Because the weather. Why is the weather bad? I don't know, man. You're going to have to take that up with the weather service or something. I can't tell you why there's a storm.
Is that an agreement with you? Yes. Are you going to honour it? Here's
I'm trying
agreement.
to help. I'm trying to
No,
help
you're not.
you.
You're just saying you've got nothing.
All I'm doing is passing the information.
Dude pulled up the ticket receipt. Is this an agreement? Yeah, and I'm sure somewhere in the agreement there's something about how they can't fly in inclement weather. And listen, I get he's pissed, but this one worker sitting at the ticket booth who just got a call where they said the flight's canceled, tell them, doesn't know exactly what's going on in every capacity. He just got told to tell you the flight's canceled. He's also not their legal team, so I don't know what showing him the ticket and saying, we have an agreement is gonna do.
So
Yeah,
that
what
I've been
information?
told.
You've got nothing. I've got an agreement with you, and you've broken it.
Okay.
Yeah, you've broken it. What you going to do about it?
I'm acting as a representative
Yeah,
on
you're
behalf
doing
of
great. All you're
EasyJet.
saying is you've got nothing. I've got an
Okay.
agreement in front of me.
All right, man, you can say that you have an agreement all you want. You can get mad that he's gonna do nothing, but no matter how many times you slam that paper on the desk and go, we have an agreement, the plane's not flying, bro. It doesn't matter how mad you get in the situation, the plane is not going to move. What, did you expect this, like, ticket worker to all of a sudden have some huge moral conundrum? You're right, sir, we did have an agreement. I'm gonna tell my boss to eat turds. I'm flying the plane myself.
You stupid
why you've done
bird.
this? Just give me a reason. Is it because people
It was due
can't
to. It was
work?
due to weather. It
No,
was due
well,
to-
get that to Girona at 3 hours earlier out of it a day. You went to Girona a day 3 hours earlier.
Yeah, maybe 3 hours ago the weather wasn't bad. I love this guy's logic. Hey, 2 days ago you guys flew to Barcelona, so what's up with the weather now? You're telling me in 2 days the weather changed, huh? Yes, sir, I am. Do you see my hat? Do you know how smart this makes me? You can't fool me. The weather doesn't change in the matter of hours.
What do I do now?
My hands are tied.
No, they're not
There's
tied, mate.
nothing
I've got to sleep tonight.
There's nothing else
No,
that
I
I
got
can
to
do
sleep.
for you.
I've got to sleep, mate.
Okay.
Okay, what you going to do
I
about
can't
it?
do anything here
Why
for
not?
you.
Now he's just saying bodily functions. Hey, bro, I gotta sleep. I gotta poop. I gotta pee. I gotta eat. He's like, yeah, all right, man. I know that you have to do those things. Well, what are you gonna do about it? I don't know. Would you like me to wipe you, dude? Like, what would you like me to do? The airline hasn't given me permission to buy everyone a hotel room. Would you like me to do it out of my own pocket? You want my credit card?
Because I've got nothing that I can do.
Well, what's the point of you bleeding coming down then?
Okay. Oh, like
You are a waste of time.
got some flights to Malaga
Oh,
tomorrow.
fantastic.
Any other place? Girona?
Yeah.
If he's such a waste of time, then why are you wasting all your time talking to him? I mean, if you really think he's useless, then don't waste the rest of your day arguing with him. Just find another way to get to Barcelona if it's so easy and this guy's useless. Go do it yourself then, bro.
For a New Year's Eve celebration. Well, I don't know, but that's pretty appalling when you look at the so-called standards of what EasyJet say they claim to have. It is appalling.
I get it, bro. EasyJet really messed up. I know you want to get to Barcelona and go absolutely bonkers on New Year's Eve. You look like the type of guy who really knows how to get wild up in the club. That being said, they can't control the weather. And even if you're pissed at EasyJet, then go be mad at them. Don't keep screaming at this poor guy.
Mr. Williams, along with most of the Barcelona passengers, opts to transfer to the next day's Madrid flight. And finally, peace and goodwill is restored.
You know, seeing the dude with the hat leave was this worker's, like, ultimate dream. Oh, thank goodness, he's actually gonna leave now. Everything will go back to normal. And they ended up taking the flight for the next day, because obviously there was no way to magically poof there with inclement weather, and if every other airline wasn't flying, I don't know why they were so mad at them. Like, the entire airport shuts down, they just keep screaming at this guy. Anyways, guys, that'll do it for the video. If you enjoyed, be sure to press the like button. There's a lot more of this show, so if you guys like it, comment down below, let me know if you want more. Been a while since I've done a reaction, so comments let me know you guys want it. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I have a story time that's definitely different than anything I've ever had sent in to me before. Apparently this guy's neighborhood was being terrorized by a group of kids on bicycles who would act like pirates and rob everybody else. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how you get that idea. Watching a little bit too much Pirates of the Caribbean or something. Oh, if we just pretend to be Jack Sparrow, we can rob everyone. And he always gets away with it, so we will too. Either way, I just thought it was a pretty crazy story time that you guys would enjoy. So without further ado, let's hop right into it, grab some popcorn, and let's go. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me is a lot older now, but at the time was probably around like 10 years old, and he had just moved into this new neighborhood that he thought was really cool because it was one of those neighborhoods where people's yards are like kind of big, like an acre or 2 acre lots. So you still have like friends in the neighborhood you can play with, but you can also still have a tree house and some woods in your backyard. And he thought it was sick, but what he didn't know is that there was a group of kids in the neighborhood who really sucked. And he found out about it while riding his bike one day. He had like a cheap MP3 player his parents had bought him with like just some cheap headphones. You know, one that can hold like 15 songs. And he was riding around on his bike and he comes around the corner and he sees like 4 kids on bikes with some wooden swords, and like a few of them are wearing eye patches and bandanas, and he just thinks to himself, oh, these kids are playing pirate. And so he goes to ride past them, but he rides past them and he instantly gets this weird feeling and he turns around and he sees them following him. And so he turns down his music, but like doesn't let them know that. He doesn't take his headphones out, which was pretty quick thinking, I'll be honest. And he kind of hears them talking about how they're going to take his iPod, they're going to take it from him, blah, 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 blah. So he starts riding his bike even faster, and they start riding faster and start yelling at him to stop. So he starts trying to get back to his house, but they had been here a lot longer than he was. So they take a little shortcut through the woods, cut him off. And one of them walks right up to him and smacks him with this wooden pirate sword right on the back. And it hurts, man. Like, listen, even if someone hits you with a Nerf sword really, really hard, it's not a very pleasant feeling. I'm not saying it's gonna, like, permanently injure you, but you can bruise someone with one of those very easy. Getting smacked with a piece of wood definitely doesn't feel good, and so it kind of knocks him off his bike, and they're all standing over him, and they're like, give us your iPod, give us your iPod. And he's like, it's not an iPod, it's not an iPod, it's an MP3 player. And they're like, oh, that's garbage, give it to us. So he hands it over because he doesn't want to get smacked again. And instead of taking it, they just put it on the ground and use a different one of their wooden swords to smash it. And he's like, what is wrong with you guys? And they're like, we know you're new here, but anything that you have of value, like, we're probably going to take it. You know, we're the pirates of the cul-de-sac, like, don't mess with us, blah, 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 blah. And the kid is like, what? Fine. Like, what is your guys' issue? I won't mess with you guys, but like, what in the world? And they're like, yeah, we've been doing this forever, and if you tell your parents, we're gonna have even bigger problems, like we'll make your whole family's life suck. And he's like, dude, you guys are nuts. But clearly they're committed to being nuts, considering they're just roaming around smacking people they don't know with wooden swords just to take things from them and break them. So whatever, he goes home and he just doesn't really tell his parents, which is dumb. I'm letting everyone know right now, if someone smacks you with a wooden sword, you should tell someone. Cause like, I don't know why you would keep that a secret, man. Someone's gotta nip that in the bud. That just seems like a pretty dangerous situation. Just a roaming gang of pirates on bikes smacking people with wooden swords. Like, someone needs to call someone to make sure that this doesn't keep happening, because this is psychotic. All the kids just live in fear. They're like so afraid to take their new skateboard out, you know, their parents, why aren't you using your new skateboard, son? Is something going on? No. But whatever, he doesn't tell his parents, and he goes up to his room and he's like, dude, what should I do? And he had an older brother who was like 14 at the time, so like 4 years older than him. And so he goes to him and he kind of tells him the situation and is like, what should I do? And his brother says, well, you got to do something about it, which, you know, you should tell someone. I don't think you should necessarily go all Batman vigilante mode. But his brother goes, I'm going to give you something to help you, like, do something about it. And he says, okay. And his brother was a little bit older, so his parents had decided he was mature enough to have an airsoft gun. And so it was just like a little like, I don't know, AR-looking airsoft gun with a battery in it that could, like, shoot. And airsoft guns hurt, but you can't really do damage unless you, like, hit someone in the eye with it or something. And he goes, if they give you any trouble, just shoot them with this. And he's like, oh, yeah, your airsoft gun's so awesome. Because his brother, being his older brother, had, like, shot him with it before, so he knew how much it hurts. And he's like, yeah, they won't be able to rob me now. And one of the best parts about this house that they had moved into is that the family that had lived there before them had raised a bunch of kids. So there was, like, tree houses and zip lines and all this stuff. And one of them kind of overlooked the road. And so his plan plan was to go up there and yell at them that they needed to give him money for a new MP3 player, and like he wasn't even going to tell them that he had the airsoft gun, and if they tried to like rush him or attack him or anything, then he would use it. Because he didn't want to have to do it. He was like, maybe if I just stand up for myself, they'll respect me, you know? Like, he had seen enough movies about it. So whatever, he climbs up in the treehouse, and sure enough, about 15 minutes later, he hears some yelling and pedaling, and he thinks it's the pirate gang coming to, like, ride their bikes by. But what he sees is a kid way smaller than him. Like, gotta be, you know, 6, 7 years old, pedaling as fast as he can away from the pirate gang. And they're gaining on him pretty easily because they're just a lot older than him. And eventually they come and they kind of run him off the road, like right underneath this guy's treehouse. The stars just align. And they walk up to this kid that they're at least twice as old as. And they start like hitting him with the wooden swords. And the kid's like, ow, stop, stop. And at that point, the kid is like, well, I can't go down there and do anything about it because there's so many of them, but I can just open up the airsoft gun, I guess. So he like sticks it out and yells at them to stop, and they're like, no. So he starts shooting the airsoft gun, and they're all like, ow, 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 and they're running. And he didn't really check to see how many pellets were in the little like magazine thing for the airsoft gun before he started. And there was only about like 20 pellets in there, so it runs out pretty quick. And obviously at that point, they're like, we're gonna come get you for that. If you're gonna shoot someone with an airsoft gun, they're not gonna be thrilled about it. Like, let's be honest, chances are if you do something like this guy did, the pirates are going to come and try to like raid your treehouse. But at least they're not like focused on the little kid anymore, so they start walking over to the treehouse and starting to climb up the ladder. And so he starts looking around the treehouse, and all he has is like some water bottles up there. So he just starts like trying to drop the water bottles down the ladder, and they're not very far up the ladder yet. So they stop and they're like, we're just gonna wait until you come down. We know you have to come down soon. And he's in the treehouse, and he starts realizing that this was not the best, well thought out plan. Like, I don't really think you should do this. I'm not saying you should do what he did. Obviously, you should like yell at them to stop if they're trying to rob another guy. But you get what I'm saying. I don't think this was the most well thought out plan. I don't think this was the best way to handle the situation. But here he is stuck in the treehouse with them down there saying that they're just gonna wait. And he doesn't really know what to do. And they had some like walkie-talkies in the treehouse, but he didn't know if his brother was home or not. So he just starts kind of going on the walkie-talkie, and he's whispering because he doesn't want them to hear him like calling for help. And he's like, bro, listen, I was really dumb. I'm stuck in the treehouse. The gang of pirates is standing underneath me. They're just gonna wait till I have to come down. Like, can you come help me? And somehow, by the grace of Grayskull, his brother is in his room, and so he picks it up and he's like, yeah, I'll come out. And so he opens and closes the back door really loud, and the gang of pirates kind of hears that, and they are like, we gotta get out of here, you know, it's his parents, we gotta go. And they go get on their bikes and they get out of there, and his brother comes over and he sees them riding their bikes away, and he yells at them to stop, but obviously they don't stop. If they're willing to be roaming around, like stealing people's stuff and smacking them with wooden swords, I don't really know how telling them to stop is gonna work. But whatever, they leave. His brother's like, what happened? He tells him what happened. They decide to go figure out where that kid lives. So they go over, knock on the door, ask if they can talk to him. His parents are like, yeah, sure. So they go get him, and the little kid comes out, and they're like, all right, what happened? And he says it's the 4th time that they've tried to rob him, but he never has anything on him, so they just get angry and tell him to bring something nice, which is absolutely bonkers. I mean, think about that. You try to rob someone, and they have nothing on them, and you're like, hey, next time you come, you better make sure that you have a wallet full of Benjamins, okay? I'm over trying to rob you for 4 pennies. Like, I would just never have anything valuable on me after that point. If someone's repeatedly robbing you and keeps telling you to bring nicer things, just don't bring anything nice. Like, why would you do that? But whatever, they're realizing that this problem is really out of control. And even though they had threatened them with, like, if anyone told their parents, they decide that it's gone too far and they have to tell them. So because they were new in the neighborhood, they decide that they're going to tell their parents, and they go and they do. And their parents decide to go around and talk to the other parents about it just to make sure that this wasn't just some rumor that they were telling the new kids to scare them. And all the parents ask their kids, and as soon as the parents start pressuring their kids about it, a bunch of them break, you know? Like, when their parents just weren't pressing them and asking questions, it was just no big deal. But the second they're like, is this going on? Like, please tell me, because we got to take care of this if it's happening. They are like, yes, it happened, you know? They would steal our stuff and whatnot. And all the parents decide that they're gonna have a neighborhood meeting. A bunch of the dads wanted to like go over there and like yell at them, and they were like, no, you can't handle it that way. So they're gonna have a neighborhood meeting. And so all the parents go to the neighborhood meeting. So this is just what he heard from his parents who were at the neighborhood meeting, like back when they came back and told him what had happened. Well, they started talking to the parents of the kids who were in the pirate gang, and they were kind of like split in their reactions. There was 4 or 5 kids. And a few of them were like immediately outraged, went home to punish their kid because they were like so shocked that they would even think that that was okay. They didn't know it was happening. They just thought they were playing pirates outside. I mean, let's be honest. If your kid was like, hey, I'm going to go play pirates and walked out with an eye patch and a wooden sword, you probably wouldn't think he was going to be roaming around actually robbing people like a pirate. You would probably just think they're like, I don't know, doing what kids do and like playing pirate. I just wouldn't assume that my kid's going on a robbed armory, like an armed robbery spree. I would just assume they're playing pirate. Why would you assume that they're going to be going around stealing from people? But a few of them were almost mad that anything was said. They were like, yeah, well, my kid's playing pirate. What do you expect them to do? As if that makes any sense. Like, I don't know, build a pretend ship fort out of sticks in the woods and like pretend that you found buried treasure. You don't run around ramming people off the road, hitting them with wooden swords. You don't do that. There are many ways you can play pirate without actually having to steal anything. You know, or like maybe ask some of the other neighborhood kids, like, okay, we're gonna give you guys some fake gold and we're gonna come pillage your ship. I feel like it's way messed up to just go around smacking people with wooden sticks and then like taking their MP3 players and smashing it just to teach them a lesson. And those parents immediately start getting drowned out and just screaming from the other parents who are like, you're not actually gonna try to defend this right now, like what's wrong with you? And the parents kind of double down for a bit and they're like, well, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. No wonder kids these days are so soft. Do I think kids these days are as tough as they were like in the 30s when the Great Depression was going on? No, of course not. A lot of those kids were working in factories at 8. And that being said, I don't think even tough people would really love being robbed and beaten with sticks. Oh, kids are so soft these days. Would you like to be robbed every day, good sir? If on your way to work, there was just some dude way bigger than you in the office and he walked up to you and just smacked you in the face with a log and said, give me your money, would you be like, yeah, of course, man, you're bigger than me, that's the way the world works? Would you be soft if you didn't like that? I don't think so. I don't think that makes you a soft person to not like being robbed. And at that point, a bunch of the parents decide that they are going to threaten to do something that they didn't want to do. And they're like, well, if you're not going to tell your kids to stop it, the next time it happens, we're going to call the police. And at that point, I think the parents of the kids who were still like, oh, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, realized that they were going to get themselves in a lot more trouble and their kids in a lot more trouble, and that these parents weren't messing around if they didn't shut it down, and they should have shut it down. It's ridiculous that they had to be like blackmailed to go tell their kids to stop robbing people. No wonder some kids end up so weird. If your parents are just like, nah, robbery's not that big of a deal, like, dude, no wonder you're roaming around smacking people with wooden swords. You have horrible role models at home. His dad just comes home every day. He's like, son, you will not believe what I got at the store today. I didn't pay for any of it. He walks outside. It's just like a semi-trailer full of stuff. But once they threatened to call the cops, they were like, okay, we'll shut it down. So after that, no one went outside for a while. A bunch of the parents were afraid. They're like, until this gets handled, we're going to give it a little bit for them to have the conversation and know that we're serious about it. We just don't want you guys like riding around. And the neighborhood was actually very united about not liking this, obviously. They had kept it a secret for a while, but as soon as the parents find out that like the stuff that they're giving their kids is being robbed and their kids are being threatened and hit with wooden sticks, they're pretty unified in stopping that. I feel like that's something that definitely gets people on the same page, is like anything like this where the neighborhood begins to get unsafe, and especially if it's people's kids being robbed, like they'll do anything to make sure that their kids are safe. But what I don't think anyone expected was that, you know, some of the kids in the pirate gang coming door to door to all the kids that they had robbed and like giving them the stuff back if they still had it and reading a letter. And there was one kid who had actually definitely written his letter and was like actually sorry. He was sobbing as he read it. I'm so sorry. Which, I guess that kid, whatever, lesson learned. I don't know. I don't know how much you can really, like, apologize for beating someone with a stick and taking their things. That just kind of seems out there. But whatever, at least he seems sorry. A couple of them definitely were just reading something that their mom wrote. Like, you know, you have to write an apology letter. Mom, I don't want to. This is stupid. You have to. Well, what should I write? You know, they're just standing there straight-faced, like no emotion, acting like they don't want to be there. I'm really sorry for breaking your MP3 player. It probably was not very cool of me. But a lot of the people, like, came and apologized. The kids whose parents were like, no, we're not going to make our kids stop it. Your kids just need to toughen up. Their kids didn't come and apologize, but honestly, considering that they didn't even really care until they threatened to get the cops called, I can't find that surprising. But what was really hilarious is that, like, the subscriber who sent this to me, because his older brother was a little bit older, was just trolling the kids whenever they would come to apologize. Like, they'd be reading the letter, you know, I'm really sorry. Sorry for what? Trying to be a pirate and stealing all the stuff and running you off the road and making you crash your bike and then hitting you with a wooden stick and just like making them go on and on. But whatever, the two kids that hadn't apologized were obviously pissed off that their little ruse had been shut down, and for some reason they were really mad at the subscriber's older brother, the one who had like come out and saw them and then decided to tell everyone, blah 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 blah. So those two decided that they were going to get revenge by robbing his older brother. Their plan was to kind of do their usual pirate tactic of like running someone's bike off the road, making them crash, just kind of like hitting them, kicking them, whatever it may be, just doing anything you can to make them give you the stuff. But his older brother was a little bit older than these two and a bit bigger too, so whatever. He's riding his bike and he sees those two following him, and he's not an idiot. He figures out pretty quickly that if these two guys are going to be following him, they're probably up to no good. Considering all of the other pirate guys had like apologized and really had left it alone, and these two guys were looking pissed off and clearly kind of like communicating to each other, his brother decides to just kind of start going faster. They start going faster, and at that point it's a high-speed bike chase. You know, it's the scene from 21 Jump Street when they're chasing everybody on the bikes, just going around just chasing each other. However, his brother had been I don't know if it had been like inspired by, maybe it was just convenient that it happened like this, had been like watching Star Wars, I guess. And you know when they're flying the fighters and they'll like do a maneuver to make two enemy fighters crash into each other? He just kind of starts weaving, making super tight turns, and it's forcing them to like get closer and closer to each other on the bikes to like keep up with each other. And so he realizes that they keep kind of lining up one in front of the other. So he goes down this really thin alleyway where it's basically enough for you to like ride your bike down it, but not much else. And right at the end, he just decides to make them crash into each other, and he slams on the brake. You know, full Star Wars fighter pilot, the two enemy fighters. Except what happened was it was like all three of them in a line. There was probably about 15 feet between the guy's older brother and like the first guy trying to rob him, and like 2 feet between him and the other guy. So when he slammed on his brake, the first guy slammed on his brake and the second guy did, but obviously that didn't really work in time because he only had like 2 feet to react, so they just crashed into each other. And because it was a thin alleyway and they were going so fast, the guy in the back kind of flips over the guy in the front, his bike goes up and slams down, and the older brother is just laughing because obviously these guys have been like up to no good trying to rob him, and he had literally made them crash into each other, had to have felt pretty 500 IQ big brain. So he's laughing at them and they get up. They're like, it's not funny. Except like one of them has pretty messed up his shoulder area. Come to find out he had broke his collarbone, but whatever. They're all pissed off. They're like, you should give us what you have in your pocket since you made us crash. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. You guys were trying to rob me. Why would I give you something because you guys crashed? And they're like, well, you made us crash. And he said, yes, because you guys were chasing me trying to rob me. And they're like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you have to make us crash our bikes. I don't know, man, but I also think it means that he's allowed to make you crash your bikes. Like, if someone's chasing you and you make them run into a wall, you're not suddenly responsible for them running into the wall. Because if they wouldn't have been trying to rob you, you wouldn't have had to been taking evasive maneuvers now, would you? But whatever, the older brother just bikes away at that point, and they only knew that the kid had broken his collarbone because a couple days later they saw him like going to the mailbox. You know, his parents had told him to go check the mail, and he had the little cast thing on that people get when they break their collarbone. And I love that they were trying to get revenge on who they blamed for it all, only to end up getting themselves even more hurt. And the older brother hadn't decided to tell his parents or anything. He told his little brother, but didn't want to get them in more trouble. He figured them being hurt was enough. And thankfully, after this one, they did learn their lesson. First time around, they really could have just walked away, just gone and apologized. No, we've got to go for the ultimate crime. That's like going to jail for like bank robbery, getting out, and the first thing you do is go rob a bank. Oh, were all those years sitting in jail thinking about robbing the bank, were you inspired to do it even better? I can break my record time. You know, they did give up pirating after that, probably because it became a self-hazard. Clearly, they didn't care about stealing from people or anything. But I'm sure when he broke his bone and they were trying to explain to his parents what happened and it involved chasing someone on a bike and crashing, it was like, all right, you guys got to really leave that alone now. I'm saying they should have stopped. Everyone else stopped. But if these kids' parents didn't even want to make them apologize, can we really say we're surprised that it took them getting hurt to stop? Oh no, now that I'm robbing people and they're not going to let me and they're going to make me crash on my bike, I no longer want to rob anyone. Like, that's what's going to make you do it, not the fact that it's just not your property and it's messed up to take things that don't belong to you. No hang-ups on that. You're perfectly fine breaking someone's MP3 player to take them a lesson. But the second they make you crash on your bike, it's too much, guys. I simply cannot continue to take these risks. My health matters too, okay? Robber safety is very important. Everyone has since grown up. The two kids that had tried to rob him again, the one who broke his collarbone and the one whose like parents didn't want to make him apologize, they ended up moving about like 6-7 months after that, and they didn't really keep touch, so they don't really know what happened to them. As for every other pirate, they've now reformed from their ways of piracy and have decided to live in a more civilized era. You know, they went full privateer. They're just robbing people with permission of the HOA now. That's a joke. But seriously, like, they just became semi-normal. I mean, obviously, if you do stupid things when you're a kid, you can grow up and change. I don't think that's impossible. I think even if, like, there's enough time, if you do something dumb and you're an adult, you can probably change too. That being said, it is really funny that they're, like, still walking around with the shame, knowing that they used to be pirates. Someone starts talking about Pirates of the Caribbean. They're like, in my personal pirating experience, I would say, da-da-da-da-da. They're like, personal pirating experience? Yes, I used to be the captain of a pirate crew. I would love to know where the two that decided to go for the follow-up robbery are now, though. Probably, like, I don't know, out in the woods somewhere, just like, you know that guy who lived in that town in California and would just break into cabins when people weren't there and steal their food for like 25 years? They're probably living like that, just still have an eye patch on and go, arg. That's like the only thing they can say now. It's been so long since they've had contact with other humans, they've just gone semi-feral. Anyways, moral of the story, don't rob people or you will break your collarbone. I know most of you probably didn't need to be told that anyways, but just in case you're out there and like, I want to be a pirate, don't do it. Being a pirate is bad, all right? There's my PSA. Anyways, beyond that, if you guys did enjoy the video, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. I'm going to ask you guys nicely, okay? I'm going to say please with extra sugar on top to comment the word road down below if you made it this far into the video, okay? That's it. I asked extra nicely with sugar, so please just comment the word road. Thank you. It helps the video do better. And if you like these videos but you'd rather listen to the audio, I do post all of the audio over on Spotify. Link down below in the description. Feel free to check it out. And you can also check out the playlist I made here on YouTube that can waste some time for you if you need something to listen to while you're doing chores, homework, video games, whatever it may be, and you need something to listen to. Check that out. Both of those links can be found down in the description, and they're both pretty swagtastic if I say so. And yeah, on that note, guys, I think that'll do it for the video. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to keep talking for a little bit longer just because I hit two cool deagle shots here. I guess it's the sheriff in this game, but whatever. It's the deagle if you play CSGO. Oh, there's one. Oh, wow. Oh, another. Wow. What a clever dinosaur move right there. Anyways, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got another video for y'all I think you're going to enjoy. As you guys know, every now and then I take subscriber stories, tell them here on the channel, but sometimes I get good ones sent in that aren't really long enough for their own video. So, none of these stories have ever been heard before, but I felt like doing a little compilation of some of the better ones I've had sent to me that were too short for their own videos. So, yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Press the like button, otherwise no joke, no scam, you smell like salmon, and let's go.
They ain't give me nothing how to take shit. We ain't not the same, I can't be in your debate shit.
Alright, so the first story time I have for y'all today was sent in to me about this guy's teacher and another teacher at their school who was low-key encouraging members of their classes to beat each other up because they didn't like each other. I think every school has the one teacher that's a little bit younger than the other teachers, kind of considered the cool teacher, and at this particular school there were two guys that kind of fit that, and you would think that they would embrace that and be bros and just be like, we're the cool teachers, this is awesome, but apparently they really did not like each other just because they were so similar, and you would think that also being an adult who's like been to college and whatnot, that at this point, considering they're literally teachers, they could just act professional while they were at school. And for a while they did, but then they started getting weirdly competitive with each other. For example, whenever there was a unit test, they both taught the same subject, they would write the average score of all their classes up on the board and the other one, and if they lost, like if the other class got better scores, the teacher would go off on the students about how they were being stupid and it was going to cost him his reputation and they really had to step it up. It was just getting way over the top. It's one thing to be competitive, but like if your class gets lower grades than the other class, calling them morons and getting actually upset because it made your enemy look better is ridiculous. That means that you're not doing a very good job teaching if they're not passing the test. It doesn't have anything to do with them wanting to make you look bad. But it all culminated when one day they were just kind of sitting in class writing something, so it's a quiet day, not a lot of whole people talking. You know those days. All right, guys, we're just going to be working on the project. Go ahead and get writing. You're like, all right, just going to be a standard boring day. And out of nowhere, his teacher gets up and starts talking about how he really doesn't like the other teacher who's around his age. Da-da-da-da-da. And everyone in the class was already aware that these guys didn't get along, so they weren't shocked by what he was saying, but it was a little bit more of like, why is he saying this right now? Like, we're in the middle of class working on stuff. And then he starts talking about how like this class in particular has the lowest grade point average of his classes, so he knows there's probably a few people in here that are willing to do a lot for some extra credit. I don't know if that's like a really weird way of looking at stuff. Oh, I'm gonna offer this class extra credit to do something nuts because they have the lowest grade. Seems kind of more evil villain than teacher, but whatever. And then he just goes full mask off with the evil villain thing and says that if anyone can beat up a member of the other teacher's class, that he's going to go ahead and give them extra credit. And that's just trying to hire a bounty hunter, bro. That's the equivalent of saying there's $50,000 if you capture this guy and return him. Like, what in the Patty Mayo do you want to be going on in your class? Actively encouraging people to run up and beat up other students just because they're in a different class? I don't think you get to pick your teacher. It's not like everybody here had decided to join the other teacher's class instead of this guy's, and even if that was the case, they shouldn't get beat up because they don't want you to be their teacher. That's just nuts. And no one really hopped on board right away, believe it or not. People weren't chomping at the bit to get like 1% extra credit to get suspended for multiple days over something they don't care about. So he started saying that he knew that their teacher was doing something similar and was going to be offering his class extra credit to beat them up as well. Which meant that these two teachers had gotten together, had an argument, and then both agreed that like sending the students after each other would be the best way to handle this situation. But at that point, the class starts getting upset because now they're imagining that they're going to be hunted by the other class, so people start being like, well, if they're gonna hunt us, then we gotta hunt them first. Which is probably exactly what this teacher's plan was to just scare everyone so that way they wanted to do what he wanted. But one of the goody two-shoes in the class, like the usual teacher's pet, who normally would support anything the teacher said, just kind of stood up and walked out of class. And walking out of class in this class was pretty normal. They could just go to the bathroom whenever. And so the teacher just thought that the goody two-shoes was leaving to go to the bathroom. But about 15 minutes later, thankfully, usually in these situations, snitching is bad, he comes back with a bunch of administrators and they start asking the teacher about if he offered extra credit for them to beat up other students. And listen, I'm glad that the guy ended up getting caught, but sometimes it's surprising that people admit things really quickly, you know? Like, he probably should have denied that. Especially when the administration comes back and starts asking questions, it's best to just shut your mouth. But he starts going off about how it's going to be good for the kids because they're going to understand how, like, to use motivation to make things happen in their workplace for their bosses and get more promotions. And I've heard a lot of stupid things try to be explained, but it's next level stupid to try to explain to a principal that you have to have a fight club going on to make them better in the future. I don't know, I think brain damage doesn't help people get better jobs, but whatever, man. And the administrator at that point was like, yeah, that's gonna be a no-no. We're launching an investigation. And both teachers ended up losing their job over this petty crap. How do you think that call went with their parents, man? Hey, Mom, I gotta move back home. I lost my job because I was trying to start a secret after-school fight club. So this one's a little bit shorter, but I think it's probably one of the funniest ones in here. I think it's really funny when people hype up their own skills about something that no one was like trying to hype them up on when they really can't back it up. Obviously, I'm a big fan of talking trash. It's what like a majority of my YouTube career at its peak was based around. Talking garbage is a fun pastime. If you're good at talking crap, I can respect it. The one caveat is you have to be able to back up the trash you're talking. There's a reason that I'm not walking around like I'm gonna knock out every YouTuber in my way, because I'm just not. Like, I'm just not gonna do that, you know? So that would be ridiculous because one day someone's gonna knock me out and it's not gonna be pretty. But I guess the person in this story time just never got the memo. This guy and his friends were at lunch one day and they were just talking about Valorant because it's the game that they play the most, and they were just saying that like, oh, they're about to hit a new rank, da-da-da-da-da, just kind of that type of stuff, casually talking to your friends as you do. And this kid that they didn't know who sat at the table behind them was just obviously eavesdropping on the conversation. You know when someone's like trying to make it look like they're not eavesdropping, but it's just obvious they are? And so they keep talking about it, and eventually this kid like butts his way into the conversation. And they've never talked to this dude before, they've never hung out with him before, he just joins the conversation and immediately starts talking crap, saying that he's 100% better than them at Valorant and he could carry them, and trust if they just played with him then he could make sure they got their rank, blah 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 blah. He's basically gonna go pro. He's already got a contract, man. They're paying him $80 million a year to be Valoranting it up every single day. And obviously no one had really questioned his skill, no one had said he was bad, so the fact that he just joined the conversation that he wasn't a part of and immediately started just dumpstering on everyone was weird, and no one in the group was enthusiastic about it. It wasn't like they're sitting there, I can't wait to hang out with this guy. The first thing he ever did was insult me for literally no reason when I don't even know the guy. It'll be really fun to hang out with him. It's one thing to like insult your boys back and forth because you know each other, you understand the dynamic, but a stranger doing it is just weird. But whatever, he manages to convince someone in the group to add him because they're like, well, if he's as good as he says he is, then I'll still play with him because he'll carry us. And that's why I did that explanation at the start of this. If you're gonna go and just join conversations talking crap about how good people are at something and then play with them, you better be good. And this kid joins their little group and sees that they're like gold rank, but about to get upgraded to diamond, I think's after that. I'm not 100%. Either way, he's like, oh, you guys aren't even diamond yet. Trust me, I've been diamond for a while, blah, blah, blah. And he does have the diamond rank. But here's the thing about Valorant. Yes, he very possibly could have earned it himself, but he also could have just played with people that are way better than him and paid them to carry him and boosted himself. So whatever, they get into the game, he instant locks Reyna, which if you play Valorant, is just like another way of just saying, I'm really good, I'm gonna carry everything. And they get into the game, and they're expecting this dude to just go off, dropping 20 kills before halftime, just being able to carry everyone in his backpack. His Jansport is heavy rated, and instead, this kid proceeds to drop a donut. 0 kills, But how many deaths would you say he has? A game of Valorant, even if it goes all the way to overtime or the very last round is what, like 24, 25 rounds? This guy managed to go 0-27 and they lost. Do you know how bad you have to be to go 0-27? I feel like if I put my grandma on Valorant and just said, sit here, and when you see something, click the button, even she would manage to get 1 or 2 kills completely based on luck and timing. To go 0-27 is impressive levels of bad. Like, there's bad, and then there's managing to go almost 0-30 in a video game. And if you're gonna go 0-30, I'm not gonna usually give you crap for it. You're probably new to the game. You probably have never played before. But when you're talking crap to everyone in this group about how garbage they are and they need you to carry them and da-da-da-da-da, you better hop in this match and play like an absolute pro. But no, instead he hopped in here and just went full, like, rookie level bot. That's insulting to bots, actually. I think a bot probably could have gotten more kills than 0-27. Moral of the story, though, if you can't back up all the trash you're gonna talk, just don't talk it. But goodness gracious, how embarrassing. They didn't play with him after that, and he never, like, eavesdropped or joined a conversation. Probably for the best. I don't know how you could show your face after that display. It's just a video game at the end of the day, but the display of talking all that crap about them, saying they were garbage, and then being that bad, ugh. And to make matters even worse, throughout the game, he kept blaming everything but himself, you know? Like, yes, everyone gets some lag sometimes. Every now and then you get some bad luck, crappy timing, they're running and they get a headshot. But this guy would blame literally anything, man. Oh, dude, it's Aquarius rising, so therefore I'm not gonna play as well. You know, my horoscope said my aim's gonna be a little off. Oh, man, I'm pretty sure my mom's cooking food, and whenever she cooks, the scent distracts the router because it just really wants to eat and my connection gets worse. Like, that type of stuff. Just excuses that make no sense. And listen, man, there's excuses, but 0-27 is a little bit beyond excuses. You're just kind of bad at the game if you manage to play that horribly. All right, this one is from some people that went to a skate park and were supposed to have a pretty chill experience. And when they got there, they thought it was going to be a good day because there was just a mom and her kid on a scooter, but they were over in this, like, smaller section. They had a smaller street section, and they wanted to skate in the, like, Bulvert area. So they go over there and they start skating, and like I said, they're expecting it to be a great time, but they get a little bored of that after about 30 minutes, so they go over to the larger street area, and now they're about 50 feet away from this mom and her kid, and he's just riding around on the scooter. He's not snaking them. They're literally not even interacting. And they're not playing music or anything. They're literally just skating and talking to each other whenever someone needs advice on how to land a trick or something. And the reality of a skate park and skateboarding in general is if you want to, like, pop the board up and do a trick, you have to kind of crack the board against the ground. That's, like, not a great way to describe it, but if you've ever seen someone do a skate trick, they pop the tail. Popping it's the better word. You pop the tail against the ground, and when you pop wood against concrete, there tends to be a little bit of a noise, and it kind of sounds like a crack, just like, but louder than that. It's definitely not deafening. It's not gonna hurt your ears. It's not gonna give you hearing damage. It's just the reality of what happens when you make skateboard go off ground. It just is what it is. And so every time they would do a trick, there's that popping noise because that's what happens. And if you're gonna be at a skate park, you just kind of have to accept you're gonna hear it. You're also gonna hear bikes going by. You're gonna hear people talking. You just have to accept it when you're at a public place focused on skateboarding. But this mom apparently just did not like that popping noise because she comes over to them, like, hands on her hips, looking all angry, and they're confused on what she's angry about, so they ask if she's okay. And she asks if they always have to be this disruptive and rude and inconsiderate of others, and they're both standing there very confused because they literally haven't said anything to her. They even made sure that they weren't swearing when they were talking about their trick because they just didn't want to swear around the kid. Like, they were going above and beyond to make sure that there were no issues. So when this lady comes over and starts yelling at them, they're really confused. And they don't know what she's talking about when she's accusing them of making a ruckus and being inconsiderate because they've just been skating. They're not riding around and hitting everyone with the "oh yeah," like, it's just not going on. There's no reason for you to be angry or feel like it's some overwhelming noise. So they ask her, what are you talking about? Like, what noise is bugging you? And she starts going off about how every 25 seconds they're smacking their skateboards against the ground, and they're obviously doing it to try to make her and her son uncomfortable so they leave so they can do their drugs. And they just start laughing because, like, A, they're not going to do their drugs, and B, like, they're not smacking the skateboard against the ground to scare them. And they start trying to explain to the lady that they're not smacking it on the ground, they're doing it as a part of the trick because that's how you get the board to go up into the air, you have to do this and that. And she's just having none of it. This explanation makes no sense to her, and she starts saying that she went to school and took a physics class, so she knows that that's not how skateboards work. Everyone knows that you jump to get it in the air. And if you did take a physics class and you think that's how it works, then I think you need to go back and take it again and repeat it, or maybe fight the teacher. Because just imagine if that's how it works, like you're just on a skateboard and you jump and it just floats off. Gravity's defied. Gravity's not real. Nope, you don't have to force it to come off the ground. In fact, that's why you have to keep your handy dandy skateboard strap tied to it and around your wrist, so that way when you jump off and it starts floating away, you can catch it. Like, what are you on, man? You think that that's how skateboarding works, that you just jump? And listen, if you don't know how skateboarding works, I'm not gonna be mad at you. It's not something everyone understands. But to be angry and correcting people who own skateboards when you don't know how it works is a very brave move. Imagine if you had never seen a car before. You've never driven a car. You've never even played a video game where you drive a car. And you're out there on the road with a taxi driver who drives for his job, and you just start yelling at him that he's wrong and he doesn't need to touch the steering wheel, he just has to think about turning. Like, what are you talking about? Anyways, they're laughing, just saying that that's not how it works, and if she took a physics class, then she would know that's not how it works. And anyways, they're just going back and forth, and finally she like folds her arms and says, well, one of us has to leave. It's gonna be us or you. And they just look at her and said, we're gonna go back to the bowl. We'd really like you guys to stay, but we're not leaving. So they went back to the bowl and started skating. But sure enough, she packs up her kid on the scooter who doesn't want to leave. He's like, Mom, I don't want to go. And she's like, well, they're being rude. Keep in mind, they didn't start this argument. They literally like walked away even after all this stupid explanation. But here she is trying to convince her kid that skateboarders are evil and are kicking him out of the skate park. I don't know, man. I feel like there are certain things that would just be obvious. And even if you had never been to the skate park, you would look at it and go, oh, the pop's happening every time they do a trick. It must be something involved in that. Nope. Instead, just rage, scream at them, defy gravity, apparently, all that stuff. Perfectly normal reaction to some people at the skate park. All right, so this next one's like a little scary. I mean, they still sent it to me and said I could tell it, so obviously they were cool enough to like let that happen, but this one's pretty nuts. So the person who sent this into me is pretty new to driving, and when you're new to driving, chances are you're going to make some mistakes. You're not going to be perfect all the time. You're brand new at it. Hopefully you're not as bad as that other guy was at Valorant at driving and crashing into everything, but like if you accidentally cut someone off once or twice, it's not cool, but you're brand new on the road. Things can happen. Like, it's just a reality. So whatever, one day he's in a lane and he realizes that that lane is ending, so he has to get over. And because he's never been in this situation before, he just kind of panics a bit and he gets over and he doesn't get hit by the car behind him. But he definitely could have given it more room, and he admits that straight up, and he tried to do like a wave behind him, like, sorry. He didn't flip him off, he just kind of does a wave, and he instantly sees that the guy who's behind him is pissed. He can like see him screaming over his steering wheel. He keeps pointing at the car and then like making threatening gestures. And so he kind of tries to speed up and get back over to let the guy pass, but the guy instead just stays behind him, gets over in his lane, and he now realizes that the dude is straight up road raging on him. And road rage is very scary because, like, listen, I feel like it's dumb to just chase somebody and get mad at their car, even if they did something stupid. It's just not a safe situation for you to be chasing them either. But if someone's already illogical enough to just commit to road rage on you, who knows what they're going to do in order to like teach you a lesson about driving down here. So whatever, he starts trying to just like calmly drive away, and the guy's still screaming. Every time he looks in his rear view, he sees the guy screaming. And unfortunately for the person in the story, he sees a red light coming up. And in case you missed this lesson in like first grade, green, go, yellow, slow, red means stop. So he starts slowing down, and I don't know if this guy's already road raging and just nuts, if it's roid rage too or whatever, but he starts thinking that the kid's brake checking it. So he starts screaming even more, and he's literally spitting from his mouth, and the spit is so big that this guy can see him spitting from the rear view mirror in his car. But But he finally comes to the stop at the red light, and he's just hoping that this guy just continues to scream in his car, just keep yelling over there, man, no reason to get out. But sure enough, as soon as they come to a stop, the guy hops out of his car and starts walking up to his window. And so the subscriber who sent this to me does the smart thing and just keeps looking forward. He's not going to roll down the window. He's not going to interact. He's not even going to look over. And the guy walks up to the window just screaming about how he's an idiot driver and he could have hurt him and what a moron. He's lucky he doesn't drag him out of the car and beat him right now. He was making unsafe conditions on the road. And yes, the person did admit they panicked a little bit. They should have given him more room. He will never do it again. But I don't think that you're making the road conditions any more safe by basically putting it into a high-speed chase, chasing this kid down and then getting out of the car and threatening him. It's a little bit absurd to be like, you're not being considerate of others on the road while you're road raging and screaming. But obviously the kid's just not reacting. He's not looking, he's just looking straight forward. So the guy walks around to the front of the car to try to stand in front of him, and the kid looks to the right. He's just avoiding making eye contact. And now the guy is like pounding on the hood, screaming over and over, look at me, look at me, look at me. And his voice kept cracking while he was doing it, so it was just not very threatening, and the guy just wouldn't look at him. And finally, the light turns green, and he just like drives around the guy. He had tried to come back to the driver's side door, and as soon as he did that, he just kind of turned around him and kept driving. And by the time the guy got back into his car and had continued to go, he had basically caused the ginormous traffic jam, and everyone was honking at him. So yeah, all those unsafe road conditions, this guy is the reason that you have traffic out of nowhere on some random road, because he decided to try to hop out and fight someone because they were making an unsafe condition, and that makes things even safer. I just don't really understand the logic here. Like, road rage is just dumb. Don't do it. Don't get mad at strangers on the road and like follow them and try to fight them. That's psychotic. And obviously don't cut people off either. Like, this person did not mean to. It was genuinely an accident. And also be understanding if it does happen to you that like it might just be an accident. Alright, so this next one is about this subscriber's little brother. His little brother is a pretty entitled kid, just kind of expects everything to be handed to him, expects his parents to take care of everything, buy everything for him, and he's at the age where that's just like kind of not cool anymore. He's into his late teenage years. And I don't even mean like 16, 17. I mean like 18, 19. And whatever, for his 16th birthday, his parents had got him this like entire gaming setup, and it was really, really nice. But obviously, 16 to 19, 3 years, technology changes a little bit, and none of it was outdated. It all still worked perfectly fine. There was no reason to get anything new. It just wasn't the newest, shiniest thing, and it really bugged this kid that he didn't have the newest, shiniest version of literally everything all the time. So one day, he calls his brother, and he's like, hey man, my birthday's coming up. I really want this monitor. Will you get it for me? And he said, link it to me, and I'll let you know. And he links it to him, and I don't know, I would say like a nice gaming monitor, like a really nice one, top of the line, probably about $400. And we're talking like 240 hertz, 4K, a good monitor. And they can be more than that. I've seen like up to 800, you know, but $300-400 will get you a really nice monitor. And I think even like 200-250 could get you what you need, probably. But this guy clicks this link, and his brother is asking him to buy like a $900 monitor. And obviously, he loves his brother, but $900 is a lot to spend on a birthday gift for anyone. And that's like a chunk of change, man. That's a solid contribution to the good old IRA, man. The Roth IRA, his 401k, whatever it is. He could get a juicy retirement contribution for $900. It'd be weird to just buy you a monitor randomly, and it's not your parents. It's not like he has to, and your parents don't have to either, but you get what I'm saying. I feel like that's a gift you ask your parents for, and they go, no. But whatever, he says that he's not gonna buy it, and his brother kind of starts throwing a fit on the phone, saying that like he really needs a new monitor, and he's so upset that no one wants to buy him a new one. And he asks him, like, well, what's wrong with your old one? And he says, nothing, it's just 144 hertz, and I want a 240 hertz monitor. Which, for those of you that don't know, that's just how fast, like, your frames per second get displayed. And 144 is still fast. Like, it's a good monitor. There's no reason to be upset with that. And so his brother tells him that, like, well, until that monitor breaks, there's just really no reason for you to get a new one. And he thought that that would come off to his brother of, like, you have to be responsible. You don't want to buy things that you already have because you can just use it till it breaks. That's the more responsible way of owning things. You don't buy a replacement for something that's working fine and is still good. I can understand wanting to replace a computer from 2011, but I don't know, 3 years isn't a long enough time where I feel like your monitor's gonna be so used that it's just crappy. The monitor I'm in front of right now, I think, is probably like 6 years old, to be honest. So I just don't really understand where he was coming from. And you would think his brother would take it that way, but instead it was almost like his brother was listening to this advice like a tutorial for how to guilt trip his parents into buying him one. And instead of asking for clarification, just decides that, well, if my monitor has to be broken for me to get a new one, then I'll break my monitor. Which is stupid for multiple reasons. One, if you get the new monitor and you still have the old one, now you have 2 monitors. And you know what's a lot cooler than one brand new monitor? Double monitors, that's for sure. And on top of it, like, even if you don't want this old monitor, wouldn't you rather sell it and get some money out of it? And your parents are not going to be thrilled that you're breaking technology to make them buy you a new one. I think any parent would be like, yeah, I'm just not going to buy you a new one. But whatever, that night he went to the garage, grabbed his dad's hammer, went absolutely bonkers on his monitor, just destroys it, and then had gone to his parents and said that, like, he couldn't get his homework done because his monitor broke. And tried to tell his parents that he didn't know how it broke. Keep in mind, that's like just destroyed. So very quickly, his parents pieced together that he had taken a hammer to break it, and they're like, we're not gonna get you a new one. Why did you do that? That was insanely stupid. And he starts freaking out, saying that he doesn't have a monitor now, and he doesn't understand why they hate him and won't buy him a new one. And they didn't back down. They were like, we're not gonna buy you a new one because you broke your old one. Why did you do that? We didn't even tell you you were getting a new one. So he calls his brother all pissed off because now he can't play video games. And his brother's like, well, why did you destroy your monitor? And he tries to blame his brother and say, because he told him to. And his brother is like, you're not going to put that on me, bro. I did not tell you to break your monitor. I said there's no reason to get a new one until it's broken. And he's like, yeah, so I broke it. Well, that's not on me, man. If you decide to take what I say and do the stupidest possible application, that's not on me. That's very evidently not what I was saying, was go break it with a hammer. I think that would be some bad brotherly advice. And even then, just because your friends gave you the advice, you have to follow it. Hey, man, you should just go out there, right? Slam your foot on the gas in your car and then just slam your foot on the brake at the exact same time. And just hold it until the car breaks. And you're like, that's a good idea. That's advice, so I'm going to go do it. I don't know. If someone said go break your monitor, I just wouldn't do it because I don't want to break my monitor. So whatever, to this day, he doesn't have a monitor. And he also doesn't have a job, so he just refuses to, like, do anything to fix his situation other than just complain at everyone about how, you know, they obviously hate him because they don't want to buy him a new monitor. Why would you not want to buy something new for the person that broke the old version? Who could ever think of why? So this last one's definitely out there, and I don't even understand what this person's thought process possibly could have been, but it also sounds like they probably weren't having a normal thought process if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So this guy lives in a neighborhood that isn't necessarily the greatest neighborhood of all time. It's not like he's living in a war zone or anything, but like there's some characters in his neighborhood that are known for making decisions that you wouldn't necessarily call great decisions. And one of them in particular is the guy across the street who's just, it's like a miracle that he's managed to live as long as he had just because the choices he makes are so stupid. Anyways, it's about 3 a.m. and the person who sent this to me gets awoken by a ginormous crash. It just sounds like something smacked into one of the houses almost. And so he starts looking around, he realizes it didn't come from his house, so he looks out the window. And he sees the neighbor across the street, you know, so dumb it's a miracle to be alive. And what he sees is that where there used to be a garage door, there's now just brake lights. And it looks like somehow he has managed to crash into his own garage door. And so the guy goes outside and starts being like, do you need help? Do you need help? He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know how hard this guy just crashed into his own garage door. And so as he starts going across the street, he sees the driver door fly open and the guy just take off running. And listen, I don't know, maybe he was afraid of getting caught or whatever, but the only issue is he crashed into his own house in his car. So even if you were to run away, I think it would be pretty obvious to everybody that, like, you were responsible for this. What is the excuse going to be? Oh no, my car got stolen, but they were just the very considerate type of car thief. So after they did their joyriding and stuff, they brought it back so I wouldn't have to, find a way to work tomorrow. The most considerate car thieves of all time, like, let's be honest here, it was you who was driving your car when you crashed into your house. So whatever, the subscriber goes back inside because a bunch of other neighbors had come outside and they were calling everyone. And when all of the emergency response people got there, he went back outside because he was the first person out there. So they're kind of taking his statement. And he doesn't tell them that he saw the neighbor get out of the car, but he says, I saw someone get out of the car and run away. And as he's explaining this, the neighbor comes back. And when he comes back around, it's obvious that he was in a car crash because, like, not any insane injury, but you can just tell he's pretty shook up. And he walks up to the guy as he's doing the interview and asks the person who's interviewing him, like, oh, what happened here? Who crashed into my house with my car? And they're kind of like, you seem extremely calm for someone who apparently had their car stolen and crashed into their house. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm just honestly glad to have the car back. And they're like, well, why didn't you report it stolen? And it's very obvious to everyone that this is a very dumb attempt at, like, trying to get out of trouble for whatever had happened. And he's like, no, I don't know. Someone must have stolen my car. And at that point, the subscriber is like, can I go inside? And they said yes. So he leaves. And as he's leaving, he's just hearing this guy try to explain that he was not responsible for crashing the car, that it had simply been stolen and they must have tried to bring it back to the registered address, which was in the glove box. And I love that he expected them to believe this, bro. Like, seriously, man, imagine this considerate of a thief. They're totally cool with breaking into people's stuff and taking it, right? Like, they're fine with that. That doesn't cross their moral compass. But they're not gonna not return the stolen property, okay? That's just really funny. Anyways, obviously, he got caught pretty quick. I don't know if he really got in trouble for it because it was his car in his house, but a pretty dumb idea. That note, guys, is going to do it for all of these. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you guys like this, where I just do a long version of a bunch of shorter stories, let me know in the comments section down below. Like I said, I get sent a ton of stories, but they're not always long enough for their own video. So if you guys want more of these, let me know in the comments section down below. Press the like button, all that good stuff. And if you're new, you should also go ahead and smash that subscribe button. Turn on notifications. I post videos like this every other day, every day if I'm really grinding, so if you like this type of stuff, subscribe, stick around. If you like the intro song, a link to it can be found down below. It's from my friend Poncho, so check it out. And if you want to listen to the audio versions of the story times, I do post the audio versions over on Spotify, so check that out. That link can also be found down below. But yeah, on that note, hopefully I'll see you guys all next time. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a pretty cringe story time I know you guys are going to enjoy. It's actually something I witnessed the other day. I was out and about on the town with a few of my friends and we saw a fight go down, but it was just so unbelievably hard to watch because it was just embarrassing. I feel like fighting in public should already be a last resort type of thing, especially when you're an adult. I'm not gonna say I didn't used to get into fights, but I feel like if you're gonna fight as an adult, there might be consequences. And if you are gonna fight, you better not embarrass yourself by fighting I don't know, two kindergartners who really don't like each other's Pokemon cards or something. Either way, I thought it would be a story time you guys would enjoy. So yeah, without further ado, press the like button and let's go.
They ain't give me nothing how to take shit. We ain't not the same, I can't be in your debate shit.
Alright, so a few of my friends and I decided to go out on the town one night. And usually when you go out in Las Vegas, you're gonna see something entertaining, weird, crazy. It just is what it is. There's a lot of people here. It's a town kind of based around people having a fun time. And some people's idea of fun is being weird, so there's always something you see whenever you go out there. But I can firmly say that very rarely do I see a lot of ginormous fights or anything, or a lot of fights other than just insanely drunk people fighting.
Two people having like a coherent argument and throwing hands is somewhat rare because it's like, you know, you're on vacation. What do you want to do? Fight on vacation? I don't know. Some people are probably weird like that. They're like, I'm going to go to another city and fight a bunch of people. It's a weird idea of a vacation if you're going like that, but whatever. Anyways, my friends and I ended up parking at one hotel that had free parking because we didn't want to pay for parking if we didn't have to, and we started walking to where we were like gonna go hang out. And on the way there, obviously, we were just kind of people watching and just kind of like commenting on stuff going on around us. Not insanely loud, just like amongst each other. And we come around this corner and we hear a bunch of yelling, so obviously we look up ahead to try to find like the source of the yelling. You don't want to walk into a situation where like something bad's about to happen, but we just see that it's two dudes arguing, so we don't think it's too crazy, so we just keep walking. And as we're getting closer, I'm kind of paying attention to what's being yelled. And it's one guy yelling that like the hotel that he likes is better than the hotel that the other guy likes. And listen, I'll be honest, there's definitely a hierarchy of hotels on the strip, but like, I don't know, even the weirdest strip hotels that are like from the good owners are still going to be insanely nice. Obviously, if you want to spring extra and like stay in a suite at the Bellagio, it's going to be much better than like the Flamingo. But for the most part, it's kind of a weird thing to argue about because it doesn't matter. You can do everything on the strip from any hotel. It's just not that big of a deal. You're not in your room much anyways, but these two guys are arguing because one of them really liked the Flamingo and another one really liked the Mirage. And I'll be honest, those are two hotels that are really weird to get like defensive of because neither one of them, in my opinion, is like the nicest one. I'm not saying they're piles of trash or anything, but like they're definitely not what I think of when I think of insane, luxurious experience. But whatever, my friends are listening to these guys just going at it, arguing back and forth about this one's better than that one. And it's not like two friends arguing about, I don't know, what Star Wars character would win in a fight. No, there's no way that Darth Maul would get destroyed by Count Dooku, man. He would take Count Dooku and chop him up with his double-ended lightsaber. It'd be over. He'd be sashimi before he hit the ground. Like, that would be the type of vibe of two friends having a discussion. No, these guys are going at it. And you can tell they're going at it because they're using insults while going back and forth about these two hotels. And they're like, you're such a moron. I can't believe that someone would have so few brain cells to have your opinion. Your mom would probably be ashamed of you. Which, listen, I don't think it makes any sense for someone to be this upset about someone's opinion on hotels, because who cares? Like, if I was at a party and someone said that they were very, very passionate about the Holiday Inn, I would probably be a little bit confused because I don't know what that has to do with anything going on, but I wouldn't start arguing with them about it because I don't care. What is going on in your life where like these hotels that 100% don't care about you are so important you're willing to fight a stranger? Do you really think anyone at either of these establishments would be like remiss if all of a sudden you didn't stay there anymore? I think hotels in Las Vegas are pretty good at having people stay there, and if one person doesn't stay there, they wouldn't notice. And the idea that they'd even remember who you are months later when they have like millions of people coming every year is absurd. And whatever, obviously the companies have PR of, no, we really, really want to prioritize you having a good time. And they do want to make sure you have a good time because they want money. And if you're having a good time, you spend money. But come on, they're not going to remember who you are. They appreciate you staying there over and over, but it's not like you're really going to affect their bottom line if you stay somewhere else. One person is not make or breaking the MGM, I promise you, unless you're some insane high roller who's been losing hundreds of millions of dollars every year. But at that point, if you stop gambling, that's better for you. You probably ran out of money, but hopefully you figured it out, because you shouldn't be losing that much at a casino every year. Side note, I love like the idea of people recently that you can somehow be some insane professional gambler and make all these huge bets and it's super easy. Listen, there is 100% some people out there that are professional gamblers. Those people are insanely intelligent and they're very few and far between. And for the most part, if you're really a good gambler, you're banned from casinos because casinos don't want to lose money and they have every right to do that here. So the more someone says that they're placing all these massive $100,000 bets at multiple casinos, the chances of them actually being good at gambling is very small. Because casinos don't like to lose money. They keep building these billion-dollar buildings because they're good at making money. It's not some absurd charity scheme where they're like, we're giving away millions and building billions. It just makes no sense. Obviously, they're making a lot of money off people who think they can get rich gambling. But whatever, these two guys are arguing and their insults are getting progressively more intense and starting to be a lot more like, I'm going to beat the crap out of you instead of you don't have a lot of brain cells. And sure, it's already weird enough for them to be having this screaming match in public in front of a bunch of people, and people are now stopping and watching them, like that's how intensely they're arguing. And they're just going back and forth, but when they start threatening violence, a few people start to try to intervene and make it calm down. But one of them yells at the other that like he ought to punch him in the face and knock some sense into him, because then maybe he'd have a better opinion about the hotels. Which would honestly be the worst reason for a fight ever. Imagine if the cops catch you. It's illegal for two adults to fight each other. Obviously, they would break it up. And they start asking you what happened. You know, did the guy try to hit you? Did he try to knock you out? Did he threaten to rob you? Did he pull a knife on you? Like, what happened that made you beat him up? Oh, he just really didn't like the same hotel as me, and you know how upsetting that can be. There's so many choices in the Las Vegas area for hotels, but the fact that he didn't agree that only mine is the best made me have to punch him in the face. I'm not sure what the number is, but I'm gonna say at least 500 hotels within the vicinity of the strip of like 15 miles. So arguing over which one is the best, 99% chance you're not gonna have the same opinion, and if you do, it's gonna be the 20 big ones, which are basically mix and match anyways. It's just the dumbest thing to be fighting over, but a few people at that point are like, hey guys, calm down, there's no reason to get violent, everyone's just trying to have a good time. And the one thing that they agreed on the entire time they were arguing was as soon as someone tried to intervene, they both told him to butt out and like go be a goody two-shoes somewhere else. And everyone hates when someone tries to get up in their business, like mind your business, but at the same time, when you're screaming at each other in public, you are also making it everyone's business. I think you can't get mad if people intervene when you're just making it everyone's problem. It's not like you guys were arguing in a hotel room and we were all gathered outside and then knocked on the door and told you to knock it off. We're on the sidewalk. If you have a screaming match on the sidewalk in a very crowded location, you just gotta know people are gonna listen, and you can't have the attitude of mind your business, because you made it everybody's business. But whatever, after that, they quickly go back to arguing, and now they're getting closer to each other, and they're both doing that thing where, like, both people don't want to fight, but they also don't want to be the person to back down. They don't want to be the guy that looks like a coward, so they're just getting increasingly close to each other, puffing up their chests. What? What are you gonna do, man? What? Oh, you won't do anything, man. You're afraid of me. Look. Oh, you're being cowardly. They literally said that. You're being cowardly, which might be the cringiest way to say, hey, man, you're looking like you don't want to fight me. Ah, does thee have a quarrel, sir? No, you do not. Shakespearean lingo says that you will not fight me. Come on, man. You're trying to act all tough here. In the combo of calling someone cowardly while also not instigating the fight, like they're both just kind of doing the chest puff thing. If they had a friend with them, they definitely would have told him to hold them back and then gotten way angrier. The classic, I'm not actually gonna do anything move. Oh yeah, I could have punched you for the last 45 seconds, but now that someone's holding me back, I'm gonna really go crazy. But eventually, they run out of room to keep pretending like they're gonna bump into each other and do something, and they actually come to the point where they're going to make contact. And instead of one of them swinging on the other, or one of them throwing the first punch, they literally go up to each other and make their chests do like a little kith, where they just bump their chests together, just like a bah, yeah, just chest bumping it. And both of them are like, oh, look what you did, bro. Did you just bump me, bro? Did you just bump me, bro? And me and my friends literally start laughing at that point because they had just bumped each other, and now both of them is insanely upset when both of them were down to bump. It's like if you went to high-five someone, they put their hand up and high-fived you back, and then accused you of slapping them. That's just definitely not went down. You guys agreed to high-five, the high-five went down, so it's ridiculous for you guys to be angry. Some people chest bump in celebration. You guys just did it because you don't like each other. I'm not really getting it. You know how close your face has to get to the other person's face in a chest bump? You literally could have just leaned over and given him a kiss on the cheek. This all could have been water under the bridge. You could have made a new best friend. But no, here you are about to turn violent in front of everyone while also being mad that everyone's staring at you. So they've done everything they can to like actually avoid fighting, but now they've bumped chests and they have to do something. So what they start doing is like a slap fight that's probably the only way I can describe it. They were just kind of taking little slaps at each other. And I don't mean slap fight in like the somewhat intimidating way that Logan Paul and those guys, the YouTubers, did it a few years ago. Remember when it would just be those ginormous like Russian men with arms the size of a computer monitor, and they would just slap the crap out of each other, and people were literally passing out, getting knocked out from just one person slapping them? That was not the vibe. It was not intimidating in the slightest. It was more like, you know, when two kids are like fighting in a cartoon and they're just kind of putting their hands up, almost like a dog doing the doggy paddle type of vibe. Stop it, pa, 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 pa. Like, that's how fast they're slapping each other. And these are two grown men who have been talking up like they're gonna beat the crap out of each other and knock some sense into each other. And I think the only thing that they knocked some sense into was everyone in the crowd who was watching and realized how pathetic it was. Because the crowd that had been trying to intervene now started like booing them like it was a UFC fight that had turned into this slap fight instead. They had paid 20 grand to sit close to the ring and it had just been a pathetic fight. People start booing them and telling them to punch each other. Keep in mind, a lot of the crowd's probably a little bit intoxicated. It is what it is. And instead of punching each other, they look at the crowd and then turn back to each other and start slapping each other again. Not harder, not with a little bit more force, but just faster. Like they just didn't understand what the crowd was saying. Oh, punch each other. And they went, oh, let's increase the speed. That's what we need to do here. Everyone knows that a slap fight is not about the power. A fight's not about, people getting knocked out. That's not what people want. They just want to see how fast we could slap. Hypothetically, if someone held onto our ankles and put us over the back of a boat, how fast could we propel the boat without an engine type of vibe? And me and my friends are just dying at the sight of this, just laughing at them because it's just absurd. And because the crowd is either laughing at them or telling them that they suck at fighting, they very quickly get embarrassed. But now they're just standing here surrounded by a group of people that are laughing at them or screaming at them. It's just not a very good situation. And there's nowhere to go. They can't keep walking down the street together because they just got in a fight. That would be weird. You just punch this dude, or should I say slap this dude, and now you're just gonna keep walking down the road together. But at the same time, it seemed like they both had to go that direction to get to where they were going. So there was this like really awkward moment where they both started walking that direction and then realized they were both walking the same direction and got really mad at each other. But I don't really know what they wanted the other person to do. You guys got in this fight. You didn't ask the other person where they were off to. Yeah, if you want to get down the road, there's really one way to go down unless you cross to the other side. And one of them, like after realizing the other person was following them, got pissed off and asked why they were following them, and they said that they had to walk this direction. And there was a little bit of a standoff where they went back and forth again, like, you need to cross the street. No, you need to cross the street. You can't walk that way. No, you can't walk that way. And then one of them, like, backed down and said, fine, he'll cross the road, which, oh, you're respectful enough to cross the road. Throwing hands over which person likes a different hotel. You're willing to fight for the things that you believe in. Crossing the street, that's something that you're not gonna fight over. Like, dude, come on. I think no one really won the fight up to that point, but if you let the dude, like, kind of own you and make you cross the road when you're still going that direction, when neither one of you won the fight, you're just handing him the W. Like, you just seceded to him. Oh, yes, absolutely. Do whatever you want, sir. So whatever, that guy goes across the walkway to go across the street, and the other guy keeps walking. And my friends and I are still standing there with the people who were watching, and they're kind of laughing about it. But we all stop laughing because a guy comes up who's like, I don't know if he was hotel security or just a security guard. He was not a cop. That's going to become important. And he's like, oh, what's going on here? Why is everybody huddled around? Like, what's the distraction? And everybody says that people got into a fight. And the fight's over. They had gone their separate ways. They're literally off the property that we were on at this point, so no one thought it was going to be a big deal. But this guy goes full Paul Blart mode and is like, can you identify the suspect for me? And none of us are able to identify the suspect because they kept walking and it's insanely crowded. And on top of that, I'm just not obligated to give just this random security guard a bunch of information. So people are like, I don't know where they went, sorry, and we all start trying to walk away. And the security guard says that we can't go until we answer his questions. And I didn't say it because I was thinking it, and I would have if nobody else did, but somebody else was like, you know you don't have the right to detain us and we can walk away, right? And as soon as we said that, or that guy said that, the security guard kind of started stammering, because that's the truth. You know, if some guy who doesn't have the authority to detain you just says you can't go anywhere, you can just leave. Like, you can say don't go anywhere all you want, but at the end of the day, Mr. Paul Blart here can't keep me there. Plus, on top of it, I wasn't the person who got into the fight. It doesn't even, make sense that that was one of his demands. I didn't punch anyone. I didn't slap anyone on your property. I didn't cause a disruption. How are you gonna say that, oh, you can't leave, young man? Fine, I won't leave as long as you guys give me a free room, maybe a free meal voucher or two. Just give me a full stay. That's the only way I'm staying to answer your questions, man. Other than that, I'm gonna keep walking. But whatever, my friends and I we go out for a bit, we eat dinner, we hung out, and we decide to start going back to the car. And as we're going back to the car, we're walking across one of the properties that they were arguing about, and we see one of the guys from the slap fight earlier being escorted out of the hotel by some of the security. And here's what I will say. They can kick you off the property, that's for sure. They can't detain you on it, but they definitely have the right to kick you off of it. It is private property at the end of the day. If the MGM or Caesars doesn't want you in their casino, they can send the security to kick you out. And obviously, we're laughing at the fact that he's being escorted out by the security because it's just obvious that he had not been able to keep it together. If you're already getting into a slap fight causing a disruption, after that, you should have had all of your anger out of you. You shouldn't go on to cause more disruptions after that. You already got in a fight in front of all these people, but it wasn't enough. You just had to go back in and get into a fight with security too. But we start hearing that he's arguing with the security guards about how he had gotten in a fight earlier that night and he had just absolutely knocked the crap out of that guy, and if they didn't let go of him, he was going to do the same thing to them. And we just can't believe what we're hearing. We don't know if this guy was delusional or if, there was another fight that he had gotten in that we didn't see, but he had definitely not knocked the crap out of the other guy that he had gotten a fight with if he was talking about the same fight. And based off of his fighting skills when I witnessed that fight, there's no way that he knocked the crap out of anyone. Unless he literally found someone that was sleeping and fought them and they just didn't wake up because his slaps were so weak or something and he took that as them giving up. That's the only thing I can think of that maybe he would win a fight against. I just love how even after his embarrassing slap fight, it was not enough for him to stop going around threatening people. And I feel like the security guards at these hotels have definitely seen a lot of stuff. They have to deal with a ton of drunk people all the time, people that have lost their money, people that are angry, a combination of the two. I don't think you saying that you're gonna slap the crap out of them is gonna make them suddenly turn around and say, shiver me timbers, sir, absolutely, go back into the casino. In fact, we'll give you a bunch of free money, do whatever you want. And they really didn't care that he threatened them. They just kicked him off the property and went about their business, except told him that he was now no longer ever allowed back, which is a good way to get yourself banned for sure. Either way, it was just a pretty funny situation that my friends and I happened to see. As soon as it went down, I knew I had to make a video out of it, but that'll do it for the video. If you enjoyed, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. If you don't know what to comment, just comment the word slap fight down below. It helps the video do better. And if you like these videos but you'd rather listen to audio, there is a link to the Spotify down below. Feel free to check that out. And the intro song is from my friend Poncho, link down below as well. Beyond that, that'll do it. There's really nothing left for me to talk about. So yeah, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time. I'm out.